welcome to toxstream, super stream. I came to the realization that all of them drop podcasts today. So I want some high level ideas, and the only place to seem to get it these days are from Rightwing podcasts. High level, enlightened, infallible ideas. Oh boy, except the thing is I want to start with Michael Knowles. He's got a couple of videos I personally find to be, I don't know if ignorant's the best word. High level ideas certainly isn't the best phrase to use on these videos, but nonetheless.
Since it seems like about half the country is snowed in right now, including us here in Tennessee, my producer sent me over a trailer for a new movie. You know, everyone's binging a lot of things right now, stuck at home, and he seems to think that I'm really going to enjoy this movie. The trailer is for There Is No I in Threesome. Sounds promising. Let's take a watch.
That's Zoe. She's an actress.
Do a handstand as well. Oh.
And this is me, Ollie. I make films. We got engaged 1 year ago and have been in an open relationship for 3 months.
So just first thing I notice, even, you know, they say we're in an open relationship, that's fine, but their PDA, their public affection, is not just like, you know, sort of kiss appropriately. First thing we see of them is just like slobbering all over, just licking each other's faces. So already there's a little off about, I don't know, I mean, when you get engaged or when you get married, just, I'm not saying it's not fiery, it's not hot, it's not, but you're not like licking each other's, it's sort of like the lady doth protest too much.
I mean, honestly, Michael Knowles just kind of sounding a little prude here by not liking like a certain level of PDA. I wasn't that grossed out about it. I definitely thought it was a hard one, but being that grossed out, okay, all right. I know now not who to kiss around, Michael Knowles. But if that's his first offense, I think we'll be all right.
Methinks.
I've got to check on the internet what that means.
Just don't do an image search. Zoe and I are making this film together. We're about to have our first threesome.
Slight tangent here that I want to get on record. Coca-Cola, stop making this coffee. For the love of God, do not continue this any further than it already has.
You ready?
They're in love, but they also want to betray each other. They're in love. Oh man, they're so in love, but they're also animals pursuing their own desires and appetites and utterly disregarding their conscience, you know, and the objective moral order. Okay, got it.
I don't know. I think that's kind of what the documentary is trying to dive deeper into, is kind of like the nature of marriage and the nature of commitment. So for him to just like outright call them animals for chasing their desires, that just kind of shows how he views sex, which is just a base level, something necessary for reproduction in the nuclear family. And to me, that's kind of some bitch shit, man. I feel like there's a little bit more to human relationships than the normal byproduct standard that we're used to. But, you know, hey, who am I?
I am part German though, so I didn't.
Whoa, was that? So, I don't know, maybe these people look a little mod, so maybe I'm getting it wrong, but you picture if a guy is going to engage in a threesome, it would not be what they call the devil's three. You would more imagine two ladies, but it would appear from that brief clip, I don't know, and you know, people look weird these days, it looked like that dude was kissing another dude. I don't know.
Is Michael Knowles still a little like off-put by homosexuality? Interesting. That's a little closed-minded bias there.
Hey, I guess, I don't know, I mean, if you're, you know, open-minded like that, I guess maybe it's my own prejudice that I wouldn't have expected that.
So
I wouldn't have expected him to say that was his own prejudice. Very interesting. He's obviously not okay with it, and it shocked his system a little bit, but I'm definitely surprised that he pointed out that's his own bias.
did insist on some rules. The idea is to highlight an alternative to monogamy. That you can have your cake and eat it too. That's how it started, anyway.
So, okay, all right. I guess now once I saw the whips and chains and that guy getting smacked around by his girlfriend or whatever, fiance or whatever, and that like the weird kind of pagan idol on the wall with the giant antlers, and I'm not as surprised that he would like kiss a dude or something like that. That seems positively bourgeois and tame. But did you hear that line he said, you can have your cake and eat it too, right? We have monogamy, or we have this whatever committed relationship with these two, but then we also have non-monogamy. And the thing is, you can't. The thing about having your cake and eating it too is that it's not possible. That's the point of the expression. Because if you eat the cake, you can no longer have the cake. But if you have the cake, you can't eat the cake. Not to bring up old Uncle Aristotle and the law of non-contradiction, but you can't have a thing and the opposite of the thing at the same time. So you can't.
I mean, I think in like forming arguments, I feel like that's a good point. Yeah, you can't have contradictions like that by having the cake and eating it too, because once you eat the cake, you no longer have the cake. I think the problem really was using that metaphor in this context, but the idea too that like I don't even like the phrase in itself, because to have the cake, other than just having the cake, I don't know how like you build the enjoyment of having the cake unless you eat it. I've never really liked the phrase, and I don't know if it was the best time to use it in this context. Because like what is the other point of having a cake if you're not going to eat it? And then who's to say too that you can't cook more cakes? It's a very weird saying. I don't know why I got lost on that.
I mean, you can pretend that you have this kind of marriage or whatever, but you don't. You have a sort of vague simulacrum of a marriage. But what you really are is just a bunch of degenerates sleeping with whomever you like.
All right, using the D word there. Wow. I think the fascinating thing is that like this is why Black Lives Matter included the disruption of the nuclear family in like their mission statement, is that like marriage shouldn't really, or even relationships shouldn't be defined into like the status quo, father, mother, kids, dog, white picket fence, rigid standard of what marriage is. And by calling people who live in a more open relationship degenerates, I feel like is just an overreaching presupposition of their personality. I don't do open relationships, so I'm not really sure like the function, the ins and outs of all of that, but I wouldn't call anybody who's doing that a degenerate just because they have more than one partner. It's a little too far for me. And that's like my problem too with the idea that we have to have nuclear families in the United States, is that like, well, then you're just fitting this thing called love that lives on a spectrum. We're putting it inside this box that it's not really allowed to move around in.
But that's not a marriage. So you have that's a thing that you have. But if you want to have a marriage, you necessarily have to exclude all those other things.
I now have a girlfriend as well as a fiance.
You got a fiance, you don't need a girlfriend.
You like her?
I like her.
Okay.
Just don't go see her all the time.
Jealousy is just this thing you know, we talked about it.
I'll be right back.
Jealousy is just this thing that, you notice what she's, I think, implying here is jealousy, it's this feeling, but you should disregard it. What if you shouldn't disregard it? What if the feeling, the intuition that you are viewing as jealousy or interpreting as jealousy, what if that is your moral conscience and your faculties of reason telling you that something is wrong? What if actually the thing that you're inferring?
I think that contradicts like most of the right wing's positions when it comes to feelings, is that like feelings have no relevancy in rationality, and jealousy is exactly that, a feeling. Alan Watts comes from the perspective that no feelings are necessarily wrong. Like for you to feel the feeling is not necessarily wrong or inherently wrong in itself. What leads to right and wrong is how you deal with those feelings. So I don't even think she's necessarily disregarding her jealousy. To go into the documentary, you would have to see how she deals with it. Repression of it is probably not a healthy form. but just simply assuming here that she's disregarding her feelings, even though we're getting like a 5-second clip of her feelings, that's just, again, overreaching an assumption based on how he feels of what marriage and relationships are supposed to go like.
To be this absolutely irrational kind of feeling is actually quite rational, and you're actually perceiving something, and you should.
But that's kind of the thing, is that feelings aren't always rationalized. We rationalize ourselves into feelings, and we rationalize our feelings on our perspective. I don't think you rationalize and then end up finding a feeling, even though that can happen. I just don't necessarily think that's what is happening in the context, and it's still very strange that he's arguing here that a feeling is rational and that's why you should feel it or deal with it. I think feelings are feelings, not irrational or rational. They are what they are, and then you can rationalize on what to do with them afterwards.
Heed the warnings of your conscience. I guess not, absolutely. That'd be crazy. That'd be so crazy.
Hi. What do you do?
We just have to have as much fun as they do.
It's a competition.
You told me you love me.
What do you say? You have secrets?
I've never done this before.
I want to stop.
If it wasn't for this film, would you leave me?
What's about to happen?
There's no I in threesome. That's funny. It's actually, there's exclusively an I in threesome, where it's just only about your desires and you thinking that you can have the good of love, true love, willing the good.
I mean, at this point too, he's kind of pretending that love isn't a two-way street and that somebody, like one person's desire overcomes the other. But I'm gonna guess in a healthy relationship that desires are equal. Two lanes,
the other person,
you know?
While at the same time having the pleasure of purely selfish sexual acts. And you can't, I'm not saying you can't, like I'm scolding you, like, no, you know, I'm moralizing or something. It is not possible because they're contradictory acts. So you have, because you can't have a thing in the opposite of that thing at the same time, you have to choose. But I gotta tell you, I don't know, this trailer actually looks pretty good. Because by the end, they're saying, oh, it's not working, and oh, you would leave me, and oh, maybe...
I feel like the only reason why he's interested in watching this documentary is because it looks like their relationship crumbles. He's getting the, what is that called? Schadenfreude? When people enjoy the pain of others. He's getting that, enjoyment out of it, knowing that their experiment did not work. That's why he's interested in seeing it.
This jealousy is real. So I don't know, it actually seems like kind of a at least somewhat promising trailer. Maybe it'll be.
I think what's interesting about the documentary is that it explores a relational experience that most people don't go through or really even have the understanding of. So I think it's very interesting to go through like the beginning steps to the end. And I think, yeah, it's definitely getting a view into that spectrum, but it's I'm not interested in seeing it for the same reasons Michael Knowles is. I don't know if they succeed or fail or if they end up getting a divorce, but it does make it really interesting when we live in a country with a 50% divorce rate and most of them are monogamous relationships. So, very interesting that he's only interested because it doesn't look like it's going to work.
It'll be a very conservative movie. Maybe I will have...
And then he's like, maybe it's a conservative movie. Because that's the only thing that fucking matters.
To watch this movie over the weekend. I don't know. In my extraordinarily bourgeois, sort of conventional conservative family here. Maybe we'll have to watch a movie about threesomes. I'll let you know.
I mean, I hope he does watch it. I hope he does. I just don't want to hear him talk about it again. There was like one more video that he had in here about personal relationships and a law.
Great.
That was really dumb. And then we'll get into the super stream of podcasts. Where did it go here? I don't know who didn't make a Rush Limbaugh video. Can anybody name one pundit of the right who didn't talk about Rush Limbaugh?
Ilhan Omar claims that the Republicans and conservatives are trying to subvert democracy. I don't think that's true. These terms, things like democracy, are very broad terms, so I want to bring it down to earth for a second. But I will make the broad claim. I think conservatives are much more interested in defending democracy than liberals and leftists and progressives and whatever term you want to use. And I'll give you an example of this that I think throws it into...
That's a very interesting point to take after their president party leader screamed about a fraudulent election in influencing thousands of his supporters to storm the Capitol in order to overturn the results of an election. Even so much as expecting Mike Pence to go against the Constitution and rule in favor of their wishes rather than the electoral votes. So that's very interesting that he would argue that point just shortly after that happened.
Stark relief down in Tennessee. There's
It's
a new
in
bill
Tennessee.
in the Tennessee General Assembly
Yeah.
that is trying to create a legal procedure by which a man can prohibit a woman from aborting his child. I love this bill. I think this is a great bill.
Why would he love this bill? That it like shuts down the woman's right to choose based on the man's right to choose.
SB 0494 in the Tennessee Senate and HB 1079 in the Tennessee House, sponsored by State Senator Mark Podday and State Rep Jerry Sexton. It, quote, permits a person to petition a court for an injunction to prohibit a woman who is pregnant with the person's unborn child from obtaining an abortion. We've been told by the left, men cannot have an opinion about abortion. Squishy Republicans say this too. Men should not have an opinion. This is a woman's issue. It only involves a woman's body. Of course, that's not true. It involves a baby.
Who lives
And
in
that
the woman's
baby,
body.
by the way, is not just the product of a woman. It's a product of the love between a man and a woman. It's not just the woman's child.
It's not in every case either. Is not every child is produced in a love between a man and a woman. That's an unfortunate reality we live in.
That she would be killing, but the man's child too. So I sort of would offer the exact opposite advice that we hear from the left, which is a man should have no opinion about abortion. I think a man should absolutely be able to prohibit an abortion. If we still have legal abortion, which is unfortunate, at the very least, the father should be able to stop a woman from killing his child.
That is very weird. In America, where we highlight like property rights as like the zenith of all things, like right next to the freedom of speech and owning a gun is the ownership of all of your property. And everybody's body is their own sole property. That's the first thing that you own. So him arguing that women immediately lose their right to their body as soon as sperm hits the egg. Gross.
This is very democratic.
I don't really have to. It's not democratic. Whoa.
How
is it democratic? Like, yeah, the dude's always allowed to voice their opinion, but by using government law to shut down the woman's choice, that's not democratic. That's overtly oppressive.
It's democratic. There's no constitutional right to an abortion.
And the Supreme Court does not agree with him. Like, no, there is a constitutional right. The Supreme Court chose on this.
There was an invented fictitious constitutional right.
Oh, okay. There's no constitutional right. There's just one that we make believe is right. Oh, okay. And that's not like how everything forms, right? We don't just come upon agreements on things that we totally made up, and that's how society functions, right?
From Roe versus Wade, that even honest liberal jurists will admit is nowhere in the Constitution. When you ask the constitutional scholars, you say, where is it in the Constitution you find that right? They'll say, well, it's in the emanations, in the penumbras, in between an invisible ink between lines 35 and 36. I don't see that in there. Of course, the Constitution doesn't say anything about abortion. The only thing it maybe could say about abortion actually is the 14th Amendment, which would prohibit abortion, right? By protecting people, equal protection. But
yeah, but we don't even afford a lot of our rights to children in general. So I don't know why we would start enforcing one right over almost all of them. Because I don't think kids are allowed to own guns. That breaks their Second Amendment right, doesn't it? Let's see. It struck down. Ruled that the Constitution of the United States protects a pregnant woman's liberty to choose to have an abortion without excessive government restriction. So, like, specifically, this law is going to get struck down in court anyways. So Tennessee's trying nonetheless, but it's going to get stricken down because it is the government trying to restrict a woman's choice. But maybe that's what they're planning on doing, is having it going all the way to the Supreme Court, and then Amy Coney Barrett will put her opinion on it and maybe overrule. I think that was like the whole highlight of having Amy Coney Barrett on there, not only for like re-rulings on what's it called, Obamacare, but also on Roe v. Wade, and trying to get new precedents to hold in court rather than Roe v. Wade, which has been protecting women for over 60 years.
The question broadly has been left up to democratic processes. You persuade your fellow citizens, okay, we should have abortion, legal abortion, or we should not have legal abortion, or we should permit this kind of abortion. Okay, well, that's what's going on in the Tennessee legislature right now. Certainly it's democratic to allow.
It's not democratic. It's like, that would be like a Handmaid's Tale kind of fucking like state at that point. If you have to go to your man for permission, that's more Handmaid's Tale fascism than, like, that's the closest thing that I think we have in legislation so far, if that passes. Like, there's nothing democratic about a man having more say than the woman.
Allow a man to have a say over the future.
Like the freedom of speech amendment allows you to voice your opinion, not to enforce it on people.
Of his child, in addition to the woman, adding that say would be an increase in democracy, would it not?
No.
You have the alternative, which is some robed lawyer on a court invents a right and takes away your political freedom to make a law.
Your political freedom to force the woman you impregnated to carry your child to term. Even if you're a deadbeat dad who beats her up, I don't know every case that would end up coming to this, but like, there's a lot of examples of how it's dangerous to force a woman to have a child with a man. No, this isn't democratic at all. That's a weird way to look at this.
Now, I hope conservatives get behind this bill. One, because it's pro-democracy or whatever. I just want to show that Ilhan Omar is a hypocrite. But also because this is offering some real substance here. Oh, you're pro-life? Okay, good. Then prove it. Put up or shut up. I think most of the pro-life activists, probably all pro-life activists, would support it. But I want Republicans, even who are moderate on this issue,
That's the thing about pro-life advocates, is that they're going to support anything that stops a woman from getting an abortion. They don't want abortions in general. So of course they're going to support a bill that restricts it.
Them to get behind this. There is no reason whatsoever that this bill should not pass in Tennessee. And as the states are laboratories of democracy, no reason why this shouldn't be tried out elsewhere in the country. We need to stop playing on the terms of the left. We need to stop allowing them to say, well, it's a woman's issue. Well, it's kind of touchy. Well, I don't know, it's a third rail. I don't want to touch it. No, touch it head on. If we're not willing to say that you shouldn't kill children, and if we do have a system where you can kill children, at least the dad should be able to stop it. If we're not willing to say that, we're not willing to say anything. And the left, they've already won. And we should just roll over, you know. They're promising to persecute.
Well, I mean, this is coming, like, his argument's entirely from the idea, the presupposition that a embryo 6 weeks or less into the pregnancy is already a child. So you would have to agree on that point in order for him to actually convince you of his point.
Conservatives right now, not just Trump, but all of us. The congressmen are saying this out loud. Media figures are saying this out loud. If we're not willing to stand up for ourselves, then let's have it be done with. I hope you enjoyed that clip from the Michael Knowles Show.
I guess if continually producing legislation to restrict the woman's right to abortion is you standing up, then, you know, I don't think you guys are sitting down anytime soon. All right, podcast super stream. Where it at? Of course, fresh on the Daily Wire payroll, on Ben Shapiro's podcast, in her political debut, ladies and gentlemen, Gina Carano.
And I do have hot blood, but it's usually hot blood when it deals with people being bullied. I don't have a problem with power. I have a huge problem with abuse of power.
She's blinking her eyes and in trouble. Here comes Carano. She got hit right in the nose.
Trained in Muay Thai and with an impressive 7-1 record in mixed martial arts competition, Gina Carano is seen as the face of women's MMA, paving the way for fighters like Ronda Rousey and Amanda Nunes. In 2009, she left professional fighting, but the reputation she carved out led to Hollywood action stardom. From her front and center role in the knockdown, drag-out thriller Haywire, to superhuman with incredible strength and invincibility in Deadpool, and most notably as crowd favorite Cara Dune in the hit Disney Plus show The Mandalorian. Gina also happens to be a conservative. She sure isn't shy about it either. Having been very vocal in 2020 on masking mandates, voter fraud, Black Lives Matter, and a particular note right now that's silencing and outrage for those with different views, there was heat from the Twitter mob repeatedly, often using the hashtag #FireGinaCarano. The hashtag swung back around last week. This time, Disney did just that. Gina has since been fired by Lucasfilm, which is owned by Disney, and has been removed from their flagship show, The Mandalorian. Their statement reads, quote, "For social media posts denigrating people based on their cultural and religious identities are abhorrent and unacceptable." She was dropped by UTA, the talent agency that repped her. She joins us today to unpack this unbelievable move and Hollywood's hypocrisy. We discuss how things escalated to this, if you should be canceling your Disney Plus account, which trended to the top of Twitter when the news of the firing broke, and whether or not this is the story that will finally break.
There's no fucking way I'm gonna stop watching The Simpsons because they fired Gina Carano. No. Shit's a classic.
Cancel culture's grip on American society. Hey, and welcome. This is the Ben Shapiro Show Sunday Special. The show is sponsored by ExpressVPN. If you don't like big tech and the government spying on you, questions at the end with Gina, the only way to get access to that, all of the full conversations with everyone.
I'm like,
you're part of the Gina Carano. Thanks so much for stopping by.
Thank you. I'm not just stopping by. I'm like,
you're part of the thing now.
I have no problems with Gina Carano as a person, but a lot of her posts do come off as like kind of that far right, a little bit of denial of reality, a little bit of misinformation mixed in with a little bit of disinformation, and a little bit I don't know, contempt towards leftists. But as a person, she's probably
I'm coming in
fine.
for the hugs.
So why don't we start with, the actual topic of the day, which is what exactly happened. You've said before that you felt like you were sort of on thin ice with Disney Plus and Lucasfilm for a while. What gave you that first indicator? First of all, why don't we start from the very beginning? How did you get cast in the show The Mandalorian to begin with?
So I was sitting on my couch and I was thinking, I really have to take this more seriously. I have to take acting more seriously. I have to really I have to give it my all. Because if I don't take myself seriously as an actor, then who else is going to? And as soon as I said that, 5 minutes later, my agent at the time called me and said, Jon Favreau wants to meet with you. I was like, yes, absolutely. And they were like, we don't know what it's about. And so we set up a meeting and Jon Favreau took me through. He's like, you don't know why you're here? And I'm like, no, but here's a bottle of wine. And I'm a big fan. And he took me through all of the concept art. And he's like, well, we're here to cast you as a part in our new Disney Plus series.
I like a lot of Jon Favreau's stuff. I think I didn't really like Iron Man 2, and I don't know if I can blame Jon Favreau for that, but it did seem to have like his type of script writing dialogue in it. And that was actually the thing that I hated most about Iron Man 2, is that literally every character was trying to get a punchline in every fucking scene that they were in. And that movie got on my nerves. It did. It's not the worst movie I've ever seen, but like when every character is trying to get a quip in every scene, I got annoyed, like genuinely like frustrated by how many quips were in one movie. And I don't know if I can blame Favreau for that.
And how quickly was it apparent to you that politics was going to be a problem?
It felt like
either in the production of the show or on the set or in any way.
The interesting thing I think about this whole political thing in me is I'm not like you. I've never been really interested in politics. And then as soon as I started seeing what was happening, I guess in 2020, I started looking up like, well, maybe the adults don't have it under control. And maybe I'm an adult now, and maybe I have a responsibility to pay attention. And I guess when we first started having, problems was it had to have been on the pronoun usage. I think was the first problem. Maybe before that. Well, because I was really upset about the shutdowns. I know what it's like to be working and then not to work, and then I know the depression that comes with not working, because my job has been on and off its entire life. You got a job and then you sit out a year, and you got a job and you sit out, and not having a job and not having purposes, it's devastating. You go through a depression. It's not.
I think what's more devastating than not having a purpose is not having the basic necessities to live. I think work is a little bit, if people are doing the work that they are passionate about, then there's much more deeper meaning and purpose in it. But simply having work and that giving you purpose, I don't think that fits to every single individual. That kind of even serves into alienation. Most people, especially Amazon warehouse workers, can feel alienated from their labor, mainly because most of the money's flowing all the way to the top and they're told what to do, when to do it. And there's been several protests with the PPE and how they responded to the pandemic with their workers. So, I mean, there's a little bit more into not having work and then not having meaning. I think there's a little bit more to dive in there, but of course, Gina Carano seems to have had really good careers of doing stuff that she was passionate about, such as MMA fighting and what was the other one? And acting. Those are pretty big jobs that can make somebody feel very important and very meaningful. But a cashier at Safeway, I don't think is going to feel that connection as deeply as an MMA fighter or an action star. So. Yeah.
Consistent. Mm-hmm. And I think I do good with consistency.
Can you take us through sort of the controversy over the transgender pronoun? Because that was the first time you started really trending on Twitter for politics.
I ended up putting beep bop boop in my Twitter bio. And 100%, it was 100% to go to the Twitter mob that was telling you what to do. And it had zero to do with trying to go after the transgendered community.
And so, the better thing to do when there's, a mob coming at you is to anger them further by making fun of transgendered people and their pronoun preferences. That is probably the best action you can take, rather than ignoring the bunch of nameless, faceless people who are attacking you on a website that is made solely for that. So, of course, the best option you should do is react by pissing them off even more, by attacking another marginalized group. Yes, key.
Community, because I would never do that. I'm just me personally, I'm not trying to target anybody or go out after anybody. And so as soon as I saw people started taking that wrong, I put right after that, I was like, no, beep bop boop was me just saying, I literally said to my friend, I was like, let's put something in my bio just to show I can put whatever I want in my bio. Just like they put whatever they want in their bio, Trash Panda and all this stuff. And so.
But why are you conflating Trash Bandit to transgendered people's pronoun preferential? Because their pronoun preferential extends further into actual society. Nobody goes into a meeting and says, I identify as Trash Bandit, because even that too is also knocking the pronoun preferentiality agreement that right-wingers can't seem to agree on. They don't like calling people by the pronouns they prefer.
So I just put these noises in my bio, and then there was this crazy meltdown. It was just a big, massive meltdown, and all of the fear and all of the stuff goes straight through your skin, and you start whoa, what is happening? Well, I told you I didn't mean this towards this community, and you're misunderstanding it. And it was just a shockwave went through my.
It's very weird too, because she says that it wasn't steered towards that community, it was unintentionally discriminating against that community, but it's very specific to that community. So I don't know how she wasn't able to connect the dots.
Body. So I was like, oh, this is what this feels like. This is uncomfortable.
So Disney came to you and presumably Lucasfilm and asked you to put out some sort of apology, or how did they deal with that?
I had a publicist at the time, and they said, you have to put out an apology. This is messed up. This is awful. And I was like, okay. I did say right after that tweet, I clarified for everybody, this was not directed towards the transgender community in any way. And I've also been watching celebrities apologize left and right, and it's very ingenuine. And I said, can you just give me a moment because I'm kind of feeling emotional right now. And can I just do my own research, And so, they were like, okay, yeah, do your research, but you need to get on the phone tomorrow with our LGBTQ transgender section. And I was like, I'm feeling very emotional. Can you give me a second? And they said, no, you need to do this now. And so I did. I was like, okay, we have to do it now, then let's do it now. And so I watched their documentary and I got on the phone with them. And they basically were, just two very gentle people. And they were like, we're sorry, you stepped in what they call a landmine. And we can tell, you're not cured against us. And they actually reported back to Disney and Lucasfilm, they thought it would be a bad idea if they canceled me, or if they let this affect anything, because I got on the phone with them and I said, hey, I got on Zoom with them and I explained, hey, I just, I don't have any hate in my heart for anyone. I stepped in the landmine.
And after that, you've said before that the Disney Lucasfilm folks said that you weren't basically to do any press after that for The Mandalorian.
Yeah, so we went through this really long thing where it was like back and forth. They wanted me to say this. I felt like it was ingenuine. I wrote out like this massive thing that said, I have it. And everything that I read through it. And I was like, oh my gosh, if I put out this statement now, it'd actually be very enlightening to how I was feeling a year ago. But they didn't want that. They didn't want that. I think, they thought, I was already taking too much attention off of The Mandalorian, which it was not my intention, because I know how hard everybody works on it. Because we got down to this like statement within like 2 words. Like almost like 2 words, this ridiculous thing. And they were like, and they just said it was not apologetic enough. And I was like, it was shocking. Like, I want to communicate. They wanted.
The thing is like to do a proper apology, you have to like acknowledge what you did wrong and feel remorse towards that. And for someone to give like an apology without having those feelings is, a basically meaningless apology. So I get where she's coming from. She doesn't really even feel like she did anything wrong. And I don't think like her rhetoric was like, targeted or towards anybody, but it was careless and it didn't actually think about other human beings and on how it would affect them. So I just think that her speaking may like represent how a lot of conservatives feel, but how a lot of conservatives feel is a little bit careless towards the people that they don't deem as respectable, productive members of society. So you're like, when you espouse this information, you unknowingly or maybe unwittingly end up downplaying these people's existences, and she maybe isn't still connecting those dots.
Wanted me to get, and all of these Lucasfilm employees are railing me on their websites. One of them, creative director, had a GoFundMe, and in the GoFundMe bio, it was like, "This is because our ignorant actress," and and like it was like you. So they wanted me to get on the phone with like 40 of their LGBTQ community, not on the phone, on Zoom. And I felt like you're all these people, all your employees are slandering the hell out of me right now. You think I want to get on a video where they can then film it, And I felt very kind of insecure about that. So what I offered them was, the restaurants at the time had, started opening back up. And I was like, let me take, 4 or 5 of them out to dinner, and it'd be a person to person. You can look me in my eyes, I can look you in your eyes, and let's have a genuine conversation. And I think it's also a bit abusive that you want me to talk to 40 people and hear 40 people. Like, I just that have been slandering, like, and maybe not all of them have been slandering me, but a lot of them probably had. And it was just like, wait, I don't feel like I've really like deserved this, you know? I mean, don't you guys see what's happening online? It's like all these bots. It's not even like faces. It's not real people. It's just, and it feels like I don't know who these people are. Children or just bots or whoever the hell these people are.
Twitter rage mob.
Yeah, and they're awful. And I actually asked the LGBTQ community leaders for the trans section. I was like, why don't you guys address that? It might be healthier if you address.
Honestly, do you think that like one organization is able to control a bunch of people on Twitter? Like the whoever these LGBTQ people are just going to put out a statement, say, stand back and stand by. Don't tweet at anybody. It hurts our movement. Like, of course not. These are people who just react to getting angry because they themselves are angry about certain situations. And Twitter allows you to say it directly to celebrities or political leaders or what have you. So it's an unfortunate side effect of allowing people to be on this platform. There's no way anybody ever is going to be able to control a quote unquote Twitter rage mob into doing something and not doing something. Like the conservatives have the same exact rage mob. Like you can go and follow AOC's page and just go in the comments and she has her own rage mob as well. So like what? No, that's no.
That's what's happening. The aggressive push. And they didn't really have an answer to that.
So in a second, I want to ask you about
random individuals.
How that ended up playing out over the subsequent few months, because we're moving through the sort of timeline here. We'll get to that in just 1 second. First, there's never been a more important express your activity, my computer, which is sensitive and instantaneously used, and to be
this is a long advertisement.
Express it. So
oh my god,
you had this.
I think it's hilarious too that he like invites people onto his pod, or he invites people on their pod and doesn't have pre-recorded like advertisements, that he just does them while they sit there and watch him doing them. Why not pre-record these and insert them later to have a more fluent conversation? It's so oddly robotic to just be like, well, we're going to get into your acting career, but first, ExpressVPN. It's very weird.
This run-in with the higher-ups with regard to LGBTQ issues, that was, essentially solved, but at the same time, they told you not to go on the press junkets, and they didn't want you speaking to the press. And then things, it seems like, were pretty quiet up until about November. And the Hollywood Reporter later came out and they reported that Disney Plus and Lucasfilm were thinking about a spinoff for The Mandalorian where you would have a big role. They were going to present that to investors, and they decided that they were essentially going to kill that based on a couple of social media posts that you put up in November, particularly one with regard to voter fraud, and then one with regard to masks. So can you talk a little bit about that, and did they ever convey this to you?
Yeah, so I mean, they actually sent over a media trainer, which I felt like, okay, I'm down, like come on over. And she came in and she crossed her arms, she had her glasses on, and she sat in the corner, and she's been very cold. And she's in my house. And I asked her, I'm like, do you think you can take off your glasses so I can look you in your eyes and so we can have a conversation? Because, and she was like,
I hope they were sunglasses, because if they're regular glasses, that's weird. They need those, but I'm gonna assume they're sunglasses.
Ready to hate me, I think.
Those
and then,
sunglasses.
we went and we then sat down on the couch and we had a lovely conversation. And she said, look, you offered a logical answer to an emotional response, and that's not what they respond to. They're only going to. It only helps if you offer an emotional response to emotional response, and that's what she told me. And I was like, well, I get that, but why can't you offer a logical answer? I mean,
because depending on whatever logical answer you give, it comes off a little unempathetic. More logic is a much more it's an entropy kind of feeling, and it's dispassionate. So if you're gonna come at somebody who's having an emotional episode, and you just keep berating them with facts and logics on how their feelings are wrong, you're not gonna de-escalate a situation. You're just gonna, it's kind of like steamrolling them.
That should be your right to. My logical answer was, you guys kind of misinterpreted that, and there also is this massive mob out there that's just bullying bullying people left and right. So I had a great conversation with her, and she left beaming, and I you know, it was a great conversation. It was not a problem. And then, I don't know, I voted.
and that really is, even according to the sources that have talked to the Hollywood media, essentially what happened is that they were still getting ready to feature you in the Disney shareholder meeting and all of this, and then decided that they were not going to do any of that. And according to people speaking to the Hollywood Reporter, they decided months in advance that they were essentially looking for an excuse to get rid of you. Had they conveyed any of that to you, or how did you find out that they had decided not to bring you on for more at Disney Plus and Lucasfilm?
You know, like boxers headhunt sometimes and they forget to go to the body. I feel like Disney or Lucasfilm or whoever it is, maybe just certain people in that company, I feel like I've been being headhunted for the last, I don't know how many months. And you can feel it, you know, like just a couple weeks ago, Lucasfilm asked an artist that they employ to erase my character and put a different character in place. And, you know, he proudly announces this on Twitter and erases my character and puts, you know, another character in place. And all of the fans of Cara Dune were just outraged. You know, they're like, why didn't you just add the character? Why did you have to take off the character? Is there something wrong? Is Gina getting fired? I've been through so much, and I've seen so much now clearly of like the bullying that's been taking place. And I saw it before. It's not like, I mean, I'm not the only one that's ever been bullied by this company. And I know that so deeply that I could.
It's very fascinating. I didn't know that she was being bullied by Disney and Lucasfilm. I thought it was the Twitter rage mob that was bullying her, but apparently there's just more than one bully.
Share a story and it would turn things around in the media, but I can't do that because it would be selling out. A friend that I don't really have the same views as, but I'm not gonna, you know, sell.
I don't necessarily think like changing your beliefs, like if you're convinced into a new position, that's not selling out. I think if like you take the route to change all of your beliefs in order to make money, that's probably more selling out. And that's probably how she felt, is that if she changed her beliefs in order to make money, then she would be selling out. But I think that also too, if she maybe understood other people's positions a little bit more, there might be like an actual authentic apology to come out of this, and then maybe she would make money without having that on her conscience.
Somebody to take the attention off me. So if that person said something about how hard I went to bat for that person.
She does seem like a really nice person,
things,
though,
but
who could beat the shit out of me.
Everybody's afraid of losing their job.
So they announced publicly that you're not coming back after this post that you put on social media, and we'll get to the content of the post in just a second. Did they ever come to you and ask for an apology? Did they ever come to you and coordinate with you in any way? Or did you just essentially pick up a newspaper one day and you read that you were no longer on the show?
I looked on the internet and, you know, you check your Twitter and I'm trending, and the Fire Gina Carano hashtag worked.
So Disney never contacted you and asked for some sort of back down or some sort of explanation. It was just, you're done, and you find out essentially the same way everybody else did?
Well, yeah. I mean, I saw somebody.
But the thing is that like when she did get fired for this instance, it wasn't the first time it was brought up. Like we just talked about the previous time when she had to coordinate with like a media trainer, and she had to do an apology, and she had to watch the documentary. So like having like a second warning, or maybe even if this is the third warning, because there was the masks issue, there was the transgender issue, and then we have the Holocaust comparison to conservatives issue that got her fired. That sounds like 3 separate occasions where they had to talk to her about her public appearances. But she's not necessarily answering the question if she had to be talked to this specific time.
From the company accidentally sent me a conversation of that they were tracking the Fire Gina Carano hashtag on content that had nothing to do with me. It was actually like had zero to do with me. And then all of a sudden, I always get thrown in the mix. Like, okay, so this is trending, but let's put her in there, Fire Gina Carano. And They accidentally sent me an email, which was very enlightening. So I knew they were paying attention. I know that there's some people that went to bat for me, but I know that they didn't really win out in the end.
So let's talk about some of the controversial social media posts, because I think it's good for you to be able to explain exactly what you meant by this stuff, since people have deliberately misinterpreted nearly everything.
Yeah.
Let's also remember that Ben Shapiro has like a page dedicated to the stupid stuff he has said, where like if he put out a Twitter post or an article that came off as xenophobic or racist, that he then adds that to his "I'm somewhat sorry for saying these things" article. So it's great to have Ben Shapiro now coordinating an interview about, let's go over your past discretionary tweets.
Yeah.
So there are a few of them. There was the one right after the election in which you essentially said something that I think virtually all conservatives believe, which is if you want to stop voter fraud, you need a voter ID. We need to tighten up the voter procedures. For some reason, people found this very controversial.
Right.
So that one seemed...
Because it peddles the exact same narrative that Trump used in order to have thousands of his supporters storm the Capitol. If you cannot connect that dot, then you are not acting in good faith with this discussion.
fairly self-explanatory to me.
Yeah, well, this is not something I say with pride, but it was my first time voting. I have never voted before. And I know I'm late to the game here, but I never really thought that.
Hey, if you don't want to vote, don't vote. I can completely understand that position because the system seems disaffected to a lot of people. So if you don't want to vote, don't vote. There's absolutely no responsibility to participate in a system that you see as unfit to represent you.
That it counted, and politicians had never really turned me on. And so I don't pay attention to things that don't really turn me on. I pay my taxes, and I pay a lot of taxes. And so I just figure, okay, I'm doing my duty, and I'm just going to keep on fighting. What I've been trying to do is just get my career going and keep on plugging through to where I can get, this bigger opportunity. The mail-in thing, we got an extra mail-in. Everybody I talked to got an extra mail-in ballot. And so I'm like, okay, so this is my first time voting. I'm going to go in and I'm going to take this and I'm going to do my part so that way I can actually talk about it. Because everybody says, you can't talk about it unless you vote. And so I agreed with them. So I never talked about it. And then when I went in, I was ready with my ID, and I've got and they just asked my name and they asked my address. And I don't even remember if there was a signature required or not. And we have masks over our face. And I'm ready with my ID to vote because that's what, And they were like, no, you're fine, just go. And I was like, what? You're not going to check this? This is an important thing that I'm trying to do right now. I'm actually, I want this to count. And so that was very confusing for me. And so when the election, happened.
And I find it very strange that her one kind of off-put experience with mail-in voting is proof that there's probably much more fraud going on, when in reality this election so far through investigations, there's no more fraud than there is any other year. So if you're going to base your argument off your own anecdotal experience, I think it would be good to provide some data to back it up. Otherwise, you have one person's experience defining an entire story.
Happened and everything was, I was just like, wait, why? I feel like there's a lot of outrage about this, and this is confusing to me as a newcomer.
And the only reason why there was that much outrage around it is because the president started screaming about it as early as the election started. He tweeted, "This is going to be the most fraudulent election in American history." And then right-wing pundits, thought leaders, talking heads with millions listening to their platforms perpetuated this story. So of course there's going to be a lot of outrage.
This, and so I just thought, well, the experience I went through was there was no ID, there was no cameras. It was on the beach, actually. It was in this little hut on the beach, and it was very, I thought that this could be a positive thing, and we should probably jump on this now if this would ever be a future, because people in 2016 were talking about it. So it's not something that nobody was ever talking about. And so I was like, well,
nobody in 2016 was talking about mail-in voter fraud. That became the narrative when Trump started peddling it. The narrative in 2016 was wondering how much foreign governments had affected our political discourse through social media. So it's not really the same exact conversation going on here. But it seems every 4 years now, we question the integrity of our elections, especially if the person we don't like wins.
Let's get to the point as a nation where we don't have to really question this anymore, because I think that's a really dangerous thing. And I wanted this.
I don't agree. I don't agree with that point wholeheartedly either. Like, there should definitely be investigations and questioning of integrity of election. I just don't think it should be perpetuated the way that Trump did, which was like solely on misinformation and even trying to convince state attorneys to find votes that didn't exist.
All to end. And I wanted it to be like, okay, this is your new president, or this is the remaining president, and let's get past it and like join and go. And
everybody did that except for Donald Trump, who then influenced millions of his supporters to do the same. So I don't know. I can't believe she can't see the connection between one president starting a narrative and others simply repeating it. And then she becomes a worker of that same media that pushed it around. She's on the Daily Wire payroll now that they've started their own movie company. She's going to be one of their star actresses.
It didn't stop at, it didn't stop from there. And I wanted everything to stop from there. And so that's why I put out that post.
So as I say, that one was, to my eyes, very uncontroversial. Then you put up one that, again, was fairly commonplace thought in conservative circles. You put up a meme about taking the mask off your eyes so you can see what's really going on.
Right, yeah.
And the way I interpreted that, and virtually every other conservative I know, was all you were saying is that a lot of the stuff that's been presented about COVID has been exaggerated or not based on science or based on politics.
A third of COVID misinformation came from Donald Trump while he was president. Who do we have to blame for that, Ben? Who do we have to blame for that?
It's just bouncing around. It's just been bouncing back and forth. And it's like masks are bad. Okay, now masks are good. And now, it's just been like all over the place. So since we're sitting there like, wait.
And it's also like they have this weird expectation that as soon as a virus just starts ravaging people, that we should immediately understand the effects, the cause, the preparation, and things to do to stop it from spread. We should just know everything immediately as soon as it happens. That's very weird, because as the virus progresses, data is going to change, and then our reaction to the data is going to be affected after that. So the second we get another modified virus that has different properties than coronavirus, we're going to have to do something in reaction to that. And then as time progresses on and data changes, we also too change our reactions to it. So it's very weird that conservatives from the very beginning have expected this very rigid, this is how we respond to this virus immediately, rather than actually using, let's say, the scientific method to figure out how we're supposed to proceed with the changing data. That's very weird that they've always just expected that.
What is going on? Just confusion. So with that one though, I live in California, and I've seen the hypocrisy that's been happening. They're going to the French Laundry and they don't have masks on, and there's just been so much hypocrisy, and they have those little edited videos where you can see the Democrat leaders just completely the hypocrite. It was I just always laugh. I'm like, this is
And there's a severe problem in her bias, is that Democrats are the only ones who are totally inept, especially in their COVID response. I think both sides have been deep failures in the response to this pandemic, and I think that's highlighted through seeing the statistics of our country against countries around the world who have different political parties and different leaders in the same predicament.
Hypocrisy 2020. And so I just put that out because I thought that was a good way to convey that we need to start paying attention to the hypocrisy. So for me, it was just open your eyes.
So those two, again, were really, to my eyes, for conservatives particularly, very uncontroversial. Then we got to the one that they decided was worthwhile getting rid of you over. We'll get to the social media post.
another advertisement. But of course, like Ben says, these are very uncontroversial issues for conservatives, but that's because they have the axiom of agreeing on this misinformation that is reactionary to the left's response. Not even the left, but the liberals' response to the pandemic. So, like, of course, they agree on their own axioms, but constantly react to disagree with any liberal axiom. So, like, that's what we're seeing in this divide with political parties and ideologies, is that one side refuses to agree with the other side, and the other side is saying we're going solely off of science, even though they also, too, do their own elitist bullshit that says I can do the things I want to do, and you have to shut down your business. So, I don't know. It does seem that, like, by highlighting only the Democrat hypocrisy, we're ignoring the Republican unwillingness to do anything.
Post that had to do with the Holocaust in just 1 second. First, let's talk about your sleep. Carano.
We're going to talk about her meme with the Holocaust, but first, mattresses. Like, seriously, Ben, can you please just be like, we'll be right back after this short message, and then have your pre-recorded message. This is a little pet peeve of mine. It's very weird to just like break off a conversation while they're still sitting there to then talk about mattresses. It's so weird.
Let's talk about the social media post that brought the world down around your ears. This is a social media post in which essentially you were making the argument that bad things, the way you treat your neighbor can slide over into actual oppression of your neighbor. So there's a picture of a woman, a Jewish woman in the Holocaust running away from Germans, and the caption essentially made the argument that Nazis didn't start by killing people and common Germans didn't start by going along with the Holocaust. This all started by people dehumanizing people who lived next door to them. Mm-hmm. And the reaction to this was that somehow you were attempting to downplay the Holocaust, or that you were comparing Republicans to Holocaust victims, or something like that. I wanted to give you a chance to sort of explain.
It downplays the Jewish experience during Nazi Germany to conflate the idea that conservatives having their positions disagreed upon, especially when they're so steeped in misinformation and conspiracies, that like that is similar to a Jewish person being exiled into a concentration camp, does degrade the experience of that person. What a privilege it is to have your voice silenced and cry out, "I'm persecuted." Like, and it's not even on a First Amendment level. It's not on a First Amendment level. We're dealing with private companies, which we have allowed to have their own policy that overrides the Constitution for the entire existence of this country.
And what you were thinking and what you meant by that.
So if honestly, if you don't like how conservatives are being shut down by companies, then we need to change the structures of companies. And that doesn't mean by having conservative leaders at the top of it, because then that speech is then going to be turned on its head against their opposition.
I am so inspired by like the gentle spirit of the Jewish people going through that time. And, you know, like you watch, I think.
I mean, it's fascinating to say that they had gentle spirit, as if there probably weren't insurgents fighting against the Nazi regime. But the thing is, too, is that Hitler took their guns. So even if the Jewish didn't want to be gentle, they didn't have a lot to back themselves up.
I think I watched this older Holocaust survivor, her court case, and they found this old Nazi man, and he was old, and they like rolled him in on a stretcher, and like they really played this up. And she forgave him. She forgave him in court after putting her through what he did, and she faced him. And I'm always so inspired by these stories. And I always wondered, like, how did that happen? You know what I mean? So when
I respect her too for forgiving that Nazi soldier, but I also wouldn't blame them either if they chose not to forgive them. I don't think that they should have the choice to then put a bullet in their head immediately, but I don't think that a Jewish person has to forgive Nazis ever. I don't think that has to ever happen in order to have balance in the universe.
I posted that, it wasn't something that I felt like was controversial. It was something that I thought, well, maybe all of us need to ask ourselves how that happened. Because, it's important. The post.
But that's so interesting that you're going to highlight conservatives and completely ignore the asylum seekers and the refugees who are much closer to the Jewish experience in Nazi Germany than conservatives, especially upper echelon conservatives, are facing.
Never said anything about Republicans or conservatives. It doesn't say anything about that in there. It was more about, like, you know, people tearing each other apart. And
No, I'm pretty sure she put conservatives in there. I'm pretty sure she said conservatives. I don't, let's see. They had to have saved it. Because I'm pretty sure that she said conservatives. Maybe the meme didn't, but I'm pretty sure she did. This is a terrible news website. Fuck you, Pinterest. I don't think the post was really anti-Semitic either. I think it was just a little careless and kind of ignorant of history. Okay. No, she's right. It doesn't say conservatives. It just merely insinuates conservatives by saying hating someone for their political views, and that is completely tied to the idea that conservatives are the most oppressed people in America.
I thought it would be more of a thing where you know, bring people together. I was like, oh, this is like, you know, bring people together. But now after hearing so much, you know, and I'm actually grown through the experience of just knowing that, you know, that's it's not fair to the Jewish community to you know, just throw this out here so much. You know, like when you say the word Nazi and when you call someone a Nazi, and you know, you need to have a little bit more respect on it. And so, like, I understand that, but it was no way in my intention. You know, I've got every single big publication saying she's comparing conservatives and Republicans to this.
See, and it's never really her intention with any of these things that she's done in the people that she's hurt. But the fascinating thing here is that whenever conservatives voice their opinion, especially in these kind of matters, it does hurt people. So, like, even if you're unintentionally doing so, you have to realize that your ideology is pretty exclusive in the people that it protects.
And that's not really what I was doing. I was saying we as a people, because I still am very fresh to this political, you know, spectrum.
Get out while you can, Gina. Just get out. It's not worth it, man. It's not worth it.
I mean, I have love for everyone. I'm not a hateful person. In fact,
I genuinely believe that she believes that. But the unfortunate thing is that the rhetoric and the ideology that she supports do marginalize people, and a lot of specific people, and the ones that have responded to her posts. So while you don't intend to do these things, unfortunately, your ideology does.
I go out of my way, and I have gone out of my way my entire life not to be a hateful person. I mean, yeah, I fought in the ring, and I do have hot blood, but it's usually hot blood when it deals with people being bullied. And when I saw people being bullied that were silenced and scared to speak, I don't want to speak. I want to create art, you know? But I have a big problem with bullies, and I have a big problem with, you know, I don't have a problem with power. I have a huge problem with abuse of power.
Well, I mean, it was fair. It was obvious to everybody, and I said this to you when we first spoke, that it was obvious that this had nothing to do with anti-Semitism. The post obviously was not anti-Semitic. You'd have to completely twist the post backwards in order to get to the idea that it was anti-Semitic, since it was specifically decrying the treatment of Jews. It was saying what happened to Jews was evil, and this should never happen again, and that's why you should be careful about how you treat your neighbor.
Yeah.
You know, the Jewish community is, I think, properly very sensitive about Holocaust comparisons, and so, you know, I myself on my show said that we have to be careful about when we invoke the Holocaust. But here's the thing: Disney Plus and Lucasfilm don't care how you invoke the Holocaust if you happen to be of a different political persuasion.
No.
And I pointed out on Twitter right away, as soon as this broke, that Pedro Pascal, who is your co-star in The Mandalorian, the lead in that show, that Pedro Pascal had put out a Holocaust meme in 2018 in which he not only got the facts wrong. He actually posted a picture from not the American border in 2018 and called it America 2018. He then compared the treatment of migrant children in 2018 to...
I've heard people continually say that the meme that he put up isn't from where he says it's from, and I've never seen anybody support that with evidence. But the other thing is, too, is that comparing the asylum seekers' treatment at the border, which is to criminally charge all of them so that they stay detained in these overcrowded detention centers, with, on top of those criminal charges, separating their families, much closer apt comparison to the persecution faced by Jews from the Nazi government. Much more closer apt comparison. And that's why I'm not as upset with Pedro Pascal putting that meme up. It's much more apt. To think that conservatives are anywhere close to the Jewish experience in Nazi Germany degrades the experience of those people. That is the fundamental issue here. I actually don't see any anti-Semitism in the post that she put. I just think that it downplays their experience into thinking that conservatives having a hard time espousing their beliefs is any remotely close to a Jewish person being persecuted simply for existing.
Victims of the Holocaust in 1941, which is absolutely absurd on every level. And of course, Disney Plus and Lucasfilm had no problem with that whatsoever. They never said anything about it. They never responded to the comparison. They never said that it was anti-Jewish or anti-Semitic to make that comparison in any way. There was pretty obviously a double standard at play here.
Oh, and there has been. I mean, they've been all over me, and they've been watching me like a hawk. And I'm watching, other people.
And it's because of the controversy that comes around you. Like, you attract the mob with the things that you say, and so Disney's going to pay attention to you as well because you're attracting a mob. Pedro Pascal has not attracted any mob. I'm pretty sure everybody loves Pedro.
People on the same production, and they can say everything they want, and that's where I had a problem. I had a problem because I wasn't going along with the narrative, and
you don't have to go along with the narrative. You're actually pushing disinformation that Ben Shapiro also participates in, and that's why you're employed by him now. That's the crux of it. Like, Chris Pratt is a conservative, and he's still in the Guardians of the Galaxy. Come on. Like, he's still working for Marvel. I don't know who else is a conservative inside of Marvel's big superhero experience, but Chris Pratt is the perfect example of a conservative who is not persecuted because of his conservatism. It's obviously about the things that come from your brain, out of your mouth.
And you know what? I adore Pedro. I adore him. I know he's said and done some hurtful things. I don't think that posting anybody's number on social media is okay. But I know that, he thinks a lot of the stuff that I post, but there's so much love there still, and we had agreement after we realized we were a little bit politically different. We had an agreement that first and foremost, you're a human being.
Yep.
And you're my friend first. And the two sides that, were trying to drag us apart because we're both passionate. And, and that's what's been really crazy is you see these people over here being so passionate. You see people over here being so passionate. And I love that we're just both passionate, and we think a little bit differently, I think, through our different experiences. So I know that, we both have misstepped on our tweets. We're not perfect. We're human beings. But he's not a bad human being. He's a sweet person.
Well, I don't think anybody thinks that any different. I think that the disparate treatment is the part that was kind of shocking.
Yeah.
It was one meme that invoked the Holocaust to say we shouldn't treat each other badly is fireable, and the other meme that compares Americans trying to deal with a problem of migrant children at the border to the Holocaust, that is perfectly acceptable to Disney Plus and Lucasfilm.
Yeah.
And then you saw the backfilled sort of post...
Because government policy is much more similar to the 1940s Germany. It's not that it's exactly the same policy as Nazi Germany, but it's definitely a lot closer. Criminally charging asylum seekers in the same way that they criminally charged Jewish people. Policy-wise, it's closer.
Facto explanation, because it became very clear to even a lot of members of sort of the traditional liberal camp that what had just happened to you was wrong. You had people like Jonathan Chait, who is a traditional liberal, saying that this is like McCarthyism. You had people who are traditionally liberal saying that it's a mistake, that the censorship of a particular point of view, and that it was pretty obvious that you were being silenced and canceled because you were conservative. And so at that point, you saw the left swing into action and start resurfacing old media posts and then declaring those anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
So this is when they resurfaced a December 2020 post that was a meme of essentially a bunch of old men, no distinguishing anti-Semitic features, which we'll discuss in a second, sitting over a Monopoly board. And the meme said something like, and the Monopoly board is sitting on the backs of people who appear to be slaves. And the meme says something like, if they stand up, then if we all stand up, the game is over.
Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is registered a Republican. Literally one of the biggest movie stars. There's no reason that any of them should claim that they are being targeted because they are conservative. Dwayne the motherfucking Rock. Come on. Like, seriously, you can't. You can't even claim that. It's The Rock, man. Big boy from Outkast? No fucking way. Oh, he's a libertarian? Alright. Adam Sandler. Are you kidding me? It says Adam Sandler, man. Alright. Again, it keeps working. The Rock and Adam Sandler keep working, so I don't think anybody's being targeted for who they represent, but rather what leaves their brain and enters everybody else's.
Yeah.
And the implication was made that this was an anti-Semitic meme and that you had known it was an anti-Semitic meme when it was posted. So I want to give you a chance to explain what you were thinking when you posted that meme. Because just for those who don't know, the history of the meme itself, it was a meme that was posted by allies of Jeremy Corbyn, essentially in Great Britain. The original meme had very Semitic featured people. It was fairly obviously anti-Semitic. It had characters essentially from Der Stürmer, the Nazi newspaper with the hooked noses and the beady eyes and all this. This version that you posted didn't have any of that. So if you were not very deeply into politics, it's very difficult to imagine that you would even make that connection.
Right. And so usually I like to post think pieces. And what I found is those are what get me in the trouble the most, because that's when everybody starts putting their opinion out there. It's like, like the last posted, they were like, oh, look at what she said. And I was like, why don't you guys do your homework a little better? Like, it doesn't say Republican and conservative in that post, And so when people started saying that the game, where if everybody would just stand up, I thought that once again, I thought that was something that we could all join in on. And I had no idea, obviously no idea, that the original one had been, I didn't know who those men were. But then I saw what they were saying, and then I saw the post, and I saw the picture, and they were two different pictures. And so I really didn't know. I'm like, okay, so do I take that down? Like, do I take that down when it's not the same picture? But
what
the
up,
origins
kid?
were, because the idea in itself is that if we all join together, once again, like my other one, if we all join together and stand up, if you really go through what I'm posting, I post something because I want people to think, and I want to hear what people have to think. And when people are calling me, I've been called so much. Like I've been called racist. I've been called transphobe. I've been called homophobe. I've been called now anti-Semitic. And I'm like, I don't take those lightly. Like, you're calling me, my soul, the blood that runs through me, you're calling me that. And I blocked so many people. I'm like, you say that once to me, like, you're done. I don't want to talk to you ever again. I don't want to see you on my feed. That was a lot of blocking. They're like, oh, she's got a blockchain. And I'm like, no, I'm doing it. Like, I'm pissed. Like, you just insulted me and my heart and my soul. Because I honestly do. I've gone out of my way. I know
you got
everybody
music?
On the set of
Is it on YouTube?
Or any set I've been on. My actions towards other human beings have spoken for themselves. And I'm not a perfect human being. I have so much to learn, and I am gonna make mistakes. But I know everybody on that set And I know that even the people that were
Shoot the
gunning
link
for me, like, I know that so many people that have met me and worked with me, I know that's why we might be seeing, I go out of my way to make sure. I am the one that on sets people come and cry to. I'm the one that sticks up for someone if they're being like, hey, this is enough, this person needs out of this. Like, they can't.
Look, I'm not gonna say that Gina Carano is not a nice person. I just think that like she's unaware of what consequences her words have. So like, not even necessarily ignorant either. I just think like she's just not aware of like, I don't know, either the certain political beliefs or identity politics that are going on with a lot of people that don't, that aren't her. But I don't know how to say your name. Aesthetic Kid? I'd say shoot the link and I'll check it out right after this episode.
Breathe. And I've always been like that. I've stuck up for like minorities everywhere. I've gotten in fist fights, I've been in actual fights growing up in Las Vegas because I cannot stand bullying. And so, yeah, I think I just wanted people to think, and I put up something and people were putting their own perspective and spin on it, and then they put words into my mouth that I never say. And then they start, then it starts trending in all these, these big newspapers and news articles. And you're like, do you know me? Like, get to know me. Like I told, they're transgender people.
But if you're willing to,
I'll look you in your eyes.
Hang through me through this episode, I'm totally down to check it out. I just need to get through this first pod. It's Pod Podday.
You're not gonna feel hate. I promise you.
So in a second, I want to ask you about the decision to come work with us, because that's obviously something unique. It's never been done.
What genre
in
is
terms
it?
of somebody from Hollywood saying, you know what, I can work over here and I'm just going to go do that. So let's talk about that in just 1 second. First, we have to talk about life insurance. So it can help you check off or more. Skip that.
It's got about like,
if you are, I compare, it's nice. There had been our audience really foraying into the film industry. We had released our first film a little bit earlier this year, Run, Hide, Fight. Our audience really loved it. And when we saw that you were trending, my business partner, Jeremy, and I, we thought, the first thing we thought was, number one, somebody should reach out to Gina because she's getting maligned unfairly. But number two, we should reach out to Gina because this is an opportunity for conservatives and people who think differently to say to Hollywood that you're not allowed to just cancel whomever you want. And I mean, I have to say that I was amazed at how readily you were willing to jump into a
What genre do you do?
Derelicts like us, and willing to get involved in one of our projects. Because it is a unique thing. I mean, in Hollywood, typically the advice is keep your head down, make an apology. Maybe in 3-4 years, you can sort of wheedle your way back into the industry. But you didn't do any of that. You were basically ready to go from the moment I gave you a call. I wanted to get your perspective on that.
Well, because, in my newfound, finding my political voice, you're actually one of the people I found, as well as a bunch of, your book was the first one I read. And it just really kind of, it was so simple that it really kind of explained like the events in such a good way to where it was like, it just felt logical. It felt logical. So I'm obviously like so excited that you called. I was prepared to at any point get let go because I've seen this happened to so many people. I've seen the looks on their faces. I've seen the bullying that takes place.
Ooh,
they've quit Twitter.
Swedish
They've
rap.
quit speaking. Ooh. They show up to their red carpets and they're depressed and they're sad and there's hard hearts there. And I was like, you're coming for me. I know you are. They're making it very obvious through their employees that were coming for me. And so I was like, well, then I'm gonna go down swinging then. And I'm gonna stay true to myself and I'm gonna let that speak. And I think that's speaking. So when you called, I'm still like, my body still is shaking. It's still devastating.
I mean, it's good to know that she's like a Ben Shapiro fan. That
but
informs me a lot more.
The thought of this happening to anybody else, especially like somebody who could not handle this the way I can, no, they don't get to do that. They don't get to make people feel like that. And if I buckle, then little girls and little boys who are not getting they're not getting a good, fair shake at growing up right now. If I buckle, it's going to make it okay for these companies who have a history of lying to beeline and to do this to other people. And they've done it to other people. And I'm not going down without a fight.
Well, we couldn't be more excited to be working with you, obviously. And you can see that the left is creating a whole new cottage industry for us, because as they keep canceling people for no good reason, we are perfectly happy to work with talented people of every stripe, especially after the left decides that they are terrible by dint of having differing points of view. So I want to backtrack here a little bit and talk about how you even got into acting in the first place.
Again, it's not about having the wrong points of view. It's whether or not your words are harming others.
It's because you have the most unique acting story that I know of. I mean, you started by hitting people in the face. So why don't we start with that? Like, how did, when people think actress, typically they don't think a person who used to be an MMA fighter. So first, and when they think MMA fighter, they don't tend to think female generally. So you were the first big female MMA star in America. How did you get into MMA? That's sort of a unique career path.
Oh, well, definitely not by my family's approval. My family actually did everything they could to make sure that first sanctioned fight in Las Vegas for a female women's MMA match did not happen. And so I was having to go through all these extra tests, and I found out like who I love so much, my Papa Don, who passed away, and my dad, who's still around, had called the athletic commission. And my dad used to serve on the athletic commission, so they were, so I was going through some extra tests because he did not want me to be a fighter. They wanted me to, really go to school and become a doctor, a lawyer, and my family's the type of family on both sides. You're not getting anything for free. You earn your keep, you're responsible, and you get out there and you work. And so I was like, okay, that's what I'm doing. And I don't like money being hung over my head ever. So this is just fighting was just something that spoke to me, like it just made me want to get in the gym. It made me,
I respect that.
I was good at it. I've been in fights so many times in Las Vegas anyways, never that I started. I was always like defending people. It's like, I am able to walk away from a fight, but when I realize it has something to do with somebody else, and I have there's this hot blood that goes through me, and then things happen. But so, yeah, I just started fighting, and I loved it. It's like all of the bad things I was doing, and I've had friends shot in the head and left in the desert. I have been stabbed in the head and left in the desert in Las Vegas.
Wow.
Overdoses and the whole story of like this tragic thing. And I was like, okay, why don't you just try to give life a chance? And I started training and fighting, and it just became my new addiction. And from the moment I started doing it, everybody was pointing a camera at me. I was like, I'm actually extremely shy. I'm actually like, it's hard for me, performing or talking and having things. But I think I'm getting a little bit better at it.
I mean, this was like perfect for Daily Wire. Now that she's like a signed actor on their payroll, like it's perfect for them to take this time to humanize her, which I genuinely think she is a nice person. I just also think that she's unaware of the effects of her beliefs and words.
So I will admit, although you probably couldn't tell, being that I am such an Adonis-like figure, such an amazing Greek god of masculine power, I'm not a person who's done a lot of fighting. As you might have guessed that.
I don't know.
No, you never know.
Yeah, no. Most people picked up on that. In any case, what is it like to be a professional fighter? What is it like? That's always been fascinating to me, because as somebody who, went to Jewish day school, and basically fights consisted of people, randomly wailing on each other without any sort of real form or let's put it this way. No one from my Jewish day school ended up as a professional fighter. So what is it like being a professional fighter? What's it like walking into a ring and knowing that you have to beat the hell out of somebody else in order to win?
Well, I think it starts in walking into a gym. And the most beautiful thing about walking into a mixed martial arts gym is it doesn't matter what color you are, what religion you are, if you're a cop or if you're not. It doesn't matter who you are. You get into that gym and you start training together, and it's everybody in that gym. And, you get humbled every single day. And then you learn how to be a part of a team. And then you start taking care of each other. And then you start seeing, you see all the weaknesses of the ego flare-ups. And then so you really have to balance your ego in an MMA gym. Because if your ego gets ahead of you, that's a weakness. So I love that. I love genuine and I love real human beings. And so that was a place of everybody in this, everybody belongs here. And the fighting part, that was hard. But there's nothing like facing a fear, and it's very intimate. It's I'm attracted to intimacy as well. So when you look across a ring and you're looking at that person's eyes, this is all about to get very real, and it's only going to be me and you, and there's going to be a genuine interaction.
Even Ben Burgess just happened to tweet about Gina Carano as I'm covering her, and I think his post is very interesting. I don't agree with the first thing that he says. I don't think she's a dumb person. I just think unawareness is probably more of the driving force here. But Ben Burgess even said Gina Carano is a dumb person who posted dumb things, but the anti-Semitism claim is a stretch, which I also agree with. You can think Carano was an anti-Semite for that pick, or you can think Corbin wasn't, but do you have to pick? And most of what she was fired for posting was 2012 Republican uncle stuff, which again I agree with, yes. Someone responded saying the comparison to the Holocaust was anti-Semitic because it undermines the severity of how bad the Holocaust actually was. But that's not anti-Semitic in itself. You have to be attacking Jewish people in order to do that. And I don't think that's what was going on here. Ben Burgess says, I'm sympathetic to this point, but the problem is that frivolous Nazi analogies are such a huge part of popular political discussion in America at this point, left, right, and center, that if we started firing people for that, there would be 3 people left who'd have jobs. Yeah. Poignant as ever. Ben Burgess. He has a podcast too. I think it's called Give Them an Argument.
And I crave those kinds of things. That was addicting to me.
Did you have to learn to take a punch? How does that work? As somebody who has full-time security,
as someone who fights for a living, did you have to learn how to take a punch?
I don't know. I just, since I had been in fights growing up, I have an incredible... I have an incredible chin. I'm my nose. I think it takes. If I bleed, I'm hurting because I'm not a bleeder, and my chin is just good. So I have this special little talent that I have. I hit pretty hard, and I've been very complimented on how hard I can hit. And so I just became addicted to it, and I still have a little bit of an addiction to it.
Do you still do MMA in your...
My whole garage is the whole life. I have so many friends that are fighters, and they're so real. You point a camera at them and it's effortless because they haven't sold themselves, They haven't sold themselves. They own themselves, and they know that they're going to take themselves into battle against another person, and I like that as well. Being a part of Hollywood, people are stabbing you in the back left and right, and people are willing to cut your throat just to get another job, and you're like, whoa, I've never been that way. I'm never gonna. Actually, when I did American Gladiators, we were doing the jousting thing, and I took down this girl, the bigger girl. I took her down, and it was her dream to be American Gladiator, right? Like she wanted to be an American Gladiator. And like I took her down in like 2 shots and like, you know, then she ran to the bathroom and started crying. And I realized at the moment, I was like, oh my, I am not going to take this job away from her. Like we're doing tryouts right now. And I just knocked her off of that. And I'm not really super passionate about being like put in spandex anyways. So I was like, you know, and so like I kind of just like exited like the tryouts and I jumped in my Impala and I was driving back to Vegas from LA. And the producers were calling me up and they always, you know, I keep in touch with them sometimes. And they're like, aren't you glad we made you do that? But like, and I finally picked up and the producer was like, he was like, Gina, please come back. And I was like, no, man, like, I'm not about to take that job away from that woman. She wants to be there. I don't care if I'm there. I'm not going to cut. And they're like, what? Helga? No, we love her. And I was like, okay, but I still don't really want to do it. And it took them 4 phone calls in order for me to like, you know, I showed up the day of filming and they hadn't even gotten an outfit for me. And I showed up and like, they ended up using me for almost everything, like physical, like the wrestling and the pyramid and everything. Because, you know, just because you got muscles doesn't mean you be so athletic. So it was such a fun job and I'm glad I did it.
So what is your sort of daily workout regimen like now?
Well, for the last week, it was a little bit of crying in bed.
This is definitely the humanizing
I do want
section
people to
of this
know
podcast,
that, you know,
for sure.
This has not been easy. And I think, you know,
for like the middle section was the political
and
beliefs and statements, and then this section right here is merely just on Gina Carano.
Understanding. It's like the curtains got pulled. And I'm seeing so much. And so that's been a very large realization. So I do think when this does happen to people, it's like, you know, being canceled might become trendy one day. But don't think that when it happens to you, it's going to be easy, because it's not. It's going to be maybe possibly one of the hardest things that you've ever been through. But I think, you know, each day that goes by, you kind of stand up and you find your legs again. And you stop feeling sorry for yourself and you show up. You show up to an awesome opportunity with people who want you to sit at their table, you know? I think it was Nina Simone that said something along the lines of, you need to understand when love is no longer being served at the table. So you need to understand when to leave. And okay, I'm not going to shove myself down anybody's throats. We disagreed. It didn't go well. 2020 was a very emotional year for a lot of people. Okay, I'll get up and find another table and hopefully invite more people to that table, because I'm about love and real, true diversity.
What was it like to move from MMA into Hollywood? How did that transition actually happen?
So moving from LA to Hollywood, I had just lost the biggest fight of my life, which that was another time where I was kind of feeling like staying in bed for a week.
There was some controversy around that fight, no? With regard to the person who you were fighting?
Oh, Cyborg? Are you talking about steroids?
Yes.
Yeah. You know, it's not my job to go pointing the fingers at her. So I take the loss. I'll take it on the chin. I'll take the loss, because what happened to me the next week was kind of similar to this situation. Like, you showed up when I needed somebody, when I was in just hurt mode. And when I was in hurt mode, Steven Soderbergh showed up, who I didn't know what that was at the time. And he said, you know, they like, oh, you know, Steven Soderbergh wants to have a conversation with you. And I'm like, who's that? Right. And then we had a beautiful conversation, and he said, okay, well, this is going to happen
I feel for
really
her
quick
story.
and not at all.
I get that, but
it happened. And then I found a new knife coming through.
Nothing personal
to the
about
move
Gina.
to Daily Wire and what we're doing. And I want to tell you about the response that we've gotten, which has been overwhelming. First, let's talk about your employment. Finding great candidates job board for free.
His weird way of getting into advertisements. One more.
They love it. It's the single biggest thing we've ever done as a company. People are excited about it. People are subscribing. People are pumped about it. And they understand that it is a challenge to the Hollywood system, not just because we're making entertainment, which they're excited about, but because it really is a challenge to the monopoly that Hollywood has, where they get to decide who can work and who cannot. And people are excited to be part of the fight. What's the response that you've been getting?
The response has been basically, that's that's why I think I've been in tears, you know, like this overwhelming people sending me, I mean, when I am at like my lowest, people are like,
I mean, I'm glad that she feels accepted. It's just unfortunate that it's under Ben Shapiro's wing. I'm just going to skip a little bit ahead again to get the next question.
So it's people that you might not think it is. And, you know, so don't start going for everybody that might have been supported for me, because you'd be surprised how many people are into this. The fans and people have rallied behind me and spoken with their voice and made their voice heard. And I feel so stripped in a way of like, like I feel so down, but at the same time, I have the biggest fire inside of me, because I feel the need for this, for people. They're drinking it like it's water. They needed somebody to do this. They need somewhere else to go. They're all afraid. And
see, and it's amazing that she can feel that sympathy and empathy for conservatives, but like when it comes to transgender people and, you know, asylum seekers at the border, it's not quite there.
Just like, you know, I've been saying, like, you know, it's gonna suck, but you defend one person, you see how they treat you, you understand what people have been going through that are getting canceled, especially people, you know, that maybe probably didn't deserve it, you know. You'll experience it for yourself, and then you'll be a better person for it. Because I have to get to the end of my life, as we all do, and I have to meet my maker. And so when I get there, like, now that's more like, I want to be able, when I show up there, I can be proud of that. So it's, you know, that's my life goal now. And the movement's been insane. I'm busier than ever. I can't even keep up with it, because I lost, you know, half my team. I can't even keep up with the incoming. I mean, there's so much, and I'm trying to like read all the scripts, but like,
oh geez, cancel culture is so harsh. She's got so much work to get through. Oh my God, cancel culture is just rampant in society that she has too many scripts to read.
It's so exciting. I mean, I said it earlier this year that like I want to do my own, you know, project. I have dreams. I want to push it here. I want to produce. I want to, you know, and I was really excited about that. I just didn't think it was going to come like this. Like, I didn't think it was going to like really like, I knew it could be a possibility, but when you think something's a possibility and then it happens, you're like, wow. It's like that, huh?
And it's scary, and it did take courage for you to do that. As I say before, like the typical Hollywood move, and I know so many people in Hollywood, right? I was living in LA until 5 minutes ago. I wrote an entire book on television. I have a lot of friends who work in Hollywood at the highest levels. And when I get together with them, we have a rule, which is that we used to get together at the Coffee Bean on the corner of Coldwater and Ventura Boulevard. And we wore baseball caps, and we would go early on a Sunday morning, because the idea was that if we were ever spotted publicly together, then these people would be canceled, and they knew this. And
isn't that insane? Like, somebody new to the, you know, political world. I mean, I'm sitting there thinking like, you know, I'm like listening to a lot of you guys and like.
Well, and that's because like in Ben's past experiences in dealing with like either liberals or those living on the farther left of the spectrum, Ben Shapiro is a very controversial person for his xenophobia, racism, a little bit of misogyny, anti-gay. Like, he's got a lot of discriminatory rhetoric on his belt of using on his show. Like, he just doesn't have good relations with a large population of the United States.
Listen, and I'm like, you guys were making the most sense to me. That was all. Like, you guys seemed intelligent, well-spoken. You're speaking some truth. You're calling out like hard truths. And that's why I was like, okay, you know, like, you know.
I mean, in order for you to say that he's calling out hard truths would mean that you have to agree with his presuppositions of what life is. But I think we might have hit the bottom of the barrel.
That's
of this.
why I kind of have found myself on this side, you know, I guess. And but like I would go down and you know, like to a barbecue on the beach in California, and all these people are like, "Hey, we agree with you. It's messed up, isn't it?" And I'm like, this is your house. Why are you whispering?
That is certainly the attitude in Hollywood.
It's insane to me.
it is overwhelming in Hollywood. And the number of people who are in positions of real power in Hollywood who agree with us on politics is not insignificant. There are a significant number of people in power, but they also understand that their career is on the line and they're deeply afraid that their number is going to get pulled next. And you see it week in and week out. I mean, the same week that they canceled you, they went after Chris Harrison on The Bachelor for the great sin of suggesting that a female contestant ought to be given grace after she went to an Old South costume party 3 years ago. And he ended up...
I don't think the mob went after him for that. They might have, but he ended up taking, the situation into his own hands and resigned, like, just while the heat cools down. But yeah, that's another deeper, broader conversation, and I'm not going to allow Ben Shapiro to represent the position of everybody and how that situation happened, because he usually misrepresents those kinds of situations.
Being suspended, he made an apology, which you should never do. Never apologize.
He didn't suspend.
He ended up being suspended from the show.
Suspended. He did it himself.
He may never get his job back. This is the thing that people in Hollywood are deeply afraid of. But unlike those people, you actually had the courage to say, okay, well then you don't want me here? Fine, I'll just go do my own thing.
Yeah.
And that does take a certain amount of stones, frankly.
I don't know. That's the way I've lived my life. And I wasn't going to stop now. It's not that I didn't love the job. I felt that what was happening, the silencing that was happening, the fear of having open conversations that was happening, I felt like that was insanely wrong. And I don't want people to be afraid. It hurts me. I don't want to speak. I don't want to talk about it. But I don't want people to be afraid.
I think one thing that folks don't understand outside of Hollywood is how many people work on a set. So they think that when it comes to a Hollywood set, it's basically the actors and like one camera guy.
Right.
And that is not correct. I mean, even in shooting this show, we have, a dozen people in the room just to shoot this show. To shoot an actual full-fledged TV show with multiple cameras and all this, you're talking hundreds of people on the crew.
Yeah.
And
the crew and me are always the best.
Well, that's the point that I was going to make is that, when they cancel you, you're a top of the line person and you have a lot of name cachet, you're very famous, very popular. And so for us to make a move with you, made a lot of sense. But our goal here is to build something that's big enough where if somebody who's below the line gets canceled, that person has a place to go. Because those are the people who, first of all, are disproportionately conservative. A huge number of people who are the actual people who make things go on a set are conservative.
There's no evidence to back up whatever the fuck he just said. But what's also very funny is he's still putting this idea that people who go to work for conservative media are canceled by the mainstream. But the Republican Party, overall as Americans, is, I guess, the minority of the political parties, even though there's two major ones. Once you break it down into farther left and farther right, the minorities are much higher of the representation of America. But it's very funny to me that when the so-called liberal media doesn't want to work with you anymore, you're quote unquote canceled. But if you work for major corporations that still support conservatism, you're still canceled, it's weird. You're making money. She's getting scripts. How is she canceled?
Yes.
And those are the people who also have the most to lose in a way, because those are the people who, if they get canceled in Hollywood, it's not like they can necessarily walk across the street to a nascent state.
But also the people who work the cameras and the boom mics and all of that stuff don't normally have the massive platform that an actor does, or a producer, or a director. Those people who are merely operating the lights aren't going to have a giant platform of people listening to them.
Startup and make that happen. Hopefully we can build something where those people don't have to live in fear that one day they might be caught listening to the wrong podcast and get booted off the set and they're just the grip.
Yeah. And I think if anything, I think there's a fire right now in people's hearts. They're speaking. The people are speaking. They're speaking right now out there. And I think, honestly, Hollywood's shook. I think they're shook. I think they see the hypocrisy. I think they see the double standard.
I don't think they're shook at all.
I read this somewhere. It's don't try to ruin my life with lies when your life can be ruined with the truth. And you got billion-dollar companies raining down on me from every different place. And do I really even need to say anything? You're showing it. You're showing what you do to people. You're showing you don't give them a voice. You're showing you're not going to listen. You're not going to see a person past, what you've read in a very skewed article. You're showing what bullies you are against one voice here. One. I'm that petrifying to these billion-dollar companies? Well, good. I hope I...
She's not petrifying because of her resistance. They fired her because of her controversy is petrifying to the bottom line. They fired her out of financial issues. So it's not anything to deal with like her beliefs or what she represents. It's merely on the fact that they didn't want to make less money.
I am. And
that's how like corporations are set up. That's the unfortunate thing of this society that we live in. Blah, 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 blah.
And I hope everybody else becomes that. I mean, this is what they're afraid of. They're afraid of one voice. Imagine.
Well, it is again amazing that the same company that has decided that you are too much to work with is thanking the government of China in a province where they are committing genocide against Uyghur Muslims at the end of Mulan. So clearly they have the double standard is extraordinarily strong with regard to these exact.
I mean, again, it's all about monetary value. China has a much larger movie viewership, like potential of making money off of Chinese people with movies is actually higher than the United States is right now, mainly because they have more people to go see those movies. And in order to show movies in China, you have to go through the government filter. So again, it's more of a money thing and not necessarily anything to do with ideology. But if you consider the money being part of that ideology, holy shit, there it is, capitalism.
Companies. So I want to ask you, Gina Carano, a few more questions, starting with what kind of movie do you want to make here? I mean, because we're actually going to have to make a movie at some point. But if you'd like to hear Gina Carano's answers, you have to.
All right, well, that's the end of that. Hey, kid, skid it, kid. I'm going to go hit the restroom, and then I will have your music up. Give me one quick, brief second. Oh. Oh. All right. Let's check out these Swedish bars. Let's get these Swedish bars. Get them. I gotta pause the background music. Oh, nice.
Get those superstars. Yes, see my name. Stop.
I'm already digging the beat choice. Lean with it, rock with it, I think it is. I think that's lean with it, rock with it.
From Sweden, yeah. I know my bitches can't play me. I know my haters can't faze me. I grab the Glock 19 if a nigga can't pay me. Mask on my face so the feds can't blame me. I sell coke and I blaze weed. Plus I heard the opposition wanna blaze me. Ha, stack money, stack daily. Tell my bitches that I'm back, baby. I'm a shopaholic, I dress like a true don. We're talking Hugo Boss, Moncler, and Louis Vuitton. Dreams don't come true for free. In my neighborhood, we gave the kids shoes for free. If I'm broke, then you might lose your peas. I break into your house if you lose my keys. I'm stacking every penny, I fill my glass with Henny. I cock the semi, cause my haters are too many. From hash to weed, from dope to cocaine. Fuck the police, we give them no names. They already know we talk nada. Yasin Bean, aka Stockholm Don Dada. I do my own thing, fuck a hater's opinion. My life's like Google and I'm searching for a million. If I see police, I'm known to bounce. I got 5 keys, but I've never owned the house. Screaming fuck the feds while niggas talk to feds. We got arms and belts in the trap with.
He says, I've got 5 keys, but I've never owned a house. I love it.
My nigga arms cartel, cocaine galore. I'm not a criminal, I'm an entrepreneur. The fiends love my hash, they can't stop blazing. He came through Malmö straight from Copenhagen. My niggas smoke niggas for fun. I'm posted on the block, cop killers in my gun. Yeah, I'm on the run. Rinkeby for life, they know where I'm from. I told the little bitch, I'm bigger than you think. I love to bust my gun every time I drink. I'm always pushing food, I got the 762. When they see me coming through, they scared like Scooby-Doo. And I don't give a fuck about no label. I'm attached to my plugs, then a cable. I trap till I'm stable. I'm in the studio for a minute, then it's back to the paper, back to San Siro. Top class Kashmir, 50,000 for a kilo. Only making bangers, but I'm always in the streets. I only go to studio when I'm ducking the police. Free my niggas in the pen. I do this for my niggas in the ends. They know my niggas don't pretend. If I'm in the club, you can find me by the bar. In front the club, 50 grams coca in my car. They know I got the best, 10 grams for test. 65, nothing less, still they won't let me rest. Dressed to impress, always brand new. Armani jeans from the top down to my shoes. Free Frankie, he can't see the sun. Get those superstars, my team is on. They don't wanna see you on top. They don't wanna see you shine, no. They know I got the city on lock. I only got money on my mind, They don't wanna see you on top. They don't wanna see you shine, no. They know I got the city on lock. I only got money on my mind, They don't wanna see you shine. They don't wanna see you shine, no. They don't wanna see you shine. They don't wanna see you shine, no. They don't wanna see you shine. They don't wanna see you shine, no. They don't wanna see you on top. They don't wanna see you.
You know what? That was flavorlicious. I think Fat Joe would be proud. There were some good punchlines in there. You kept the flow very consistent. I'd definitely say 4 out of 5. The only thing, like, the little advice that I would give, and it's not even that good of advice, but like, however you get your mixing and mastering, I think like the hook could have came in a little bit clearer in the editing process itself, but like I fucks with it. I like it a lot. I mean, I like it, man. I definitely say keep producing bars. I could believe that. I mean, the flow is really consistent, and like a lot of the punchlines were pretty funny. Seven months ago, so still pushing out work. Is this the same dude right here, Yasin the Don? Because it doesn't have Ben on it. And there's another one, Spider-Man. Is this the same dude? I don't want to play like another one of his things and get muted on Twitch. I mean, I want to check out another one, but I don't want it to get muted. Because the thing about the algorithm is if like your music's out there, they mute your shit pretty quick. Hmm. Let me see. Let me see what I can do here. I want to check out another one for sure. Dun, 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 dun. Says it's still going. I mean, it just mutes it, and then like I think I would have to start like a separate stream, just restart. But yeah, they just mute it entirely. Like I was even worried about like once the beat started playing, I didn't know if like the algorithm was immediately gonna go to Fat Joe's Lean Back, but since the lyrics were different enough, maybe that's why it didn't catch on there. Do you know if he's on Spotify? 'Cause that's also possibly how it can get caught pretty easily. Like I see he's on YouTube and SoundCloud, but I think as long as he's not like on Spotify, I could probably play another track. He's big enough to have a Wikipedia. Yeah, shit, he's on Spotify. Damn. Yo, thanks for putting me on though. I'll have to check out more. He's already got 1 million listeners, killing it. Well, thanks for putting me on to Yasin. I'm gonna check out more. I think the only other like Swedish rap I had heard before was entirely in Swedish, and I like the instrumental and their flow and everything like that. But unfortunately, I'm a one language speaking motherfucker, so. But man, I think if I ever did YouTube live, I think I would be all right. Unfortunately, Twitch is like relentless and merciless in their copyright stuff. So, I would love to react to more of Yasin, but if you can find me another track that's not on Spotify, I could probably do that. If it's on Spotify, I will immediately face the consequences. That one has 5 million views. God damn. Killing it. $3 million? Damn. He's got features. Fuego, man. It looks like he had an album drop last year, so I'll check that out. I like listening to whole ass albums. But, you know, thanks, kid, for sticking around and putting me onto that. But back to what I was doing erroneously. Oh, moving on from Chaperone, Benny giving us a perspective into Gina Carano's world. No matter how much I disagree with it, it's time to get some real high-level ideas. I have no idea who Heather McDonald is, but I am well aware of Mr. Dave Rubin.
Yeah. Well, equity is another, it's a synonym for the sort of the obverse, which is racism and white supremacy. I've been hearing more, my ear is more attuned to Biden's endless repetition of systemic racism, and they're the same thing. I mean, equity is the response to systemic racism. Equity means quotas. It means the destruction of meritocratic standards. It means you hire and promote on the basis of race, not on the basis of qualifications. And any institution which does not show a proportional number of Blacks or Hispanics is thereby, by definition, systemically racist and engaged in bias.
I'm Dave Rubin, and joining me today is a fellow at the Manhattan Institute, a contributing editor at City Journal, and author of The Diversity Delusion. Heather McDonald, welcome back to the Rubin Report.
It's great sort of being with you, Dave. As close as we can be.
As close as we can be at the moment, but that's a good place to start because you are a New York City girl, but you have fled New York City to go to California during a lockdown. What's going on over there, Heather?
Who would believe it? But actually, New York is more insane, at least, than Orange County. I'm in Irvine, and here at least I can swim, which is very important to my mental health, my overall health. New York City is in a state of utter hysteria. My pool makes it virtually impossible to swim. So here it feels a little saner. Without restaurants in New York, without the opera, there's really no point in being there. And of course, it is turning into a situation of maximal squalor, crime, threat, people getting assaulted on the streets. So I don't know when I'm going to go back, frankly. I bought a one-way ticket out here and still waiting for any reason to go back, and I don't see one.
Well, there you go. For the people that...
I mean, a chaotic New York is a little bit news to me. Citations needed, for sure.
Would say, who in their right mind would go to California in the midst of all of this? We found one person, and she's coming from New York, so that kind of says it all. Look, everything that I've talked to you about over the last couple of years, you've been on the show a few times, it seems that everything that you've been writing about, that you've been studying, all of these things, they seem to all be kind of coming to fruition right now. So we're gonna try to hit on a whole bunch of stuff. But I guess first, since you fled New York to come to Cali, are you surprised in any way that these big government progressive lefty policies are ruining these cities and states?
No, what I have been surprised by is how perfectly the response to this pandemic mirrors political pre-existing categories. It's very curious that there is something truly fundamental, constitutional in the way people view the world, that there should be so clear a distinction between red state individuals who, by and large, are lockdown skeptics, and then in the blue states, the willingness of vast majorities of the population to put up with rules that are utterly arbitrary. I mean, they're made up out of whole cloth. The distinctions about when you can go out, how many people you can have at a table, it's ridiculous. And yet, the passivity of the population before this is completely remarkable. So it seems like there is, in fact, something very profound in the way people's psyches are constructed with regards to their attitudes of either credulity or skepticism towards the assertion of elite power. And I am very grateful to you, Dave, for giving me the opportunity to say, I told you so! Because, and you have too. Those of us who've been warning about the landslide of poison that's been coming out of the university for decades, and people kind of turn their eyes away and they say, oh, ha, 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 it's so funny, these snowflakes. It's not funny, guys. The whole safetyism ethic that is a feminine ideology of victimhood and the aversion to risk and entrepreneurship that we see on universities now with this whole wellness initiatives and people needing safe spaces, that is COVID writ large. It's the safetyism ethic against the spirit of entrepreneurship and risk-taking.
You're giving me so much to work with there. So as someone that loves numbers, because you're always diving into the actual numbers of what's going on in our inner cities, what's happening at the places of, at this point, quote unquote, higher ed, et cetera, et cetera. Was there any point when the lockdown started, roughly a year ago at this point, 11 months ago at this point, was there any point where you saw numbers that made sense to do all of the things that...
Wait a second. I gotta see this Chris D'Elia clip.
Those days are long gone. You ever see a fucking 14-year-old? She looks 30. I've never seen... There's no such thing as a 14-year-old girl anymore. They go from like 6 to 25. And
what the fuck? When did this clip come out? Chris, no. He literally never stops doing this. Oh my god. When did this happen? When did this specific clip happen? Because for fuck's sake, Chris. After like getting in trouble for trying to like... Wow, what is even the word for it? Where you man, when you talk to like a groom, when you get caught grooming girls, underage girls nonetheless, why would you say this? When did this come out? Girls do not go from 6 to 25, Chris. Wow. Wow. When did this come out, man? All right, I'm not gonna figure out when this came out. Chris, for the love of God, Chris D'Elia, stop defending your pedophilia. All right, back to Dave Rubin. Oh my God.
That we've done. So, that first 2 weeks, I was on the show saying, let's do the 2-week lockdown because every expert said 2 weeks to flatten the curve. I said, I'm not an expert in this, but I'm gonna bring on some experts to talk about it. But I was worried from beat one about the never-ending extension of all of this. Did you ever see numbers that were like, oh, okay, this is what we have to do right now?
Well, Dave, I don't want to toot my own horn here, but I have to say I was first out of the gate among conservatives in lockdown skepticism with a piece in the New Criterion that was compared to what? Mm-hmm. And it was putting what were then the numbers in context of other types of deaths that we put up with. I mean, 40,000 highway deaths a year that we could eliminate entirely by reducing highway speeds to 20 miles an hour. We don't, because we are willing to say there will be 40,000 lives lost. We value our efficiency and our convenience more. And I have to say the distinction I drew earlier between liberal and conservative views wasn't completely accurate because I was roundly attacked by many conservative writers for being willing to kill off grandma. But no, we saw in March, the Italian Health Agency published data on the characteristics of coronavirus decedents. Nothing has changed since March 2020. Average age 80, almost 3 comorbidities being obesity, diabetes, heart disease.
But honestly, though, if we did try the experiment of, say, the Canada model or literally anybody else who has tried it to lock down everybody and pay them to stay home, I would definitely be interested in seeing the infection and death rates at that point.
And then others like cancer, nothing has changed. We knew almost from the start that this was a disease that targeted the very elderly, even...
It targets the elderly in deaths, but it also focuses on people who have, what was the word? Immune compromised situations too. So if we're gonna ignore them just to say the elderly are the only ones targeted by this, that's a little heartless, and you need to raise your awareness level up a bit just to be like, oh, the kids will be fine, but the old people, of course they're the targeted, so we should focus in on them. That ignores literally everybody else in the wide range of age groups who are immune compromised.
Neil Ferguson, the author of that infamous study that was predicting 20 million dead in the United States if we did nothing, even he admitted that 2/3 of the people who would die in 2020 from coronavirus would have died anyway from other causes. Now, is it happy that they die? Of course not. But to be honest, death is the inevitable, banal, mediocre end of all life.
But if you could take steps to avert deaths, especially in unnecessary situations, why not do that? Why go with the thing of people are gonna die, so why not just keep going? If people are gonna die anyways, why not just do what we're doing? And if you can prevent those deaths, why wouldn't you do that?
When you get to be a certain age, you know, the New York Times has this model.
There's no reason people should die because they're going to die.
Section that they run periodically called Those We've Lost.
What's also fascinating here is that they said that they weren't going to argue that you should kill grandma, but yet they're still kind of arguing that it's okay if grandma dies.
List like a 101-year-old vet of 4 wars, and he's supposed to be a coronavirus victim, as if he's going to live for another 20 years without coronavirus. They do this regularly.
Yeah.
But if you can prevent his death by taking steps in order to prevent his death of coronavirus, why would you not do that? Is it because you would much rather be normal than worry about the guy who's going to die anyways?
100 years. No, it was a 101-year-old.
It's almost
maybe
eco-fascist. It's almost
last
there.
of the Tuskegee Airmen. Again, he's going to die of pneumonia, and he's probably dying with, not from COVID, which is the other big sleight of hand that our public health experts use to try and inflate the death numbers.
Were you shocked when you got some of that?
I don't think that's necessarily what exactly happened, especially on all cases, but the thing about pneumonia is that it shows a lot of the same symptoms as coronavirus, so it got misdiagnosed. But it also, like, coronavirus was able to exist in people who already had pneumonia, so there's a lot to deal with here on a scientific medical level that I don't think Heather McDonald's necessarily equipped to talk about, but here she is.
Pushback from conservatives. I remember there was a specific day very early on, maybe around April, where Ben Shapiro was on my show, and he said what we all know to be true, which is that you're going to have to live with some amount of risk, as you just said, and a certain amount of people we just accept they die as part of the circle of life. You don't want it to happen, you mitigate the risks, but this is what actuaries do.
But you're playing as if you don't care if they do. Like, again, if you can take the steps to prevent unnecessary death, why wouldn't you? Oh, because you want to keep watching football games, because I want to continue going to concerts, because I don't want to wear a mask, because I don't want to have to stay at home, I want to go to work. All these things that are like all in my interests are in an effort to play down someone else's interests in living. This is weird. 9 minutes in, and this is already making me feel all kinds of creepy crawly.
But I saw a ton of pushback from conservatives, and it was like, wait, since when do conservatives believe in a perfectly safe system?
What?
I agree. And again, so I have to complicate my initial black and white sort of Manichaean distinction. It is absolutely the case that a whole lot of conservative intellectuals took the ridiculous attitude that was expressed by Governor Andrew Cuomo initially, that if we can save just one life, there's no amount of lockdowns which will not be worth it. Well, that is absurd.
Yeah.
If that had been the attitude, there would be.
I mean, that's the thing, though, is that with the United States lockdowns, we offered people no resources and support to stay home. So of course, saying lockdowns is going to save lives without support to help people through their economic survival, it's a ridiculous statement, and Cuomo and everybody who supported lockdowns without financial support are a bunch of ridiculous, absurd people. That can be true. Accidentally muted it. Oops.
Be no United States today. There would have been nobody who took off from Plymouth Rock, because the chance of survival in a transatlantic voyage back then was about 1 in 6. And so...
Well, the thing is that I think I don't remember the first kingdom that Christopher Columbus went to. It wasn't initially Spain. It was somebody else, maybe Italy, where he hailed from. They did not want to risk the people to send Columbus over there. And we can debate whether or not that was a good idea on part of that monarchy, but they did say, hey, we will lose people on this voyage. Let's not do it.
It should be the hallmark of not just conservatives, but of rational human beings to realize that you make trade-offs and that you balance one sort of risk against the other. But yes, I was very surprised that conservatives had adopted this safetyism ethic, which is...
Spain saw the monetary value in sending Christopher Columbus over there, and then when he returned with immense amounts of gold, they saw even more value in sending more people over there. The unfortunate thing is that when Christopher Columbus returned yet again, and they saw his journal, and they had gotten testimonies from the people who went with him and found out how big of a monster he was stripped of incredible amounts of power that he had on his other voyage back, and even spent jail time for a little bit of it. So again, the trade-offs weren't even that valuable to the Spaniards at a certain point. So like, it's a much more complicated situation than Christopher Columbus risked things and he made it and there was a great discovery. It's more complicated than that, and I don't think you should compare it to coronavirus at all.
To focus on one particular type of risk to the exclusion of any other type of consideration. And, again, it gets wearisome because all of these arguments have been out there. The argument that I've made and others have made, you've made, which is that, but what about deaths from suicide, from untreated illnesses that are because people are too scared out of their minds to go to a hospital? What about the destruction of children across the globe from the poverty, from the lack of education?
These are all problems that existed pre-coronavirus that we were not concerned about before coronavirus. The only thing is coronavirus exacerbated it. So like all these problems existed before we had to deal with a pandemic on top of it.
We are consigning them to lives of stunted capacity. All of those trade-offs are not being made. So it's sort of the core of conservatives, which isn't to say that there aren't a whole lot that were just as spooked as the liberals with their wearing their masks at 5 a.m. in Central Park when there's 6 people spread over 800 acres.
Yeah. So you're not going to put on a mask for the rest of this interview?
I'm going to get my virtue from other means, I guess.
Fair enough. What do you think if you had to...
So wearing a mask is virtue signaling. Never mind the idea of maybe you're going out with coronavirus and you want to shorten the spread or the amount that you can give to other people. No, you're just trying to tell other people you're better than them. But what is like showing up in a place where everybody's wearing a mask and you're not wearing a mask tell other people? Oh, it signals to them that you're more awake than they are, that they're a bunch of sheeple who just obey the government. Yeah, there's no virtue signaling in that.
Grade the professional class at this point, if you had to grade the experts, because I think actually the next coming crisis that we're going to have, when we, now we just go from crisis to crisis, or at least, 2 crises to another 2 or whatever it is.
A virus-induced crisis is almost inevitable. Like mutations in viruses are going to continue to happen. Or one virus is going to merge with another, creating a new strain of another species of virus. That is inevitable. So to play off the fact that we have these crises that just happen to show up, no. Those things are inevitable and happening, like especially with ones that deal in nature. But like when we talk about that, let's talk about then like how recessions happen every 7 to 10 years and how that's almost entirely tied to the way that we do our economics. That's a crisis that happens on a clock, on a dial that we know is coming and is measurable and is actually preventable because we know it's coming.
is that I think that a huge amount of our experts have completely lost all credibility. When you see videos of Fauci saying masks don't do anything, then wear a mask, now
Fauci has been their mascot of like using anti-intellectualism because there is like a bunch of conservatives that don't like Anthony Fauci. They're using that to extend to all experts all the time. So if we're not gonna believe experts that don't complete your bias, why would we believe the ones that do?
2 masks, maybe, kinda, and then, Biden, another 100 days federal mask mandate. Why should the people in Montana be living under the same rules as someone in metropolitan New York City?
Because
just
we're
sort
all,
of the elite
we live
class.
in a society.
Do you think that they've sort of done irreparable damage to themselves?
No, I don't.
Oh, interesting.
Well, from an objective point of view, yes.
Right.
But what one has learned over this last 2 years or so, and we knew that beforehand, is how profoundly powerful one's pre-existing conceptions are and worldview. So I don't think Fauci is at all discredited in that very large portion of the population that views the New York Times as gospel truth. And, you're an optimist and you think that most people are.
I like how she just like conflated that anybody who agrees with Anthony Fauci also holds the New York Times as sort of Bible. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Doesn't feed into the anti-intellectualism, anti-left that fascism feeds off of. No, that doesn't.
Are
God, I love an ignorant population.
Of the liberal worldview and ideology. I'm not so sure about that. And right now, certainly, the liberal elites are in the seat of power. And, the vote for Biden, as far as I was concerned, was sadly a vote for safetyism. It was a vote for turning America's back on its history of entrepreneurship and risk-taking and rationality and a sane attitude towards what life is about.
I don't think Donald Trump represented any of those ideas either, and most people voted for Biden to get rid of Trump. So I think people were tired of misinformation, the idea of fake news being everything that criticizes Trump, and just the amount of misinformation that he spread, on top of the fact that like his presidency was like really propped up on conspiracy theories on the idea that Democrats eat babies.
Trump got a lot of votes, but Biden got more. And so I don't know. I think that
the treatment of immigrants and asylum seekers also fed into that as well.
The whole world is, as Andrew Sullivan said, we're all on campus now. And this ideology is very powerful. And the more people who graduate from college, the harder it's going to be to turn things around.
Yeah, and yet there were plenty of
She just said that it's hard for conservatives to get their stuff done if people continue graduating out of college. Honestly, what does that tell you about that party? That they can't convince people who have gone to college. What does that tell you? That is amazing. That is something hilarious to admit. Holy shit.
People, we've talked about it before, telling
I haven't graduated a single fucking college and I'm not joining the conservative party anytime soon. That is hilarious.
You and I remember when we did an event, I think at
the more
Berkeley,
college graduates we have, the less support.
together, saying, oh, you guys are making this up. It'll just stay on college campuses. And then what do they always say? Then they'll go out to the real world. Well, apparently the real world didn't have many safeties equipped.
To fight against education.
Well, the big lie on college campuses for decades has been that the characteristic that defines America above all else is racism. And
this is exactly why Joe Rogan probably doesn't call up Dave Rubin. This is probably it. Is that he literally says that the more educated people that are on this planet, the harder time we have of convincing people. That is fucking hilarious.
And so you have this cultivation of a victim mentality where to be a female on a college campus is to be at risk of one's life. Yeah. Whereas in fact, there's nothing more privileged than being an American female anywhere, but on a college campus, are you kidding me?
I can agree to that sentiment a bit, but she's definitely ignoring the rape culture that was brought to light in 2018. At least in like a mainstream popular view, when Brett Kavanaugh was held to the fire for his past actions, which he was obviously acquitted for and allowed to become a Supreme Court justice, which then we continued to ignore the possible raping and just all kinds of fuckery that goes on at college campuses, especially the higher elite that you go. So there is a risk of being a girl at a frat party, but at least some women are now aware of that fact.
The whole place is run by females to its utter, destruction, or to be a under URM as the jargon goes. And I heard today that somehow acronyms are now racist. I didn't get the explanation, but I'm not surprised because everything is racist. But to be a URM, which is an underrepresented minority, is also to be at risk of one's life, notwithstanding.
Who said acronyms are racist? Who is this supposed strawman out there saying that you can't have acronyms because that's white supremacy? Like, seriously, who? Give me a name, give me a face, give me somebody that I can at least relate this to. Otherwise, I'm gonna think y'all made it up, and I'm starting to think that.
Understanding the fact that every single college with any kind of selectivity ties itself into knots to admit as many blacks and Hispanics as possible with test scores that would be automatically disqualifying if they were presented by whites and Asians.
I don't think there's any evidence to back that up either. I think when you get minority scholarships, you still have to have a certain GPA and test scores. I don't know where they're basing any of this from. And of course, like, never with the right wing do they have to provide evidence because they're playing to people's biases, so there's nothing to prove.
So this idea that racism and sexism are the things we should be thinking about most and that define.
And I support these scholarships because I feel like universities would just look over these people because of their income value. There's incredibly smart people who cannot go to college because of their income. So by focusing in on these specific minorities, it allows them to break that cycle. It pulls them up from their bootstraps, leaving the lower in class and going into the upper class. Why the fuck is she arguing against it right now?
Define everything and are the reason to tear down Western civilization. That now is the driving force in the world at large in the United States.
Are you worried? Are you worried that the backlash to what you just said will actually start a new type of racism when the average white kid or Asian and you've...
I don't know anything about this whole Western civilization discussion that's going on right now, but I've known it to be used by white supremacists and people who admire Nazis to highlight that Western civilization is the greatest thing ever created on the planet. But America isn't necessarily just a Western civilization built country. Like, we had multiculturalism affect every piece of our history. So defending Western civilization, I think, defends anything that's multiculturalism that allowed colored people and women to voice their opinions. So it's not necessarily the destruction of Western civilization. I think we just need to fucking let go of it. It's an idea that now only represents the white supremacists.
I've written a bunch about this. When the average Asian kid is going to have to consistently score, quite literally sometimes 20 percentage points higher than the average black or Latino kid, you could see why someone would become racist. Not
what?
You should not become racist, but the system will have reorganized things in a way that will breed resentment.
These scholarships that are for Latinos and for black people are very specific to them. You're not knocking out an Asian kid from receiving an African American scholarship. They're very specific to the people that they're looking for. And so if they have the income and the test scores, I'm sure they'll get into the school that they want to get to. They're not going to say, no, we can't let you in right now, even though the semester is starting. We have to let this black kid in because he got that scholarship for his race. Like, that... Holy crap, Dave Rubin is he might be the dumbest person to represent the right with a large platform.
It's only a matter of logic. All you have to ask is, well, why does every other group get identity politics and not whites? Whatever you view of that statement as a logical matter. Now, I guess they have the whole argument about, well, blacks can't be racist because they then define racism to be something accompanied by power. But if you're a working class white, you don't really feel like you've got a whole lot of white privilege. But right now there's a professor in Florida who is under enormous pressure. He may have even been fired for talking about black privilege. And frankly, he's absolutely right. Again, if you're applying to Google right now and you're a black engineer, you've got it made. You can just write your ticket, you can ask for your salary. Same if you're applying to be a black chemistry professor at Berkeley or Caltech or Harvard. The welcome mat is open for you. Black privilege is real. And
they have those things because of like the amount of population of black people that actually excel beyond the low income is a much smaller number than the actual amount of black people that we have. So by focusing in to hire more black people, that leads down to the line of having more black people in the middle class and the upper class. So like, it's so weird for them to argue against assistance to get black people out of low income situations, saying that it's racist, even though they've been perpetuated in a system of poverty since slavery.
So it is quite logical for whites to say, or Asians to say, but Asians are kind of allowed ethnic identity, but if they can somehow claim to be oppressed as well. And it's very weird what goes on with Asian identity, where they kind of want to be students of color, and then the administration says, no, you can't be students of color because you're too academically successful. But
who the fuck are they talking about? Who has said this? What Asian person has come out and said that I have had things blocked from me because I'm Asian? Who in the government has said, don't worry, Asian guy, you'll be fine? Where is this even coming from?
You see this at UC Berkeley, where they want the victim status. But yeah, maybe it will happen. It's a question of sort of the Trump deplorables versus the elite whites and how much they can suppress that. But it is arguably bubbling along under the surface.
I fear that I know your answer here, but are you surprised at all to now see that not only has this basically decimated the universities, but we're seeing this now basically in every blue city, where now all of even the private schools are being infected with all of this. That the charter schools, of course the public schools, but basically schools that were the elite schools of New York City are now, instead of having score-based admissions, we have equity-based admissions. They're going to destroy their own schools.
Well, this has been going on for a long time.
Holy shit. The more these private schools let in these dumb minorities, the less successful these schools are going to be. What a amazing point to make, Ruben. Oh my God.
Long time.
Holy
and, sort of
shit.
One of the
subtle racism in this is just fucking magnificent.
Rules of media is you have to pretend like something you're saying is for the first time. I mean, I wrote an article years ago, decades ago, about elite prep schools like Andover and Exeter and in New England that were already back in the 90s embracing multiculturalism and telling their black students that they must think of themselves as oppressed and putting chips on the shoulder of everybody minority student. But it certainly is getting worse. And what I've been researching for a while now and keep getting distracted by other things, but which breaks my heart to pieces, is the assault right now on the thing I love most in life, which is classical music. And what I've been noticing is that there's not a single guardian of our great traditions of art, whether it's a museum director or, in case of music, an orchestra conductor, orchestra manager, a superstar singer or soloist, certainly not the classical music press, who is willing to defend this tradition of such sublime expression of extraordinary variety.
Look, I like classical music. I don't know how there's an attack on it. I don't, just because people aren't enjoying it. Like, have you heard other music? It's much more visceral, it's quicker. It's like some classical music's pretty fucking boring, and it doesn't really like attach like to the feelings of people today. It's very attached to the times it came from. While I enjoy it from time to time, it's certainly not something that I want to listen to all the time, especially with like company. If I feel like bumping, I'm a fucking bump, and classical music can't get that to that level sometimes. Like, have you ever heard an 808 beat sometimes? Like, oh my god, this lady, like culture moves on. Like, classical music wasn't going to be our music choice for the entirety of time, but there is a reason why most movies choose it, is because it is pretty good at inducing feelings, especially when the film is trying to get you to feel a certain feeling. By having classical music to back it, it makes it even more impactful. And classical music still does have a presence, and it is worthy of existing, but how the fuck is it attacked just because not everybody enjoys it?
Variety of human experience and communication from the charge that it is defined by racism and white patriarchal power. It is ludicrous. There's a madman.
I mean, there was like one classical guy who got judged because he was like Hitler's favorite. He also liked Hitler, but I don't know. It just seems like it's becoming one of those things like Western civilization, that if you're a Western chauvinist, that you only enjoy classical music, and then that's kind of where the white supremacy kind of attaches itself on the hitch in the back there. But like, I don't think it's inherently white supremacist. I think the idea of it being the most peak of musical form, and then attaching it to Western civilization, you're starting to edge a little bit closer to white supremacy, because only the cultured enjoy classical music.
And at Hunter College, which is one of the City University of New York colleges in New York City, a music theorist who's involved in a very big spat right now over a Viennese music theorist called Heinrich Schenker. And this Hunter music theorist, Philip Ewell, is mad. He defines everything in classical music as a function of white maleness. So he says, well, Beethoven, he's an okay composer, but the only reason we think of him as great is because he's white and male. This is insane. Yeah. This is insane. But it's happening everywhere. Everything is being
Yeah, I don't think I would agree with that. I think like, just because at the time, like, he was like around when white people were seen as more cultured and smarter than everyone else, but like, I don't think we've remembered him through time just because of his whiteness. I think he came from a time where he was exceptional, and he had the opportunity to make music a lot with where he was born and his whiteness, but like, I don't think we keep remembering him because of that. Like, when I first heard Beethoven, I didn't think, wow, what a great white man. I thought the music was pretty intriguing and interesting. So like, I don't know where that came from. I don't agree with whatever that professor said, but maybe he has a longer dissertation that can convince me with a good argument. But until then, I think Beethoven's fine.
Torn down, and the people who have been given the privilege of defending and passing on this inheritance are cowards, and they have all rolled over and played dead and said, of course, our inheritance is racist, and we are now, from here on in, going to make decisions based on the trivialities of gonads and melanin.
I'm getting.
Wow. So we have inherited a lot of racist history. History has been racist, but wow, I didn't see her going that route. Okay. Yeah, I'm speechless. Wow. Wow. Okay. Moving on.
Guessing that gonads and melanin, that could be the title of your next book. First off, that was gonads and melanin.
That's hilarious. What I found cringy, Dave Rubin thought, put that as the title of your next book. Wow. Okay.
Do you get a lot of academics reaching out to you, telling you their version of this story? And do they ever do anything? I mean, what percentage do you think actually speak up? My inbox is almost like a therapy session from these people at this point.
Yeah, they're terrified. I just find it amazing that the left claims that, oh, cancel culture, you guys are just victim whiners, it doesn't exist. What are you talking about? Again, there's a perceptual divide here that is so massive, and I despair at how you bridge it. But the left really does not think that they're censoring people. But yes, practically every single faculty member and every conservative student is walking around scared to death that he's going to be the next one to fall under. And what really worries me, and Dave, you are our premier exponent of free speech. The conservative newspapers, student newspapers, are so essential. I was not a conservative as a college student, so this was, and I don't even know back in the 70s if there was a conservative newspaper at Yale. I think probably not. It was a much less political time. But they are essential. Well, what's been going on recently with now that sort of seems like ancient history during the Trump era, he would nominate judges to the federal bench, and their enemies would dig up writings of these students from their college time. There was a guy that went to Stanford who was nominated for the Ninth Circuit, and he wrote some very scathing and satirical pieces about multiculturalism. Well, he was denied the going forward with the nomination, not just by the Democrats, but by Marco Rubio and Tim Scott, to their eternal discredit. Naomi Raud.
But because you don't think somebody who has scathing remarks on multiculturalism, which America is a multicultural nation, you don't think having that person as a judge would probably be a bad idea?
Did squeak through, but she was critical of campus rape culture, and she had to backtrack and confess her sins and say, oh, well, of course there's rape culture, when there is not. But what I'm worried about is any student who is forward-oriented and future-oriented will say, I don't dare write the truth about what's going on a college campus today, because that's going to be used against me in my next job. And so you've got a very subtle self-censorship that's going on that means that the truth is going to get harder and harder to get out.
I'm reminded of an event that I did at University of New Hampshire a couple of years ago that went viral, where there was a whole bunch of protesters and kids were screaming at me, and this one girl...
The unfortunate thing is that I found a few studies into rape culture that says that she's wrong and that there is rape culture on campuses. So, what am I supposed to do with that? Jeez, lady.
Girl, a brown-skinned girl. She happened to be brown-skinned.
I mean, conservatives really just work on the idea that if I don't think it's there, it's not. Out of sight, out of mind.
That doesn't matter to me, but I'm mentioning it because it gives context to the story. She started screaming at me, heckling, and saying that I could be killed when I walk out of here. And I thought, wait, it's the middle of the day in New Hampshire. Are students being killed? But I realized what she was saying was so emotionally disconnected from reality that there was virtually nothing that I could say to her. And it became very clear that there was nothing I could say to her to calm down. But that they had ginned up such an irrational fear in her that it had almost, in essence, taken over every other faculty that she has.
And these are the universities that are supposedly, that still present themselves to these idiotic donors who keep funneling truckloads of cash into their maw to be used for more hate and victimology and destruction of our traditions. These are the colleges that are teaching them this fantastical delusion that they are at risk. And it is what is now in our culture at large, whether it's the idea that children shouldn't be in school because of COVID, or again, people, I'm here in Orange County, and it's better. My pool rules here are better than New York, but otherwise, I walk in the faculty housing area of University of California, Irvine, at as early as I can get out there to avoid the damn faculty members who, at 6 a.m. again, you're out in this huge fresh air. They're wearing masks. Are you people insane? But that one feels alive.
So it's very fascinating that they're all virtue signaling with their masks wearing, but her, immovable refusal to wear a mask, that's normal. That's fine.
And being frightened. Yeah. And we also see this now with this, I would argue, completely fantastical narrative that the world is under threat from white supremacist violence and pouring troops. They keep coming into the Capitol. They're coming into every other capital in this sort of deliberate theater supporting the lie that the country's biggest threat right now is these kooks that got out of control and were horribly ill-mannered and disgusting in the Capitol. But that was a one-off, and it is not the character of our country right now. But that is another sort of safetyism lie that is now a typical product of the academy.
Okay,
So when the FBI reported that the greatest threat to national security is domestic terrorism, she's just brushing it off as political theater. That's a horrible way to operate, because domestic terrorists can grow cells and grow support and then become a much bigger threat if we just ignore them. God, Heather, you should come listen to Tox News on Wednesdays when we cover Militia Watch and become a little bit informed about the right-wing militia movements that are going on currently.
I want to dive into that because I know you have a bunch to talk about there. But just before we do that, I think it'll segue sort of nicely, is you've mentioned multiculturalism a few times. And I think when the average person hears the phrase multiculturalism, they think, yes, we should be a multicultural society. Isn't that what we are?
Postmodern Marxist multicultural, okay? Ruben, get it right. If you're going to be a right-wing propaganda rhetoric, regurgitating all of that, get it right. It's postmodern Marxist multicultural, okay?
My neighbor's from this country, my aunt is from that country, blah, blah, aren't we multicultural? But there's a distinct difference between multiculturalism and the way that America has done the melting pot. Is that a fair statement?
So the right wing doesn't want to call us a multicultural nation. We just want to be a melting pot. Okay.
And can you explain it a little bit? Because I think people, once they hear you say, I'm against multiculturalism, they automatically think that has some racist beginning to it,
It does.
Well, the reality, the empirical...
Because when people say it's not an African American problem, they're saying like, okay, it doesn't deal with their skin. And then they come in with, it's an African American cultural problem. Well, that's still associated to their skin because the skin is part of who they are outside of that culture. So we can pretend it's not racist to say these things, but then you guys inevitably make an argument that is racist.
Empirical fact of multiculturalism is it is not inclusive, it's not additive, it is subtractive.
What?
It is done in the name of labeling the Western tradition, which has been encyclopedic, it has been inclusive, it has taken in people from across the globe
some of them against their will.
To put that, to denigrate it, and to teach students and adults to see it through the lens of oppression, which is just tragic.
What I feel like is that she thinks that some slaves came here voluntarily. The way she phrased that like people all around the world have come here is with like the idea that a lot of them weren't actually like not seen as people for almost 100 years. And if you go with the 1619 Project, that's over 200 years.
Really tragic. And the multicultural idea is one that is antithetical to the power of the human imagination. I don't know if there's a single more idiotic conception than the one of cultural appropriation that is trying to draw boundaries around the human imagination and say that if you're, say, a white female writer, you cannot write a novel that has a black male protagonist in it because that
that's not cultural appropriation, baby. That's not even close to on the mark. That's not.
That would be culturally appropriative. Are you kidding me?
I mean, you have to question whether or not the writer's very good at writing from the perspective, like a white female, if she's actually good at writing from the perspective of a black male protagonist. Like, at that point, you do have to judge the book on a literary standard, but that's still not appropriation. Appropriation is by taking something that was started in one culture and reappropriating it to sell it to your culture.
There's the greatest artists of our time have seen into people.
And we can argue that there is no black culture, there is no white culture, even though they'll make that argument later on that there are distinct cultures. But like, there is a pretty quantifiable difference between certain white cultures that were started in whiteness than there were that were started in blackness or in Asians or in Mexicans or any of the other Latin Americans who have their own distinct cultures, which then may or may not get reappropriated by white people if they think it's cool enough. But her example is not even close to an example of it. Like, Elvis Presley is probably the best example simply because he literally stole songs. Like, literally stole actual music he did not write.
People very different than themselves. I've seen some of the most extraordinary exploration.
Like, even Eminem is kind of considered of like reappropriation of the culture, but Eminem's always been very aware of that, and he's also been like very conscious of most things that he says. Not all, but most. And he's at least aware of his position and is very conscious of it and takes the steps necessary, and is, because of it and because of his like lyrical capability and songwriting ability, was able to become like one of the most legendary hip-hop artists of the time. But I don't think he ignores the fact that he is, reappropriating culture. But I feel like if Eminem hadn't done that, I don't think Eminem would be Eminem. And I maybe culture appropriation is okay in certain circumstances. I don't think it's actually that negative. It's just, it sucks when white people will reappropriate a culture such as hip hop and then also like blame hip hop for denigrating kids.
Of female sexual jealousy by male writers who simply possess the feature of empathy. So multiculturalism as practiced and as given within our world today is not saying let's learn the great epic traditions of India or China, but rather it means that hey, hey, ho, ho, Western Civ has got to go, which is the Jesse Jackson infamous chant from Stanford of the 80s. That's the reality of it.
But that's because Western civilization, and again, it's used as a dog whistle to say white people best. That's kind of the problem of like constantly saying that Western civilization needs to be upheld to a different standard or put on a pedestal, is that like then you start saying that like Chinese culture is a backwards culture because it isn't Western. So like multiculturalism doesn't say anything. I don't know why she says that it's saying something, but multiculturalism exists on this planet. There's probably thousands, if not millions, of different cultures. So the problem with Western civilization is that like it was built on the predicate that white people know best. So there's an issue with that culture, and that's why you probably should self-reflect on it a little bit and wonder why you're protecting it so hard, Heather McDonald.
The other reality is, frankly, as inclusive it has been, it is a European tradition, and it is white, mostly not exclusively, but there weren't a whole lot of blacks writing Renaissance madrigals. So if you're an early music group,
but of course, because that's dependent on the society and culture that you were born in. They had their own stories, which you're saying right now aren't as historical or great. That's the problem with this Western civilization conversation. They had their own stories. They did. They had their own culture that had nothing to do with white people. Sorry, lady.
You know, doing Baroque music, and you've now decided that your mission is social justice and your mission is to be an anti-racism organization, which music organization after music organization is declaring itself as, our mission is to be anti-racist. Sorry, just the reality of history is there are not a lot of black composers. The reason there's not black composers is not because of racism, it's because that's what the demographics were. No.
Exactly, it depended on the society that you lived in. People made music all around the world, and that doesn't make classical music the best.
Nobody goes to African music and says, well, we can't perform it because there's no whites. Or we can't do Balinese, you know, the monkey chant because there were no British whites in there. There are certain realities of history and population groups that's just what history is. You cannot change it.
All right, so let's shift to where you were going there about the Capitol Hill protests. Are you telling me, Heather McDonald, that man with the horns and the face paint, that guy was not the leader of a giant coup? They weren't going to take over the entire government that day? Because if you watch CNN, Jake Tapper, there was an insurrection. These people were going to take over all of our governmental institutions.
Well, I am not going to defend them for an instant. And
I like how QAnon Shaman is like the spokesperson mascot of how ridiculous the insurrectionists were. But that just continues ignoring that 3%ers and Oath Keepers and Proud Boys were there. By focusing in on that one ridiculous character, we're ignoring the people who did go in there with severe ill content.
I cannot state enough that as a prerequisite, prolegomena to everything I'm saying. I'm not justifying them. I'm not making an apology for them. But this was a one-off. You know, this was the moment that the left has been hoping for, that we were told, you know, was going to happen after the election. It never happened. And these guys got out of control. It is.
What are they talking about? Just because Trump failed doesn't mean he didn't attempt a coup. Like, and it probably would have been more successful with him if he had more support from the military, but he didn't.
Also true that, as we heard with the Black Lives Matter protests, you know, we heard for the riots, the race riots that did 100,000 times more damage than happened as a physical matter and as a life matter than happened on January 6th. The rolling riots that we saw over the summer through the fall that are...
I think as many people died in that insurrection than the total amount of people that died during the BLM protests throughout the entire summer.
Are now being complete...
That one demonstration at the Capitol has 5 people dead. One event. How is she downplaying that right now?
Rewritten out of history by the mainstream media. Not that they acknowledge them at all at the...
Okay, yeah, sure, because the long hot summer from the 60s has been erased from the history books. Okay, lady, sure.
Time, but now they're being completely erased.
The long hot summer was far worse than the BLM protests from last year, and it's still in the history books.
Those were...
It may not be taught in your school, but it's in history books.
Far more destructive in terms of property damage and damage to government property than anything that happened on January 6th. I simply do not believe that what happened then...
Okay, I'll grant her that point, that more property damage has come from the BLM protests, but lives lost? 5 in one day. Seriously.
Represents an ongoing terror threat. These people are disorganized, they're losers, they got out of control, and...
That's funny. Is she calling the insurrectionists disorganized losers, or was that us? She attacking the left?
An ongoing terror threat. These people are disorganized.
Who's she talking about? Hold on.
Than anything that happened on January 6th. I simply do not believe that what happened then represents an ongoing terror threat. These people are...
Okay, so if she genuinely doesn't believe that it's a developing threat to the national security and well-being of this country, then she really does need to go to militia.watch. She really needs to start following the militias as much as this website does, because they're organizing, and they have guns, and they have really extreme beliefs. So her downplaying them or just outright ignoring their existence is far more dangerous than saying they're out there. That's wow.
Are disorganized, they're losers, they got out of control, and they have been in the grips of what I would say is a delusion, which is the idea that the election was systematically rigged.
Okay.
You know,
right.
But what I,
right.
you know, one's attitude towards what went on January 6th to a certain extent will be influenced by whether you believe the rigging narrative. They believe it. And if the election was systemically rigged, that is very serious business. That undermines the legitimacy of our government and justifies something. It doesn't justify violence, but it justifies something. And so that
it justifies investigations which have happened, which the people who stormed the Capitol ignored regardless because they believe the president over information. And that kind of feeds into this whole anti-expert, anti-intellectual shit that like the conservative just keeps on peddling. And she's not very good at connecting dots. Or she's just like purposefully ignoring through lines just so that she can get to the dots that she wants to connect.
That makes this whole debate about what went on complicated because there's a factual dispute at the heart of both sides.
So from a legal perspective, do you...
The both sides argument. There's a factual dispute on both sides. Both sides are fine people.
Think Trump was inciting them when he was saying... I mean, he did repeatedly say peaceful, but I think what a lot of people are saying is, well, what did he think was going to happen when they got there? I mean, actually, I think had things not gotten out of hand, Ted Cruz would have issued a statement that day saying, I object to this or that, and Rand Paul would have done the same. The day would have finished up, and then actually what I think would have happened was people would have realized it was over. I think that's...
See, he doesn't even really understand what the goals of that day were, is that a lot of people wanted Mike Pence to go against the electoral votes. It wasn't necessarily the objections, because the objections did happen regardless, and they were going to happen regardless. But I don't know if Trump really thought that the mob pressure would have convinced Mike Pence to go against the constitutional rules on counting the electoral votes. But once they found out that he did not do that, they started screaming, "Hang Mike Pence." They turned on him too.
That's where it was all heading.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on the law of incitement, so I don't know what the legal standards are, but it's complicated. I mean, he's got statements. And again, this is what's difficult is how you view what he said does depend on what your view is of the underlying claim of rigging. You can't get around that. If you think the rigging idea was preposterous, as I do, then, for him to go and say, take back the Capitol.
You got to fight. If you don't fight, you won't have a country anymore.
Sounds possibly too provocative. But if it's right, if he really was the rightful winner and the election was stolen from him.
But he wasn't, and he isn't.
Then his rhetoric looks simply factual.
I want to stop you there for a second because
how can she say that if he was right, then they have a reason to do what they did? But he's obviously wrong. I don't understand the point that she's making here. Because, obviously, she knows he's wrong. And she knows that incitement would have worked if he was right. But oh God, I'm in a knot now. How can she make that argument that's saying like it's not right, but if in a different context it could have been right?
It's interesting because even though you're really just talking about sort of the sort of psychological makeup of some of the people and the behaviors related to the information that we all get, I know it's very possible that YouTube is going to take this video down because we're really not even supposed to talk about this, even though you're fully saying that you believe that that the election was legitimate. But that's just the sort of information war that we're in related to all of this.
I think that's honestly what saved your video from being brought down, Dave, is that she said that those claims are preposterous, which is okay by YouTube. If you were going to sit there and bring up the variety of cases that you guys did bring up before January 6th with like the votes in Georgia or the miscount in Minnesota or the ballot box being pulled from out of the table, if you continued peddling that, I would bet $5 that YouTube would take your video down. Yeah.
You know, the question, Dave, is what is this country going to look like in 5 years or 3 years?
Oh God.
This censorship is happening so quickly. I mean, my mind is just blown by it. I don't know what one can do. And the other thing that worries me, and this comes out of the academy again, up to now, federal judges have been pretty good in striking down free speech limitations on college campuses, which, you know, the things that get appealed to them tend to be the speech codes, which are by now are sort of archaic and a trivial problem compared to the much broader campus climate of censorship. But the judges have been pretty good on First Amendment. But what are future judges going to be like? They're the product of this academy as well. And during the Brett Kavanaugh.
All right. I gotta hit the bathroom at this point. I can't make it through the argument with this bladder this full. It's already going.
Turn up the bass.
Back to the ridiculousness that is.
Hearings, you had students from the Harvard and Yale law schools protesting, saying, believe survivors, you know, trying to torpedo the Kavanaugh nomination. The believe survivors mantra that is the absolute central plank of feminism today is completely antithetical to due process. It is the rejection of the presumption of innocence. The hate speech conceit that we're seeing now weaponized in the world at large to do censorship, when you have members of the press saying we should censor Fox News, we should deplatform everybody because hate speech is behavior. Hate speech destroys people's lives. As you pointed out, hate speech is not a constitutionally protected or, you know, recognized category. The judges that we are entrusting with our Constitution are the products of the academy that is giving us these poisonous ideas. So I don't know how much longer we can count on America the way we know it to have been.
It's so, I mean, it's scary what you're saying there, but I think what I hear from a lot of conservatives is, oh, the courts are the sort of last line on this, that maybe Trump got enough judges in for...
I think it's fascinating too that like conservatives keep feeding into this idea that America is supposed to stay exactly the same, which like for a country that also, I don't know, loves innovation. It's a weird argument to make and a bit of a contradiction because we love innovation, but when it comes to our political and social institutions, those things should not move one bit.
now, because he did get a lot of, it was something like 400 judges, if I'm not mistaken. He got a ton of judges in, that's the last line. But I think you're right. It's also that they're a function of the culture and everything else. And the more we target individual people and then they get scared and they don't want to be called a racist, on top of the fact that they themselves may have been indoctrinated at some level, it's a scary stew. Let me shift to something that you might find a little more inspiring then. I was at the Turning Point USA Student Action Summit right before Christmas. And we've talked about this before, but you're a non-religious conservative, which sometimes people find to be an oxymoron. I do not, and we've had a couple interesting chats about it. But at Turning Point, they had a conservative secular coalition there. It was the first time this group had been invited. And there were a lot of them there. I did an interview with them. And as I was talking, I think I brought you up in the interview, but I see something really nice happening there. That there suddenly is this sort of burst of secular conservatism. And I thought you might just like to hear that.
Interesting. No, I was unaware of that. That's fantastic. It doesn't necessarily change a lot of the other rhetoric that comes out of a lot of conservative talk show hosts. But you know, again, if we really believe in being inclusive, that's a good thing.
Yeah, that seemed to be the overriding idea. So sort of going back a little bit to the censorship part of this, has any of the big tech censorship, the way they're trying to kick Fox off the air, the way they're trying to get rid of YouTubers or saying that you can't talk about any of these things, has any of that pushed your free market principles to the breaking point? That seems to be a new place that libertarians and conservatives are fighting at the moment. Like, oh, we should have used the power of the government when we had Trump to break up the tech monopolies, or do you fully believe in the free market or some combination thereof?
Yeah, this again is not my expertise, and I'm the big thing that I find so astounding with the members of the liberal elites that are calling now from censorship is their childlike inability to think in terms of principles. They think that they will always have power and that therefore they can establish the precedent of shutting down speech that will never be used against them. And you think, my God, you know, an adult is supposed to be able to abstract from his own situation to think in terms of neutral principles. And I used to go around to college campuses and say to the lefty students who were, yes, also screaming and you know, having heart attacks at my very presence there, say, do you want this power of censorship in the hands of Donald Trump? And ironically, Trump did not try to censor people, but now you have, you know, Max Boot and Washington Post writers and heads of Columbia Journalism School saying, well, you know, this free speech thing is not really so great. We got to get rid of it. But what if we get Trump in 2024, God forbid, or somebody else? It's going to use it against you. And I would say the same thing with taking on the big tech companies, that they are private. And so I'm worried about any kind of precedent that would be used for government to go after a private entity, because we may think we're doing it for a good cause now, but the tables can always turn. But this is something that is above my pay grade. I leave it to you to figure out a way out of this mess, because it's damn hard.
Yeah, I know the tech part isn't necessarily your area of expertise, but I knew you could give me a sort of philosophical underpinning there. But all right, so going back to a little bit more of where you focus, we have heard Joe Biden say the phrase equity roughly 1 billion.
YOLO. Oh yeah, the bigger the corporation, the better. Do you want to take a political quiz later? Find out where you are on the spectrum? Sure. I know, it's fucked up. Well, it's okay, I'm dealing with it. I feel bad for her, so when I go for like bathroom breaks, I've been seeing if she wants to go out. But I don't want to keep my door open because nobody wants to hear this rambling fucking nonsense. No. How's it going? Yeah, I'm answering, like, I'm listening to their responses, but also, like, doing this quiz, because it's, like, 70 questions. But all you do is answer strongly agree, neutral, disagree, strongly disagree. Yeah, so I'll tell you my results when I get there. Probably just an almond milk latte if you're going there, unless you're going to Scoots. This guy literally said that, like, or no, she said it, that, like, the more college graduates they have, the less likely they are to convince people. That's like literally saying the more educated people there are in the world, the harder it is for conservatives to do things. That's how I saw it. This guy's dumb. Genuinely dumb. And I agree with Joe Rogan not bringing him on the podcast anymore. Because they're always trying to lick it.
I don't know what it is. Yeah, that mustache makes a difference. There's some people that just look so weird when they talk.
I mean, it's the perfect pause.
Yeah.
She's even grossed out by it. Look at her. Like, that mustache. I just... Shave it. Shave it. Yeah, she's a bit of a liar. Of course. She doesn't know that white supremacy is out there mobilizing, arming themselves with guns. It may not be a majority, but they exist. Yeah, for my high-level ideas. Ugh. Yeah, whenever there's ice, it's just ice. Thank you. She's right, my room is too hot. Alright, where were we, Ruben?
Billion times in his few weeks of, I'll have to get fact checked on that, but in his few weeks of office. I mean, equity, equity, equity. You may remember that just, 2 or 3 days before the election, Kamala Harris released that video on Twitter talking about that we should all end up in the same place. This is obviously very different than equality. Are you kind of shocked?
Yeah, the thing is, though, is that most of us socialists are arguing for equal opportunity, which means everybody's basic needs are met, and that they're then able to go forward and choose how they spend their day. The thing about equality of outcome is that it is nearly impossible to reach, because no matter what, you're going to have individuals working harder, earning more, so that's always going to be a problem. Equality of outcome is never going to happen, but the distribution of wealth at this point is being sucked out of the middle class and the lower class and being focused upwards, and Reagan's economics are a lie. So when we talk about equity, I come from a position of equal opportunity, meaning that everybody's basic needs are met. That means everybody starts out at a standard living, and then afterwards your outcome is solely dependent on your work level, because for some people, no matter how much they work, their class mobilization isn't going to be budged whatsoever.
Or does it just all fit that we sort of slipped equity under the guise of equality into the system just that quickly, where now if you say you're against equity, which is just sort of an imaginary position, well, of course you're racist and everything else.
I mean, I clarified it, so that's why it's really hard for him to say, like, equity is this, like, just nonchalant, broad term, but I'm pretty sure I cleaned it up for him right there.
Yeah. Well, equity is another, it's a synonym for the sort of the obverse, which is racism and white supremacy. I've been hearing more, my ear is more attuned to Biden's endless repetition of systemic racism, and they're the same thing. I mean, equity is the response to systemic racism. Equity means quotas. It means the destruction of meritocratic standards. It means you hire and promote on the basis of race, not on the basis of qualifications. And any institution which does not show a proportional number of blacks or Hispanics is thereby, by definition, systemically racist and engaged in bias. And I'm fully expecting Ibram Kendi, the big anti-racist huckster right now, who's probably the most highest paid of them. He may have even bumped out Ta-Nehisi Coates to end up in the federal government and set up a agency of anti-racism that will go after every private institution using the completely dangerous and unjustified tool of disparate impact, which holds that any neutral process, such as saying, we expect you as a Alzheimer's researcher to have a highly competitive knowledge of the way neurology works. If that standard has a disparate impact on Blacks, then you get rid of the standard and say we're going to replace it with quotas. The fact of the matter is, the academic skills gap in this country is so vast that it is preposterous to claim that the lack of proportional representation in any institution is the result of bias. The facts are these. Black 8th graders, 54% of all Black 8th graders in this country do not even have basic math skills. Basic is defined by the National Association of Educational Progress, the NAEP, as partial mastery of math concepts. 54% of Black 8th graders are below basic in their math skills. 40% are below basic in their reading skills. That is, they do not even have partial mastery of 8th grade reading skills.
That's a variety of, like, there's so many things, variations, and like there's just so much to try and quantify why that is. They tend to, in lower income neighborhoods have lower income. Single parent households also have an effect on the amount of stress that a kid can feel while going to school. There's so many factors in here that we can't really equivocate everything to race, although their demographic does have, like, you can basically look at like where they are raised and try to understand then what all the like variant things that affected their education were. Especially in low income neighborhoods, they tend to have underfunded school, like severely underfunded schools, which don't necessarily inspire a lot of kids to learn. So there's a lot to this, and I feel like she's simplifying it a little too hard to make a point.
Gap does not close. It continues at the SAT level, where you have a standard deviation of gap. LSATs.
But like, to say that everybody should be on an equal platform with their education kind of ignores the fact that we do have underfunded schools that leave kids less educated.
GMATs, MCATs, everywhere you see.
And then also, if a teacher's like really underpaid, what kind of motivation are they going to bring to their job?
That distinction.
And by the way, their response is to now get rid of many of these things, right?
Right. Exactly.
I mean, I think we should get rid of them regardless of your skin color, basically, because I don't think they're very fit for like measuring kids' IQs. It's basically like all of it is to kind of quantify like how well of like you were at paying attention, and not necessarily any of the actual brain skills that you may or may not have.
Exactly. They're going to get rid of. That's why they're getting rid of the SATs. And my prediction is, we are also eventually going to get rid of crime data. You are going to have police departments. It's already very hard to get your hands on crime offending data and criminal victimization data as well. And that is...
But that's an issue of how police report their information. That's not of like any public pressure saying don't report crime information. That has more to deal with cops' record keeping. So shouldn't we be holding them more accountable if that's being affected?
Eventually going to be repressed as well, in order to further strengthen the phony narrative that the disproportion of Blacks in the prison system is due to racism, not to exponentially higher rates of criminal offending.
So I think
systemic racism, not just racism in general, systemic racism, and it is trackable through legislation that has happened through the local communities and the federal, which there's plenty of information out there for her to just ignore, I guess. When
some people hear you say that, when they hear, okay, well, 54% percent of black eighth graders aren't at that level, or the level that they should be at, that they say, well, then that proves that there's systemic racism. If it's so disproportionate to black people, I think at a surface level thought, I think that's what happens there. So can you just go a little bit beneath that, maybe as a comparison to the Asian community? Because I know you've written a lot about that.
Well, I proposed a thought experiment, which is that if blacks acted like Asians for 10 years in all regards to things that have a bear.
What the fuck? If blacks just started acting like Asians for 10 years, then maybe they'll start seeing a difference? Wow. Wow. Come on, brain, think of a response other than wow. Just wow. Wow.
Bearing on academic success, on success in life, such as being fanatical about schoolwork, having
That's a solely Asian trait. That is solely Asian, to be fanatical about schoolwork. That's only for the Asians. That is reserved for the Asians. The rest of you are just adopting, reappropriating Asian culture by caring about your schoolwork. Amazing.
Parents that care about whether you're going to class, whether you're truant or not, taking your textbooks home, studying for the next exam, not screaming at your teacher, beating up your teacher, not getting involved in drugs or gangs, having a very low out-of-wedlock birth rate. If all those behaviors were the same, and then we saw the socioeconomic disparities that we do, then it would be more than enough time to start talking about systemic racism. But
That's hilarious. So their economic disparities are a cause from them not caring about school, but apparently those economic disparities don't affect how they care about school. It's the other way around. That's very, what's the word for it? Racist.
Right now, you have a culture, and you have addressed this, Dave, with your fantastic interview with Brandon of Blexit, a inner city culture that stigmatizes academic effort, that celebrates violence, criminality, that is completely inimical to success in life, when the behavior...
When she's literally saying that that's a part of all of black culture, but that kind of exists throughout all cultures. The biggest gangsters during the 1930s, most of them would have been considered quote unquote white. So it's not endemic of the black culture, but unfortunately a lot of them live in low income neighborhoods where gang life is a much stronger support system than the fucking government.
Behaviors are so different. It is way premature to talk about systemic racism. There is a lot that can be done, at least in theory. I mean, we've been trying for decades without a whole lot of success, but it remains theoretically possible to change the culture and the behaviors that I think are clearly related to the fact that we don't have...
Didn't I say that they were gonna bring up that it's not a black problem, it's a black culture problem? As if you could remove the skin from the culture, as if you could remove their history of who they are away from their culture. It's a racist talking point that they it's just this subtle dog whistle is it's not black people, it's their culture. It's slimy, so slimy.
Absolute equity in outcomes that Kamala Harris and Biden pretend to want. And as long as we can't talk about those behaviors. And
Biden wrote the crime bill that mass incarcerated a lot of black people, and then Kamala Harris made sure they stayed in prison for non-violent drug offenses. I don't know what the fuck she thinks she's talking about. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are pretty bad at their race relations. They're trying to put a smile on it now, but historically they're pretty bad.
And we keep going down this path of demanding more quotas, more transfer payments, nothing is going to change.
Yeah, and by the way, of course, the great Thomas Sowell has been talking about this forever, that in effect is what the welfare state did. Do you think there's anything, though, the government could do? Let's say we had a government, certainly not the government we have at the federal level now, but if there was a government to come in and say, okay, we want to address these issues around the family, around generations on welfare, all of these things, we want to address it. What do you do? I mean, I've heard some people like Candace Owens say, you just stop the programs tomorrow and you let that pain point hit. Do you think there's a sensible policy there? Do you say just end everything? What's the actual action that can happen?
How is a policy to remove policies? Like a policy that does help millions of Americans, how does removing that policy help anybody? And how is that also a policy stance? That's making me wonder like a lot. Because like pull yourself up by your bootstraps doesn't necessarily help a person on food stamps get food.
Government cannot do social uplift. It doesn't know how to do it.
Just because the government doesn't know how to do social uplift doesn't mean that we shouldn't have social uplift. Like my thing is too is that like the government's not necessarily the problem. The people who run the government are. So we have people who are in it for the wrong reasons, and then it continues to drive the ineptitude and insufficient support for the community. So it's not the government that's the problem. It's the people that we keep perpetuating into the system.
And of course, right now you have government, the social.
Like as George Carlin put it best, like they come from American schools, from American families, from America. And that if we keep being selfish, ignorant, neglectful people, we will continue electing selfish, self-interested, narcissist, ignorant people. Like you get what you put out. And then somehow they're able to use that against us through this kind of podcast.
Social work schools are cranking out government workers that are utterly committed to non-judgmentalism when it comes to self-destructive behavior. Like I remember in the 90s in New York, I used to write a lot about welfare reform and would talk to these nonprofit workers, and they were adamant that they couldn't say a word about out-of-wedlock childbearing, which is the biggest predictor of poverty in this country. If we could wipe out out-of-wedlock childbearing, reknit families together, we'd get rid of poverty and we'd get rid of almost all crime. And it's
well, that's also weird too that they want to like eliminate out-of-wedlock children bearing, but then they don't want Planned Parenthood that allows up to six-week abortion. So basically that means that the individual either has to abstain or also always be responsible. But like when people have sex, of course you should be responsible the same way that if you have a gun, you should be responsible. Like these things affect other people's lives, but it's very fascinating that they want to eliminate the social safety nets, but at the same time also eliminate the problem that is alleviated by those social safety nets. It's very strange.
It's happening now in the white community as well, among the hillbilly elegy population as well. Charles Murray's written about that.
Nice. She even attacked white people there by just saying that a bunch of hillbillies are the ones giving children out of wedlock. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. You'll never find a rich white man having a child out of wedlock. Never. That would never happen.
Government does not know how to change people's upbringing. So yes, it would be a great thing. I would absolutely back Candace Owens of going cold turkey, and there were proposals about that for during the welfare reform era of the 1990s.
You know what? We should just leave the minimum wage where it's at and eliminate social welfare programs, and then just see how the public reacts to that. Let's do it. I'm totally on board for this because you know what? We don't have enough protests and chaos going on right now. We need more, for sure. Let's do it. I agree with you, Heather.
Of at least not giving more checks, larger checks when people had more children out of wedlock, but that was a very hard sell. I would say government, what it's there for is providing public order, providing the basis for people to exercise their own initiative. That is above all safe streets so that businesses don't have to worry about their employees. They can set.
So she basically is saying too that the government is only meant to be a leviathan, something that's there to protect you from outside forces. I don't agree with that necessarily either. Like, a government is good at organizing a military, but at the same time, a government should be expected to respect your human rights. That means that they don't step on them. It means that they should protect your human rights. That means that they should make sure that nobody's stepping on them. And then they should fulfill your human rights by making sure they're actually provided. That, I feel, is the biggest job of the government that the government seems to half-ass do every single fucking time.
Set up shop, and people can thrive and get where they need to go without fear.
You're speaking my language. It's so interesting what you said about in the 90s and the social workers, and they couldn't bring up the one-parent household. It reminds me of something that David Horowitz, who I'm sure you know of, told me once when he was still a lefty in New York City politics in the early 80s during the AIDS crisis. He was just sort of becoming a Republican in essence, and they knew that the AIDS crisis, that in effect ground zero, was these gay bathhouses, because people were having all kinds of sex and doing drugs and all sorts of stuff. And the Republicans wanted to close down the bathhouses, but the Democrats said, no, you're a bunch of homophobes and you hate gay people. Thus, they actually extended the crisis probably for years and years after that, because it's just this, it's the same culture of fear in essence.
Well, I've said the big divide between conservatives and liberals or progressives or leftists is whether you see behavior as the most important determinant of life outcomes, or you see large systemic structures as the determinant. And I'm sure there's, counter examples here, but by and large, a liberal is going to say, but look, there's these huge structures, homophobia or racism that prevent people from thriving. And again, in the case of AIDS, I mean, it was just remarkable that we were not allowed to talk about grotesquely promiscuous sex, and we were pretending that AIDS is like an airborne disease, an infectious disease, as opposed to something that is almost 100% avoidable by not doing intravenous drugs and not engaging in anonymous sex with people who you have no idea what their STD status is or anything. You can avoid it 100%. And so a conservative is going to focus on those behavioral choices that people make and be more skeptical. And a liberal would say, how can you be so blind to the systemic structural barriers? And it's one of those constitutional divides in how we look at the world that is very hard to bridge.
Do you think the more and more you do these things, that you study these things, talk about these things, and the more we've seen so much of what you talk about come true, do you ultimately think that it's partly just the way our brains are wired at the end, that it's just some people's fear center is this and some people's other fear center is that? So the mask then, if for some people, you walk around and go, oh man, these people are bananas, that's sort of where I'm at. But then someone else thinks it actually in some way is giving them purpose in a bizarre sense.
That's absolutely right. It does give you purpose, and you feel like you're part of something bigger, and fear is as I say, it gives, you feel like you're alive, and it also gives you virtue. Yeah, I do. And I also think we're all susceptible to enormous cognitive blindnesses. So I'm sure, conservatives are just as inconsistent in their application of principles. I mean, we've all seen
or that their principles inherently have contradictions in them, which I feel like I've touched a couple of them. I think what she points out there too about cognitive blindness is that that's totally fine. One of the smartest people who ever lived said, I know that I know nothing, which, he was obviously very intelligent, but the thing is though, is that he accepted that there's no way he can know everything.
Sort of seesaw go up and down as to whether one's in favor of executive orders based on whether your guy's in office or not. So
I have no problems with executive orders. In a general discussion, I have a very big problem with how we organize a lot of things, but in the state of where we're at, executive orders are a way for the president to say, hey, let's go in this direction. If it overreaches that, say like when Trump tried to negotiate drug prices through it, which it obviously failed because the president can't do that, but that's only an example of the president trying to use an executive order on something that it does not do, that is where I start to have a problem.
I do kind of despair. I mean, I have to say, and this is going to anger a lot of people and alienate a lot of people.
Do it.
But I have been depressed by seeing the willingness of so many people on the right to embrace what I think are just completely ridiculous conspiracy theories with regards to Dominion voting systems, and to not apply the Hume test, the test for miracles, of having a basic skepticism towards claims, which ask, is it more likely than not? Is it more likely than not that there was a systemic conspiracy across all levels of government in this country to destroy?
She forgets another basic law that is probably spread around us uneducated folk pretty often, but the simplest answer is usually the correct one. And the thing that conspiracy theories offer is simplicity. So I'm not saying that conspiracy theories are right, they just answer them. Like, for a lot of people who feel like they don't understand a situation, a conspiracy theory can come in and say, hey, I've got some explanations for you. They may not be correct, but it might satisfy somebody's urge to want to know answers.
Destroy Trump votes. To me, that is, it's a step too far, but people have selective rationality. And so I think that kind of a libertarian view that views everybody as it's all going to come out all right in the wash because we're all rational, it's not quite the way it works. And we've had people like Daniel Kahneman for years now point out the sort of failures of how human beings are wired cognitively, and our tendency towards see agency where it doesn't exist. I would say that's part of the religious impulse as well. So one can only hope and make those arguments as often as one can from one's own perspective of rationality, knowing that I am fallible too. And I think we need some epistemological humility towards our own positions as even as we're criticizing what appear to be complete insanity on the side of our ideological opponents.
I mean, I actually really agree with most of what she said right there, but the only thing is that I don't think she applies the, I don't know, like even really simple laws. I don't think law of identity really comes in here, but the law of non-contradiction. And a lot of that comes from like really laying down all of your beliefs, coming to either policies or issues or the way that you think things should be, and applying those to the law of non-contradictions to make sure that each one of your arguments doesn't collapse on itself. And I'm not sure how far down that rabbit hole she's gone.
That probably is the right place to stop because it was a beautiful ending, but I'm going to push you one further, which is that my audience knows that I'm really trying to help people just not feel crazy about all of this, because the world really does feel crazy. We're watching the close of the old world. We're watching the beginning of a new world that is going to feel very different no matter what.
I don't know how every day to Dave Rubin doesn't feel like the closing of the old world. Like, we're always moving into the future. Every moment is a second into the future. I don't know. Maybe that's just my own metaphysical bias, but like every day is like, yesterday is the old world and every day we're opening another chapter into the new world. I think it's part of this idea that conservatives are holding on to, that make America great again, that there's an America that was so great and we can return to it, rather than thinking like making America great again couldn't be formed in like moving forward by progressing rather than regressing. Or conserving.
I sense you're probably similar to the way I think of myself. I consider myself a world-weary optimist, but really a realist more than anything else. I think you certainly must consider yourself a realist. But can you track some sort of future that looks okay over the next couple of years? Like, is there something that you can sort of see in the distance that's like, oh, we can get through this without the complete destruction of everything that is good?
I think if we had stronger local movements, organizations, communities, like local support, I could see a lot of benefit coming out in the future. But so long as we're all disaffected and at each other's throats, I don't nope, not seeing it.
The truth. I mean, I just, and I'm not a world very optimist. I'm a world very pessimist. Again, this is a constitutional difference. I can tell. I'm not an optimist by nature, and I know that clouds how I see things. And I find optimists crazy. Like, how can you guys think it's going to get better? It's not. But let's pretend. But no, there are ways. The only way out of this is the truth. Do not be cowed by the charge of racism. I do believe that the core problem in all of our world today is the racial gap, the idea that America is racist, white supremacist. That's driving an enormous portion of the current insanity. We have to speak the truth about accomplishment, about culture, and not allow our history and our civilization to be torn down based on hatred, resentment, and mediocrity. Stick up for what you love. I'm going to stick up for the art that I think is greater than any of us have any right to deserve. We do not deserve the beauty of Chopin and Brahms piano music and Mozart operas. None of us have done
that. Like, nobody listens to classical music. She's like talking right now about how she's going to fight for the art and classical music as the greatest music form to ever hit our ears.
I don't know about that, but
I think it's fine.
music is good.
Yeah, it's fine. Like, who the fuck wants to listen to it all the time?
I didn't know that was an endangered species.
Apparently it is, to the point of like her feeling like it's something to rabble-rouse about. That was a good catch. I got one more pod to do. One more. And then it's Harmontown reunion. Alright. What would be really dope is that if like more rappers actually rapped over classical music. I feel like if they could remix and redub some classical music, it might find a second win. But classical music on its own is not gonna enthrall the next generations. Especially after dubstep and EDM has totally wrecked what people can consider to be good instrumental music.
Done anything to justify this cornucopia of sublimity. Keep fighting for it. Keep fighting for what you believe with respect, not violence. But that's all you can do is just go down fighting at the very least.
Heather McDonald, you are truly one of my favorite guests. Your most recent book is The Diversity Delusion, which we'll link to right down below.
Very interesting Western civilization chauvinist there that she definitely isn't very overt. She's very good at using those dog whistles. I will give her that credit. Oh, Candace. There's a Candace one, but we're here for that Prager. Where's he at? The last and final show is Prager's podcast. I can't believe all of them just dropped their shit on Sunday. Oh, Prager's came out 2 days ago. Okay. Candace, Shapiro.
Hi, everybody.
Ruben.
Dennis Prager, Fireside.
There's a lot. All right.
Now, is my guest visible right now as well? Because this is very rare that I have a guest on a Fireside Chat. This is my chance to talk to you about what is on my mind and take your questions every week, and I haven't missed a week in 174. Wow, that's a lot of weeks. But every so often, it's very important to me to have a dialogue with someone on the Fireside Chat. Now, this is particularly valuable because while we agree on a lot, and that's not insignificant, I will point that out, we disagree on the God issue, and God and morality, God's existence, and the whole thing. When I have had dialogues with people I differ with on some issue, I try to find the best, because it's not fair to the other side if I don't get the best. So Craig Biddle is as good as it gets. He is a devotee and a promoter of the ideas of Ayn Rand, or Ayn Rand, as many of you know it. And so let me tell you first what we do have in common, which incidentally is more important to me than what divides us, which is a very interesting subject unto itself. We haven't met before, or at least not with any extensive. Did we meet before?
I don't think so.
Okay, so there we go. Okay, we haven't met before, and we are both crazy about liberty. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
Exactly. So let me just say this at the outset. I am much closer, philosophically, morally, emotionally, to an atheist who loves liberty than to a God believer who doesn't. Okay? Just want to make that clear. And I suspect, I don't want to put any words in your mouth, that's true for you. That you might be closer with me than with an atheist who wants big government.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, there you go. And that's it for today. Show you how close we are. All right, so let's go to some of the issues that obviously we don't agree on. So I'll begin. I have said this on the radio very often. Whenever I meet an atheist and have a dialogue, I ask them an opening question. It's not a trick. I don't believe in that. And by the way, just for you, and I know you know this, but I'm telling this to you. My task here is not to win. My task is to illuminate differences. I believe in clarity over agreement. Okay, I want to make that. There's no scorecard here. So I just needed to say that because it's more important that people go away understanding where we differ than, gee, who won? Who won is in sports. Okay.
Yeah, and that's kind of the unfortunate thing that like debates have devolved into, is that there has to be a winner and loser. I think that the people who should benefit most from debates are the people who are listening to them. If the people who are doing debates are benefiting from them, gross, and stop doing what you're doing. Maybe. I think the only thing that is worth debating is actually like planting seeds, or maybe even just enlightening people. So I agree with Prager. Wow. We did it. It's over.
So this always interests me to ask atheists when I meet them. Do you hope, it's really more of an emotional question even than intellectual.
I mean, I want to know too, like, what kind of atheist is he? Is he like completely detached from having a god in general, or is he just the atheist type that doesn't identify with any particular secular religion? I feel like there is a difference nowadays.
Do you hope you are right or wrong about there not being a God?
I've never pondered the question of which I hope, and I don't know that I don't see the value in it. But I'll answer it because I get the point of the question. I actually hope that there is not a God, because if there is a God, it eliminates some of the things that I think are really important about life. It eliminates, now I know, religious people have debated this issue for a long, long time, and there are all sorts of ideas on it, but I think it would eliminate free will, right? God's omniscience and omnipotence would require that he knows everything that's going to happen, and therefore what I perceive as my free will, and I'm a firm believer in free will, would be not, in my view. So, and for several other reasons, I would say probably I would hope not.
So already we have great subjects here. So I want to talk about the free will, because I have the literal opposite view. Only if there is a God is there free will. Yeah. I'll explain my position in a moment. But
genuinely interested in knowing if there is a God, that's how we have free will. Genuinely interested in that. That is actually, I don't know if I've ever heard anybody necessarily make the point that without God we wouldn't have free will. Because I've always heard that like God allows free will, never that he is the driver behind it.
When I ask the question, it's important to me because I asked this of, who's a very well-known atheist with Reason magazine. Is he with Reason? No, he publishes his own intellectual
Probably Richard Dawkins.
Sorry? Yeah, Michael Sherman. So you, yeah, Skeptic Magazine, thanks. So you know him.
I know of him. I've not met him,
okay,
yes.
of him. So he's very prominent as an articulate espouser of atheism. So I asked him this question. It's on video somewhere, and he too had not been asked the question, and he said, he wasn't happy with his answer, but he said the answer that I would expect, and that is, look, I don't believe that there's a God, but yeah, wouldn't I want to see my loved ones after I die? Why wouldn't I want there to be a God? So that's why it's odd to me, your answer. Wouldn't you? You have a daughter and a wife, and I'm sure others you love.
It's also very interesting to think that too, that like if there's not a God, then you won't see your loved ones in the afterlife. Like in an atheist position, you still don't know. I mean, a lot of them accept that there's just nothing but darkness and you become one with the trees. But like, we don't necessarily know what the afterlife is. Christianity, Judaism, Muslims are the only ones to promise to have that finish line at the end where everybody's there waiting for you. But I don't know why that would only be true if Christianity's God is true. Like, what if we find out that there is not one omnipotent being, but 10 of them, and they also have a place for all of us to go once we're dead from this material plane? It's so weird how much of like, yeah, their reality hinges on just the mere existence of that specific God.
And you had a dog you loved. I mean, just on that, or one other that to me is as important as anything. I want the evil judged. The thought that there are people who have done such horrible things to human beings, and there is no consequence, that would bother me. So how do you?
I mean, that's the problem with like our current system. If we can't hold evildoers accountable in this realm and basically rely on God to do so afterwards, we need to fix our justice system, or who we hold accountable. Which is very interesting too, because a rich man has as much of a chance to get into heaven as a camel moving through the eye of a needle. And if I'm not mistaken, Prager might be considered rich.
Deal with that.
Well, yeah, I mean, if I parse the question into things, wouldn't you like to see, a friend of yours who has died, or my mother who's passed away already? Yeah, I mean, I would love to do that. So I could, depending on what issue I focus on, what the value is or what the consequence would be, I might alter my answer on wishes. And it would be nice if people who seem to get away with horrific things really did, burn in hell. Some of them I think really deserve to. And if people who had horrible things done to them that didn't deserve those things, if there was some way for them to have some kind of accounting for that and justice later, that would be nice. But here's the thing, I don't see any evidence for this afterlife. And what I think is much more important is saying, look, what's the best we can do in this life to live well, be just, ensure that people are treated properly as they deserve to be treated. Good people are treated well, horrific people are punished. And so my focus is on trying to accomplish those things.
So is mine. We're in 100% agreement. But that's why, though, I asked the opening question, our focus must be on this life. That's a basic religious principle religious principle. Now let's get to the
I don't know how that's necessarily a religious principle when like the religion hinges on the idea that you do right so you end up in the right place. I don't think like the motives are necessarily focused in on the moment. If your moment is thinking about, did I do right to get into heaven when I die?
The free will issue. So if you're an atheist, you're a materialist.
No. So this is
let me explain material. Forgive me. Let me just explain. Materialism is not people.
I knew he was going to have to specify what kind of atheist he is, but unfortunately for most Christians, they view atheist as this like very broad, generalized, they have a standard. An atheist is a person of just no God, no morals, no beliefs. And I am so glad that this guy was like, wait a second, I'm actually a different kind of atheist.
People love to buy things. By the way, Snoopy has come in. Snoopy has taken great affection to Craig, by the way, which is a credit to Craig. Notice, but however, this has not been ever captured. Craig, you're here for a great moment. They groom each other a great deal. So this may take place, this could go on the entire broadcast. I just want you to know, when Snoopy cleans Otto's ears and eyes, or vice versa, as you can see. Is everything visible? You're trying to get Snoopy away? Okay. Well done, Snoop. They love each other. It's very touching, actually. All right, so materialism, philosophically, not in the common sense that people like, more houses or more watches, is the belief that only matter is real. So you are not a materialist, even though you're an atheist.
Yeah, I believe in consciousness.
I mean, that's kind of even like, you can't even put that on everybody, because like people who subscribe to the simulation and simulacra belief don't even think that the material is real. They think even that too is something that is artificial and basically artificially created for us to do this experiment or experience. So very interesting point of view to think that all atheists are very tied to thinking that this here is the only thing that matters. Very interesting insight.
Consciousness and matter, I believe in both. So the way that Ayn Rand put it, Ayn Rand is, as you mentioned, is a philosopher I really agree with. I think she got philosophy right. And as she put it, existence and consciousness both exist, and by existence she means external physical existence, but that consciousness is real, and it is not the same thing. It's a different thing. It may be an emergent property of physical existence, but it's real, and it's a separate thing.
Right, but if it's an emergent thing of the physical, then consciousness is also material. The neurons of my brain are what give me my consciousness.
That's a perception of like what human consciousness is. And the thing that I like about the Hermetic religion is that consciousness has always been here. It's something that isn't just in the human brain, nor is it in just dogs. It's also within the trees. It's the very thing that moves through all life. And though we always say consciousness as if it's an action always with intent, I feel like that's where our human perspective kind of muddles that up, because the Hermetics used to say that nothing is evolved that isn't involved, and that meaning that consciousness could not have evolved unless consciousness was already participating.
I'm not sure. I think it's a scientific question, what gives rise to consciousness, and I don't have an answer on that.
Science
I
has
take the
no
position that we know consciousness exists because we're using it. So we know gravity exists even though we don't know what explains gravity. But nobody would say it doesn't exist. Why? Because we experience it. And we experience consciousness. You and I couldn't be having this conversation if we weren't conscious. So I take it as axiomatic in the literal sense of that term philosophically, that it's at the foundation of all knowledge that both of these things exist, existence and consciousness.
Right. So is consciousness a product of existence or product of physical existence?
I think it must be because, but that doesn't mean it's the same thing. Something can be a product of something and not be the same thing. Like I can make a table and it's not the same thing as me. So a product doesn't necessarily imply that it's the same thing. But I don't know how it would be the case that life ever came into existence, particularly conscious life, from what was presumably at some point only physical matter in the universe, although it's conceivable that conscious matter or consciousness has.
Are we just like talking about consciousness as if it's like merely awareness, or is it the ability to think about the awareness? Because I'm genuinely confused on where the conversation had gotten here. Because if consciousness is merely just awareness, grass has consciousness. It is aware of when the sun is up and when it is down. Plants react to those things. But they could say, well, that's just a biological response to it. But isn't a lot of our reactions to things in our head also biological responses? Most of our feelings are actually connected to endorphins and chemicals that are reactions inside of our brain. So yeah, this is a conversation that I don't think two dudes in leather couches and another dude watching them from another screen is going to figure out for sure.
Has existed.
So why isn't that an argument for a creator?
Consciousness and a creator are not necessarily the same thing either. So the idea of a creator is that at one time there was no existence.
Right.
And then the creator's consciousness created existence.
Right.
And my thoughts on that would be, first of all, it's highly speculative, right? It's just the idea that that we see existence, we're here, we're living in it. And then we're going to posit that there was something that came before it that created this. And Aristotle called this senseless duplication, because he said you're just trying to, he said this of Plato's theory of forms. He said you're taking this already complicated situation, reality, and trying to explain what's going on here by means of another dimension. Well, if the premise is that you've got to have another dimension to explain this dimension, then you would also have to have another dimension to explain that one, and you get an infinite regress.
Well, you only get an infinite regress if the creator was created. But ever since the notion of the creator arose with the Bible, there is no creator God prior to the Bible. Other
That's also a lie. There's been many religions who claim that their God created the earth and the heavens and all of that before Yahweh, certainly.
Gods did a lot of making and creating, but the universe wasn't made by one God. But anyway, this creator God is not, the whole point is that he is eternal. So for those of us who define what we believe in, which is only fair, there's no infinite regress. Nobody created God because God was always there. But all right, anyway, that's this. I want to get back to free will, unless you want to say something.
Well, just a quick thing on that. So your position is that there had to be a God who created this existence. And my position is just a little bit simpler. It's just, I say that this existence is primary, and that it is eternal, right? Time is, the universe is not in time. Time is in the universe. So I think the existing universe is simply, it has always existed. And that time is simply the measurement of motion within the universe. You know, the Earth spins, on its axis at 24
there
hours.
was no beginning, even though the general consensus is there was a Big Bang.
The only way I can make sense of the Big Bang, and this is again physics, it's certainly not my area, but the only way I can make sense of a Big Bang is the idea.
It's also a theory. It's not like, nobody says that it actually began with the Big Bang. It is still just a theory.
That there may have been a very dense portion of an existing universe, and that exploded and has created, an expansion of something. But there had to be something to explode, and if there's an expansion, it has to expand into something, at least a region. So something has to exist for there to be any expansion. So I can't see how you can get something from nothing, and I can't see how you can have expansion into nothing.
Right, but the something from nothing, right. We agree on that then. You can't understand something from nothing. Great, so that we agree on. Where we differ is that you think the something always was, so you don't have the problem of where did it come from.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I think today, at least, again, I'm not a physicist either, but the general consensus is there was a beginning, which disturbs a lot of atheist astronomers, by the way. But it does suggest that. Now, on the free will thing, this is really...
Well, that's very interesting to think that God is eternal, but then also there was a beginning. So, like, the difficulty is that there was a beginning for us. So when we're talking about like this whole God perspective from a Christianity, Catholic, the whole status quo establishment of it, it's very relative to our existence. So it's really even hard for me to agree with any of Dennis Prager's positions, just because it's so relative to us. I could honestly not even imagine what would happen if we came into contact with aliens who had their own kind of religion. That it would be very interesting to see other like life forms, religions outside of this little blue dot.
Important. If we are only matter. I know you say we're matter and consciousness, but you acknowledge consciousness was produced by matter. And I acknowledge too that they're not the same thing, but still, without matter.
But Hermeticism argues that matter and consciousness are the same thing.
Matter, there's no consciousness. Okay. So, if I, Dennis, am solely the product, which is what I think an atheist would have to hold, I am the product, and everything I do is the product of genes, the physical, and environment. Only if you believe in something non-material in the human, which we call a soul, can you believe that there's any free will. Because everything is ultimately determined, everything I do, by my physical makeup, my neurons, my genetics, and by my environment. Where am I in this equation if there's no soul?
Yeah, that's a really good question. It's an interesting thing. Ayn Rand, again, and I obviously don't speak for her, nobody speaks for her but this is my interpretation of her ideas, which I agree with. Her view, as I've already mentioned, is that there is both existence and consciousness, and that in human beings, consciousness also involves free will, which comes part and parcel with reason. And the free will part is simply this: she doesn't believe in the same, and she didn't find any reason to believe in some of the versions of free will that people claim. Like you can do anything, if you have free will, you can choose to do anything at any time without any restriction. No, she said that free will, the locus of free will, where it resides, is in one very specific point, and that is your ability to focus your mind or not. Your ability to exert mental effort to understand the world, or to back off on that effort, or to stop that effort completely. But that's all free.
I mean, that sounds more like Nietzsche's like power of will. That sounds more like willpower than actual free will. I think free will has a lot more to do with just simply decisions. I don't think like mental force has to be put into too much. And like to second that point, the Taoists tend to not put in any mental focus whatsoever in what they do. They allow the flow to be part of their decisions. So while I'm not trying to like one up anybody, I just don't think that the definition of free will is necessarily something I would agree with here at this point. And on top of it too, it does sound more like Nietzsche's observation of willpower, not freedom of will.
Free will it's the ability of the human being to activate his mind and think, or dim that down to some extent, or simply turn it off. And this is an introspectively observable. You can see that you can ramp up your focus and your concentration on something, or you can back it off, or you can turn it off. And that's all that free will is. But that's a lot, right? Because our minds, our reasoning minds, are a means of understanding this world in which we live, right? And so to be able to regulate your use of that thing, it's not the robust free will that some people assume, like the idea that I could just get up and go run through the window right now if I have free will. Well, I couldn't do that. And the reason I can't do that is because I have values also that are real, that I've developed over my life, that preclude me from doing that. So it's a...
Right, but of course people all the time have the free will to violate their values. People do that constantly.
You sure can, yeah.
Okay, so again, I just want to say, so there's nothing non-material, even consciousness, that defines us. So there is no Dennis in Dennis. That's my point. I am just a product. Do you blame, let's put it this, do you blame people, not because it's valuable to do so, but do you deep down blame people for their bad, even criminal choices?
Yes, and so I very much differ from most of the atheists that you have probably spoken with on this. So Sam Harris, for instance, claims that there is no such thing as a self.
He's consistent.
Yeah, and
that's
I say,
my argument.
Yeah.
I don't know Sam Harris's exact position on this, but to just like kind of build on that is that I think the self is more of a social construct, and it's very relative to the times that you live in. Myself would be completely different if I was living in ancient Rome. I don't think it would be as consistent as it is now, but to experience ego death, I feel like would probably be the only way to enlighten someone in how exactly the self is constructed merely to operate in the game of society. Because I don't think a lot of but a lot of animals don't necessarily sit there and reflect on the self, or just basically thinking about like, this is what makes me and all of those things like that. Which I think is more built on the time that we live in and not necessarily anything that's too eternal. Now, my, I guess, spiritual or religious beliefs extend to the fact that we're all a part of God, and so in that way it makes us all eternal, because we are all a part of this infinite thing that we're all experiencing in a very minute area of it. So the self not being real, it is in the material world sense, because we constructed it in order to say that's Dennis Prager, that's Craig, I can't remember his last name, that's Otto the dog. But when it comes to like an actual self quantifiable to reality, that is something that we actually can't quantify because we're not of the consciousness to encompass all of reality. I don't think it's real, no.
Yeah, so I say that there is a self. Your self is the integration of two things, your mind and your body. And we know that we have both of these things because we can see our mind, we can see our bodies, we use our bodies, and because we're using our minds right now to think and have this conversation. So the two of those things together, integrated, constitute the me, the self that's here. And if I die, then my body is left and my life is gone, and the consciousness, the soul, whatever you want to call it, is gone, but the physical elements remain.
Before we get into the issue of God and morality, how do you explain, if you accept my premise, that
I just did the little quiz for finding out where your politics are, and I got libertarian socialism. And if you've ever read Chomsky, every anarchist is a libertarian socialist, and every libertarian socialist is an anarchist. Very nice. That's exactly, like, look at the flag behind me. Perfect. Fucking ace that shit.
If I took 1,000 atheists off the street and 1,000 churchgoers off the street, which group will I more likely find pro-liberty people in?
Today in America,
yes, today in America,
you will probably find more pro-liberty people in the religious.
Right. Well, by the way, I just want to say to all of you, this is a credit to his intellectual honesty that he would acknowledge that.
No question.
Yeah.
There will be a lot more people in that group.
How do you explain that?
So this is interesting. The philosophic position that I'm representing here, Ayn Rand's philosophy, is new. She developed this in the 50s. And so this is a very new thing. And the secular philosophies prior to Rand were really, really bad, some of them. I mean, the German philosophers in particular were really bad. And that's what, the Frankfurt School and all of this stuff.
Right. Just if you accept my view, the Germans are always wrong. You understand much of modern history.
Yeah. So it's, and look, communism and socialism are typically atheistic, ideologies.
Right.
So it's very easy for people to latch on to these things and assume that they necessarily always go together.
Yeah, I think historically socialism and communism has been atheist, but Man, and the thing is, like, too, that for us to really build an economic system built on empathy, we do need to do some serious spiritual soul searching. I don't think like how we treat others can be excluded from how we view the metaphysical. So, I don't think every communist or every socialist movement is going to come out atheist, but our government is supposed to be. So, separation of church and state. So, and are we going to say that America is, even though every politician comes in swearing on the Bible on top of it? It's it's kind of hard to parse right there.
But atheism is just the idea that you don't see evidence for the existence of God, so you don't believe that he exists. That's a negative. It is not a positive. And the positive is much, much more important than that. And this is what people don't have because they haven't discovered this set of ideas that I advocate. The morality, which I know we're going to get to, is really, really rich and important because it undergirds liberty in a way that no other moral code ever has, in my view. And I think if people knew that, you would have a lot more people who are secular or atheistic or whatever the negative is that you would want to call them, because they would have this positive philosophy that they can see how that supports liberty and individual rights and American values.
Right. So I, for my part, wish you great success, because as I began, I am closer to a liberty-loving atheist than a state increasing, civil liberties decreasing person who believes in God. Okay, so I hope you succeed. But the track record of those who have been atheist is not a great one morally.
Oh, it's horrible. The track record is very bad. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so other than
The rough thing is, though, is that with Ayn Rand, they do have that, like, free market, libertarian, atheist, they have that. So it's like, even trying to blame communism and, socialism as, these atheist ideologies that lead people to spite God, we now have the historical proof that a free market capitalist that Ayn Rand can also reject God. It's more about personal values and not necessarily anything that you associate politically.
Wishing you success, I don't have much hope for the moral future of atheism.
And it's funny that he brings that up, because my friend just showed me a video yesterday about this guy having a debate with some preacher, or some popular preacher, because he was taking questions. And the preacher had basically made the point that since the atheist does not believe in the Bible, they have no reference for morality whatsoever, which Craig the atheist, is arguing that he has a very rich moral code to go off of because he's atheist. So this is going to be very interesting, because I bet Prager is closer on that preacher side, where he thinks that because you don't read or believe the Bible, you have no reference to your morals whatsoever. Let's find out, though.
I want to make clear, because I am misquoted on this always. Prager says you can't be good if you're an atheist. I've never said that in my life. You are a good human who is an atheist, okay? And there are bad people who believe in God.
Which is very funny too, because like, if he believes that guy's a good atheist, but he probably down into the heart of his heart, he believes that he is going to hell, regardless of him being a good person. He's merely going to hell because he rejected God, and that's how it was written.
This is as obvious as the sun rises in the east. But the track record globally, we both acknowledge, of atheism has been awful. From Pol Pot to Stalin, I mean, it's just the whole...
But that's also a thing that, like, the founding fathers didn't agree with. They said that there should be a separation of church and state. So them basically saying that the government, a ruling body over a nations of people, should be atheist.
Whole crowd. Okay, so that's a perfect segue into the morality issue. So I'm going to... we'll get to murder and stealing in a moment. I'll give you something a little less, because my biggest advocacy is ethical monotheism, that there is a God who wants us to be ethical. And his revelation is the Ten Commandments. So I believe if the world lived by the Ten Commandments, it would be a good world.
Wow, okay. But that's very interesting to think that, like, God wants us to be good rather than God just making us good. Like, he could have literally stepped past all the genocide, all the inhumane treatment, all the anti-life stuff that we've done to animals and environments. He could have stepped past that if he had simply made us inherently good. But obviously he made us, in their worldview, inherently sinning, so we have to redeem ourselves in his eyes before we die, before we go to heaven. And I think that's just very interesting because it constantly, I mean, in a way, it puts the motivation and the work into somebody to be a good person. But is it necessarily the right place to start from? I don't know. I really don't know, because I don't know if that's the perfect motivation of the afterlife as a motivation of doing good right now. Because it doesn't even seem to be working, because we still have so much genocide and imprisonment and all of these sufferings that I can't say that a benevolent God would feel okay about.
So I give this in my Bible commentary, the Rational Bible. I mentioned this in the introduction. Like most teenagers, in my late teens and early 20s, I had issues with my parents. Nothing huge, but I had issues with my parents, which is extremely common, extremely normal, and ABC and so on. Okay. However, because I believed in God and the Ten Commandments, which said, honor your father and mother, I always honored my father and mother. No matter how difficult emotionally at any given moment at a certain age. I moved out of my parents' house at 21. I called my parents every week. See, let me figure this out. 21, so I don't know, 40 years till they died. Every week for 40 years. I traveled constantly. If I was in another state, if I was in another country, I called them. And I did that because I believed God commanded me to honor my father and mother. I think that's very powerful. And if you don't have that, I think you're less likely to do that. I think you're more likely to follow your emotions.
I just don't know how well that logic really holds up. Like, you should love your mother because you're supposed to. That's I don't know, being commanded to do something doesn't mean it's coming from an authentic place. Like, you should call your parents because you want to know how your parents are doing. I don't think you should call your parents because God thinks you should do so. That comes from a very disingenuous place, I feel like. Like, I'm worried about going to hell, I need to call my parents. Rather than being like, I love my parents, let me call my parents.
Or worse, your therapist. And say, you're having a hard time with your parents? You know. Look at how they mistreated you. So what is your answer to that? That's getting into the moral issue. Just on pragmatic grounds, who's more likely to unless you don't believe honoring parents is important, but if you do, who's more likely to do so?
An atheist or a religious person?
Right.
Yeah, so again, atheist just means they don't believe in God. There's no so it's the entire secular world, including...
Why is he going to frame every question like that? Like, who's more likely to put butter on their toast, an atheist or a religious person? Who's more likely to sacrifice their son to the gods, an atheist or a religious person? Like, why are you framing every question like that? And I think it's to bring out subtly that they have no reference of what they do beyond themselves, and yet that's somehow a failure to not be able to do something without God guiding you. It's very interesting. It's a very interesting point to make.
All the really bad secular people and all the really good secular people, and so I think it's a kind of a package deal that's not it's not helpful descriptively. Because I don't represent atheists, and I certainly don't represent, secularists. That again is just...
And that's the unfortunate thing, that you co-signed on by going onto this podcast is that you are here to represent atheists, and you should probably not say that you're not going to, because unfortunately you're going to be seen that way. That is exactly why Prager brought you on for this discussion.
It's a negative. What I'm here to represent is that there's an objective morality that we can derive from observation and logic, and one of its principles is justice. That people should be judged based on the actual facts of what they do and say, and then they should be treated accordingly as they deserve to be treated. So in the case of your parents and in the case of my parents, I had wonderful parents, and my father's still alive, a wonderful man, and I have my differences with him. He's an Episcopal minister, so we have some substantial differences. But do I honor my father? Yes, I do, but I honor him because he's a good man, not because he's my father. I honor him because he deserves to be honored. Whereas and I know that you and I will agree on this because I listened to your book recently on the Ten Commandments, and I thought it was very interesting the way that you pointed out from your perspective why it's always in your best interest to follow these commandments, and you kept circling back and trying to integrate the commandments, and it was interesting to hear you. I've never heard anybody try that before, and I think you actually did a pretty good job on it. I still disagree with some of the points there. But it occurred to me that what you were doing was you were, to some extent, undermining the idea that you have to do these because they come from God. You were saying there's a self-interest in doing these, right? And to me, the self-interest is the more important thing. Does acting in a certain way, like upholding justice or honoring your parents if they deserve honor, is that good for your life or bad for your life? If your parents are horrible people, let's say your father has sexually abused you repeatedly, and just some horrible situation like that. I know, and you pointed out in your book, that you do not owe honor to that kind of person. And you said that that's a very, very small number of people, and it is. But it's also real, it happens. And so I think that it's wrong to say you should honor your parents because God said so. I think it's even wrong to say you should just always honor your parents. And my big problem with the religious approach to the commandments is not so much the content of the idea, treat people nicely or however you want to, or, don't murder, right? I think you shouldn't murder. But I don't think the reason that you shouldn't murder is because God said so. I think there are better reasons for that. So it's the method that I have more of a beef with than it is the content or the principle.
Okay, so
I think you made that
we'll
point
take each one in turn.
That's a very good point.
My position is that, except for the asterisk of a truly abusive parent, you should honor your parents. And as I point out, there's no commandment to love your parents. The Bible is very powerful in that way. It understands a lot of people can't love their parents. But honoring parents, here's one I think you'll like. And it's in my book, The Rational Bible. The first thing that totalitarian regimes do, which you hate like I hate, because that's the opposite of liberty, is sever a parental authority. So in the Soviet Union, you joined Komsomol, the Soviet Youth League. I quote a famous saying from Mao that you have a mother and you have a father, but Mao above all. In Nazi Germany, you joined the Hitler Youth. Your allegiance was...
Wait, he just said earlier that honoring thy mother and thy father wasn't a commandment, and it is. It's one of the 10 commandments. Why did he backtrack on that? And that's one of those ones that he would argue should be followed by law in a society in general. So I don't know why he backtracked on that. And here we go again with the comparisons of 50s communism to everything that is bad.
To Hitler, not your parents.
But that's the problem that even the Bible says is that you should not worship idols other than thy God. And then that's the problem that dictatorships and authoritarians obviously have, is that there is massive idol worship into these people who do not share their best interests and mostly want to chase power with that idol worship. So I'm not going to say that it's a good idea that Mao went above God. It's certainly one of the worst ideas that we've ever had, is to anoint somebody a divine grace. That's been part of like monarchies for a long time, is that they were placed as kings and queens because God said so.
Parental authority is one of the great bulwarks against totalitarianism and against cults. So I don't,
I mean, God has also been a great driver for cults in a lot of them too. The only one I can really think of right now that really fits is the Branch Davidians, who were very, very, very into Christianity. There was no one above David Koresh, but at the same time, he was still able to use his divine grace of anointed authority from God to tell others what to do. So God can be used in the same way that Hitler rose to power, in all honest truth.
You say to
I think even dynasties from China had used the same thing that God had chosen them to run. George Bush used the same exact thing, saying that God told him to invade Iraq.
a young person or even an older person, you don't have to honor your parents if they're not honorable, then that's the end of the commandment. I always give this example. People would rise when the president came into a press conference. People who hated the president still rose. They didn't rise. I assume they even rose for Donald Trump. I'm not certain about it, but I assume so. They didn't rise because they thought well of Donald Trump. They rose because he was president. You don't honor your father and mother because they're wonderful. You honor them because they're your father and mother. That is the point.
Yeah, I certainly think.
But again, he tried to make it sound like if your parents are dishonorable, you have no obligation to honor them. But because they're your mother and your father, you should honor them. And it's like he's looping. He's trying to find a loophole through these loops.
I think you owe respect to your parents, particularly if they're good people and they've done really good job to try to raise you. And
well, right, but that's easy.
The atheist comes in with respect must be earned, and yet Prager says that's the easy route, giving respect to somebody who doesn't deserve it. I gotcha now.
Yeah, and even if your parents aren't great, but they put a roof over your head and fed you and tried to help educate you or whatever, then even there, I think you owe them some respect. I think, but the respect is directly in proportion, in my view, to what they earned. I don't think that just because they brought you into this world
or raised you
that
right.
you necessarily owe them.
See, and I like what the atheist is saying here. He's saying respect is reciprocal. It's a two-way street. Dennis is doing the same thing that all of these people who use God to get their will done is by saying that God commanded it. The divine grace says I have to, so I must.
The same degree of respect. It's a sliding scale based on what they've done.
I'll just give one more and then we'll move on to murder. So right now, or yes, right now even, but certainly before.
The Tender Shack? Okay. And when did you find this? Yeah, I can tell she wants to leave though. Do you ever wake up and just miss Peggy and Bruce? Yeah. Do I want the spicy or the regular? That's pretty hard. I'm gonna go with the spicy. I'll take a chance. I don't really like spicy, but I'm gonna try it out. Doesn't it already come with fries? nice. Yeah. Okay. Comes with that as well. So I think I just need that. And if I want a milkshake, I'll just make one here. Thanks, Ash. See you in a bit.
For the election of President Biden, the number of adults, not 15-year-olds, adults who severed relations with parents who voted for Donald Trump is enormous. Religious Christians and Jews whose parent voted left did not sever relations. So there's again a practical example of the consequences of atheism.
Not really, because you can't really quantify that with evidence, and he didn't even try to do so. I just want to highlight here that facts do not care about your feelings, especially when you don't bring any facts whatsoever and you just say things. You can't even prove that everybody who cut off their family members for voting for Trump are atheists.
I don't know. I don't think it's a consequence of atheism. I think it's a consequence of today's left caring so much about politics and about trying to.
What do you mean? That's what they do.
I think much of the left really wants to destroy America.
I'm not even going to justify that with a response.
And they're adamant about this. They don't like this country. They don't like the freedom that it represents and that it's supposed to.
Like, what else am I supposed to expect from somebody who, like, is a Randian? Like, and I've read Atlas Shrugged, that 1,000 piece of shit of toilet paper. I've read Fountainhead, that also 900-page toilet paper. No. And it's not that BioShock convinced me that like the Rand's politics are a bad way to go. Literally, her writings did it for me. I was actually really interested in reading Atlas Shrugged, and then I got through it and I hated myself. And then I read Fountainhead, which is even worse. It's even worse than Atlas Shrugged. Like
to protect. And they're really trying to destroy this country. And this is no surprise after 100 years of progressive education in the grade schools and 50 years of postmodernist education in the colleges. We shouldn't be surprised that the leaders today want to destroy the country and that much of America doesn't like America. I don't think.
I like America, but critiquing America doesn't mean that you don't like America. It's just like there's room to improve. And I feel like they're always building that idea that when we critique American policy or American way of life, that we just simply hate it, and that's not true. Like, I love the fact that we have the very First Amendment that allows me to do this, but the problem is that it wasn't afforded to everybody when this country started. People pointed that out, and we proceeded to change based on that. So I'm always going to side with the left because they see the flaws and are willing to introduce solutions or at least ideas to progress past all of our flaws.
That parental, you mentioned earlier that you thought that parental respect is the great bulwark against socialism. I think individualism is the great bulwark against socialism. And what I think parents owe to their children and children owe to their parents is that they should, and then this should go both ways. They should respect the fact that each is an individual and has a reasoning mind, and they should demand of each other that they use their reasoning minds. Parents should be rational with their children, and children should treat their parents rationally. And that individualism, to me, is more important than family time.
I agree with him, but the problem with Rand is that her philosophy is based on the idea that self-interest rises above all other interests. And that's like even the core message of both Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged, is that no matter how much greed you feel and consumption that you withhold from others, that you just keep accumulating wealth, that you are righteous and justified in doing so, even at the expense of extreme poverty. So I don't think socialism actually really demands the abolishment of the individual. It just demands that we have much stronger communities so that we have more people to lean on in a world that is that human beings even built upon like relying on each other in order to build this world. So why not having stronger connections and sometimes letting your self-interest fall by the wayside for the interests of others? Why isn't that a benefit?
I think it's the root of good family ties too, though.
Right. Well, look, I'll just say I didn't say the bulwark. I said a bulwark.
Okay.
But in any event, I love individualism. I also think it emanates from the biblical worldview that every one of us is created in God's image. And when that dies, I think you get a herd mentality. Now to murder. So, okay. So this is what...
But how is Christianity not a herd mentality? It literally demands that millions of people believe the same thing. How is that not herd mentality?
It was very controversial because I said, and I've said it all of my life, if there is no God, murder is not wrong. You can believe murder is wrong, and I certainly hope you do. You can feel it is wrong. You can advocate it is wrong, but it is not. It cracks me up. This is truly a.
Since he was interrupted by the dog, I'm gonna go take my last break before cutting this off because I got about 30 minutes before I gotta dip. Not even gonna finish this episode, which is fucking fine. Interesting points. Would like to thank my dog Rosebud for all her patience. You're a hero. Alright, let's wrap this shit.
There are 4 of us now. It's usually 2 of us.
We made friends before we started here.
Apparently. Oh my God. All right. Snoopy, go back to Megan. She loves you. Great. Okay, that worked. I mean, I don't think it worked, but it sounded like it
seemed
worked.
to work.
Yeah, right. So, I'll give you an example. This is a very interesting little tidbit. The Catholic Church converted Europe, often by the sword, admittedly, and often by persuasion, admittedly, whatever. The group that they found hardest to convert to Christianity were the Germanic tribes. I got this from a scholar teaching one of these courses on the history of the church. It was literally the only thing I remember from like 40 hours, but it was worth it. As I'm sure you'll agree, one nugget is worth a whole book. And in passing, he noted why it was so hard to convert the Germanic tribes, because they thought the idea that you cannot kill is absurd. They said, what are you, nuts? That's what we do. We kill. And why is that wrong?
I mean, even during the Dark Ages in the middle, the medieval crusades, even they thought like not killing was absurd because they justified their killing through the grace of God. And then also too, like the Bible's full of stories of people killing each other, especially for the Jewish people to have a home. So I don't know, it's very interesting that God would put in there, thou shalt not kill, and then not add an asterisk into like maybe in self-defense, maybe in certain cases, thou shalt not kill, and it only defined human beings because we killed animals all the fucking time to have food. So, it's just like, I don't know, it's very hard to go into that. Again, it's just like thou shalt not kill because God told me so, and not necessarily because I have any moral problems within myself not to do that.
So your argument, well, you don't want to be killed, so why would you kill? He said, of course we don't want to be killed, but we aren't killed. We're stronger. And they wouldn't say it because they'd never heard of Darwin in the 9th century.
I don't know if I can believe his representation of Germanic tribes at the time too, on like why they defended their, I guess their right to kill. But yeah, in a world as harsh as it was in the 9th century, like I bet death was pretty unavoidable.
But it was very Darwinian. We follow nature, the survival of the fittest. Where do you get the absolute? I know why you think murder is wrong. I know that. But why do you claim it is objectively existent that it is wrong, that it is as objective as water is H2O?
Yeah, and I like that you put it that way, because it is that objective, and I think it's demonstrably that objective using observation and reason rather than revelation and faith. So this is the difference. So in order to talk about morality, as you well know, you have to have a standard of value that you're referring to. If there's no standard, and I know you believe that God's will is the standard of value, so that's your standard, and you can think in terms of objectivity to that standard, which you regard as objective. I don't regard that as an objective standard because first of all, I don't see evidence for God. And secondly, it wouldn't be objective in my view, even if God did exist, because it's still somebody's consciousness saying, you must do this or you must do that. It's a commandment coming from a consciousness. Well, that's, to my mind, that's the definition of subjectivity. Some consciousness telling you what to do. Some subject telling you what to do. So I don't see that as objective. So why would I regard murder as objectively wrong? And this is where Ayn Rand's philosophy gets really interesting, because she regards the objective standard of moral value to be the requirements of human life on Earth, the factual requirements of human life on Earth. This includes, because we're a certain kind of animal, we're a rational animal, an animal that doesn't mean that we're always rational. It means that our means of survival is the use of our reasoning mind. That's how we figure out what things are and how they work together and how we can use resources to build huts and automobiles and satellites and everything else that we've built. We use our reasoning minds to do that. And her view is that that human life, the requirements of the kind of animal that we are, constitute the standard of moral value. And it's by reference to those requirements that we can say something is objectively good or objectively bad. Why is freedom objectively good? Because the animal that we're talking about, who needs freedom, human beings, in order to live and prosper, must be free to act on his judgment, to produce goods, to trade them voluntarily to mutual advantage, and so on. If he can't do that, he can't live as a human being. You could put him in a cage.
Like I cannot stand the idea that human beings have to produce goods. The fact that he put that in there as like a part of human nature, I think we are very good at developing tools. We obviously make technologies, we make things, and some of them's imaginary, so they never really take material stuff. Like most of our stories started out as mouth to ear, and most of our music was in the same way. We never really wrote anything down, but it's so very fascinating that we have to produce specifically goods. That is so stuck to the structure of living that we're in right now. I can't even deal with that, right? It's just like, no. That's the type of shit that literally makes me want to be a Buddhist monk in Thailand, just to prove that as a human being you can just simply exist. Oh my god.
You can live in a cage, but that's not a human life. To live as a human being the way that you and I want to live, we must be free. This is not an opinion, it's a fact. It's an observable fact that we can demonstrate. Rand's entire moral code is based on this same kind of reasoning. Where do rights come from? A right is simply a recognition of the fact that in order to live, a human being has to act in this way, ergo he must be free. He must be left free to act in that way, whether it's a right to life, liberty, property, pursuit of happiness, whatever.
Right, but all of that.
I also don't enjoy how right-wing conversation is like right to life simply means the right to just be alive, but not to provide the things that people need to be alive. that you have to earn your life. So after you have the right of being born, then you have to earn your life. And it's just like you don't quite hit the mark on right to life if people have to then earn and prove their value to you in order to live. That's not a right to life. It's a right to existence. But life as we know it requires a lot of things. And people not being provided those things doesn't mean that we have a right to life. We have a right to exist because they'll stop an abortion. But after that, you're on your own, kid.
That is your opinion that freedom is important, or that a full life is important, or justice is important. That doesn't make them absolutes. I love that you have those opinions. I respect that you do. And as I said, I hope you prevail. But it doesn't render them objective. Because the next guy could say, I don't give a damn about your freedom. I give a damn about my pleasure.
Yeah.
And you don't have an argument.
I do. So it keeps.
Just because somebody uses their rights to stomp on your rights doesn't mean that there isn't a right to freedom. It just sounds like that there's still, like, with the right to freedom, that allows people to also have the right to oppression. And that's why it's important to have governments to respect your right to freedom, protect it from those who are trying to squash it, and then continue to fulfill your right to freedom. So it's funny that Prager would say that there's no argument to that. I've got you now.
Keeps getting interesting if we go now. So there are two things that I'd like to talk about here to try to help explain to you something about this new approach that Rand has. One of them, we could go to how do you make clear that the requirements of human life are objectively correct, not just an opinion. So that we could talk about that for a few minutes, and I can explain her thinking on that and my thinking on that. Or I could point out an interesting fact about Rand that I think you will like that would help us get down into that, and that is this.
Fucking do it, let's go.
Rand held that her morality is the philosophically worked out proof of what the founding fathers said in the Declaration of Independence, or what they implied in the Declaration of Independence. And what she means by that is, so they spoke of the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, in the final declaration, they didn't include property, but it was in there in earlier drafts, and of course the founders were very big on property rights, so it was kind of implicit in there. You can take each of these rights, life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of happiness, and what Rand has done for each of them is pointed out that not only do you have a right to this thing, but it's morally correct that you pursue it, and that she can prove this using reason, observation, and logic. She can prove it objectively in a standard of value. So take life. And this goes to why murder is wrong. It'll be born right out of this brief sort of thought process on what Rand did with this. So the founders say you have a right to life, and they regarded that right as either coming from the creator or as self-evident or as some combination of the two, as using their own words. And at the time, I think that was, about the best thinking you could have. They hadn't had to put up with the secularists, the bad secularists like the utilitarians and the positivists and other philosophies that were to come later.
That's amazing.
So
he doesn't like utilitarian.
What she says about life is you have a right to life. Not only that, it's morally correct that you act in your self-interest so that you can live your life without violating the rights of others. That's implicit in this. But deeper than that, she said the reason that life is the fundamental right is because it's also the standard of moral value. Why is it the standard? Life, she observed, is the only reason that we can pursue values, because we're alive, and it's the only reason we need to pursue values in order to stay alive. If you weren't alive, if you're a rock or a river, you can't pursue values.
Oof.
And if
I don't like that like rocks and rivers aren't alive. That kind of continues our dismemberment of environments and other species that don't represent us. Don't like that language. I get where he's coming from, but the river has the pursuit to be a river, and some rivers actually have the pursuit to be oceans. So
if you are a living thing and you want to stay alive, if you're human and you want to stay alive, you have to pursue values. It's a necessity. And she had a whole thought process on how this fact makes life, the requirements of human life, the standard of moral value. It's the only thing that makes values possible, and it's the only thing that makes values necessary. And no one ever thought in this rich, deep way about this before, to my knowledge, than Rand. And she did this with each of the points that the founders have. Liberty. Why do you need liberty? Because the kind of life you are, this living being who survives by using his mind, you must be left free to use that mind so you can live, or you can't live. Therefore, you should be left free, and you can prove this all the way down to rock solid bottom by pointing out what kind of animal we are and what our means of survival is.
Well, given the number of people who didn't think others had this right to life that you accept as your fundamental, it's still your, and again, I commend it, but it's still your leap of faith. I made a leap of faith that there was a God who says, protect life. You made a leap of faith to protect life without a God saying it. But it's your leap of faith, and it's not objectively provable. And given the human condition of the vast numbers of people who have chosen death, I mean, 100 million in the 20th century non-combatants.
I mean, rights can never really be objective. So, and it's really, shown in what conservative right to life is and what the UN's Geneva Convention was for the human rights right to live. And I've already stated it before, is that for the right to life, I feel like you also have to provide the basic necessities of what people need to live. So even then, by having those two contrasts of what right to life means that right to life isn't objective, and it's always going to be subjective. Because if the UN says a right to life includes a shelter so that you have a warm or weatherproof place to live, the right doesn't agree with that. They say that, well, you have the right to your life to exist, but you have to earn a house if you're going to participate in this society. So obviously rights aren't objective. Those two are also relative. So we can't put an objective view on human rights.
And God knows what will be in the next century. Human nature hasn't changed. So I ultimately, my bet is on a God who says do not murder more than the truly admirable philosophy that you have articulated. Another aspect of this is...
So, but the thing is, though, is that if God said do murder, then it's okay with Prager. It completely gets rid of that commitment that says thou shalt not kill, because God told him to kill. So now it's okay. It's just really, that's not even necessarily logical to go off of. Your complete basis of how to react in reality is merely off of what God tells you to do, which leaves a lot of room for you doing something that you have faith is the right thing to do beyond the suffering of the people you may be killing or forcing to endure suffrage. So I really can't imagine what it would be like to be on Prager's positions, to come from religion is right because God. He is able to continue having this discussion, but I don't really actually see him building strong arguments.
Again, the pragmatic. We just talked the philosophic. I think that only God makes murder objectively wrong as opposed to subjectively. Fine. But just on pragmatics, so who do you think will produce more people who don't murder? Those who say...
He's doing it again. What do you think? Who will do this? The atheists or the religious? And of course he's not going to say, well, religious people. He only gave that point earlier, but he's not going to do that for every single time you bring something up, because people live on a spectrum. Even religious people are going to ignore thou shalt not kill because God told them to do something. And that voice of God, we can't even quantify where the fuck it came from.
When you die, it's over, it's oblivion. And those who say when you die, you will be rewarded or punished based on how you behaved. And if you murdered, you will indeed suffer the consequences. Forgive me for just saying this. It may not be right, but I'm not doing it not to be right. I think
You don't have to have consequences at the afterlife to convince people of doing the right thing. You just need consequences. And the thing about life is that there's always an effect to a cause, and there's always a cause to an effect. And sometimes our justice system isn't very good at making sure that the cause is proportionate to the effect, because we're human beings, we're flawed, we don't do everything right. But the fascinating thing to me is that the only thing that is going to convince people to do right now is to have that afterlife incentive, when really all we do need is consequences.
All acknowledge that the absence of punishment makes the infraction more likely. Is that not fair?
Yes.
Yeah, there's definitely something to that.
That's
I mean,
fair,
if
but the way
people
you framed
think
the
that the
question is
alternatives
not-
are anything goes, doesn't matter
not it, boo-boo.
what you do, versus, hey, it does matter what you do because you're going to be judged in an afterlife, then you're either
Right.
going to, I know you don't believe in hell, but, in the Christian
No, I
version.
do believe.
But do you believe in it?
People say always, because I'm Jewish, that I don't believe in hell. People, let me take a 30-second detour. People should never confuse what Jews say with Judaism. This is not to knock Jews, but they usually have nothing in common. Most Jews don't know what Judaism says about almost anything, which is fine. It's not a knock on them, but it's a fact. One of the 13 principles of the Jewish faith by Maimonides, the greatest Jewish mind that people believe ever lived, is that there is reward and punishment after death. He doesn't use the word hell, but I don't care what word you use, punished after death is hell. Okay, go ahead.
Got it. So yeah, I think that if the alternatives are sort of a nihilistic view of the world, anything goes, nothing matters kind of thing, or no, there's a God and you're going to be judged. If those were the alternatives, and I think a lot of people think those are the alternatives, they're going to be more inclined to uphold some virtues according to the religion, and I think that that's demonstrably the case historically. But I don't think those are the alternatives. Those are the alternatives that have been given for a long time. But there's another way that we can look at morality and reality, and that is this: you and I both know that it's not true that you can act any way you want and achieve happiness. Right? That's just not true. You wrote a book on happiness that I read that I thought had some really, really good points in it. And you can't act any way you want and achieve happiness. In order to achieve happiness, there are certain things you absolutely have to do. There are ways you have to act. So if you and I didn't care about morality at all, and all we wanted was for our children to live a happy life, we wouldn't tell them, hey, go be Al Capone or go be Bernie Madoff, right? We wouldn't advise them to go rip people off and murder, rape, pillage, and plunder. We would say something very different, regardless of our views on morality. We would say to them, look, if you want to live a really good life, you've got to be productive, because your purpose in life comes from being productive, and you've got to find good relationships. You got to find people who are honest.
I mean, that's a very Randian thing to look at it yet again, is that you have to be productive. And I just want to shave my head and move to Thailand, because like the idea that humans have to produce value for other people is just not really what I think we should be motivating ourselves towards.
And worth being
productive
with.
People are
and you have to make yourself
like,
worth being with. Like, we give them a whole litany of good advice about what you've got to do if you want to live well. And the reason we would give that advice is because it's true. It's demonstrably true that this is the case. And I think that part and parcel of Rand's morality is she's saying, not only is life the standard of value, and happiness, by the way, she attaches to life and says happiness is the moral purpose of life, personal happiness is. And this makes it a science, because if that's true, and I think she demonstrably proved that life is the standard, then what it means to live a wonderful life on Earth is very scientific. What are your biological needs? What are your psychological needs? Where does happiness come from? What is happiness? Where does it come from? Like, she defined happiness as a state of consciousness that arises from the achievement of your values. And she specified that it has to be a state of non-contradictory joy. You can't have values that are at war with each other in your soul. You've got to have values that are in harmony in order to be happy. And so what kind of values are those? They're exactly the kinds of values that you and I would advise our children to uphold, even if we didn't care about morality. Even if we just thought, oh, the goal is happiness. So I think that by that, and this goes back, by the way, to my admiration for the way that you talked about the Ten Commandments. Even though I don't believe the Ten Commandments came from God, or that they're the best way to think about morality, you were trying to point out all the way through why it's in your self-interest to uphold this commandment. And to my mind, you don't need the commandment part. You just need the self-interest part for people to understand what it means to live a good life.
Right. Okay. So it's a good example where raising generations of vast numbers of people with, I want you just to think about what will give you a happy life. As important, obviously, I wrote a book on happiness. It's not a religious book, but I don't think that is as effective as God has made the following commandments. There's another element on the practical level, community. There used to be secular communities in the United States, the Kiwanis Club, the Rotary Club, the Book Club, the Bowling Club or Bowling League. Most are now defunct. The only people who have a regular community generally are religious Jews and Christians. I don't know of weekly atheist meetings that are comparable to weekly religious meetings. Would you acknowledge that that's an advantage to a religious life, since community is a big deal?
Absolutely. There's something there that...
There's other kinds of communities beyond your religion that you can then attach to. Like, a lot of people get into political parties, political organizations. Some people meet together once a week to play D&D. Other people get together to play video games. Some get together to play basketball. Others do get together to build houses for the homeless, feed the homeless. There's many other ways to create a community that does not hinge on the existence of thy God.
It's not in other parts of our culture that I think is a value. I think community around life-serving values. Now, I don't think all religious values are life-serving. So,
but honestly, how can you believe in strong communities while at the same time also believing that self-interest rises above everybody else's interest? How can you hold the community's interest as the best interest if yours is already above it? And then, in fact, everybody around them also, too, believes that their self-interest rise above the community's self-interest and your self-interest. So then you have everybody's self-interest competing with each other's. How does that build a strong community? I am genuinely curious on that.
I would just park that part out there. But the very reason that I wanted to go to church, my father's an Episcopal minister, and when I was a kid, until I was about 12 or 13, I would go to church, and the main reason I went to church was for the social engagement. It was fun, and I think adults appreciate church and synagogue or whatever their religious community is for the same reason. I think there's something there, and I think that much of the secular world absolutely misses out on that. I don't think that's necessary that they miss out. For instance, my organization, Objective Standard Institute, is all about bringing people together to talk about ideas, to talk about how to live well, to engage with each other. We have conferences during the summer where we all get together. We're having one in Boston this July. And the whole point there is to bring people together around these same ideas. And I'd love to do more of that, and I'd like to see more of that. But I'd love to see it more on the order of, hey, let's use our minds to figure out how best to live in reality, not in the religious vein of let's use our faith to, honor a being that is immaterial and that we can't really see. And so that's where I lose track with the religious elements of it. And I'm not putting it that way at all to be mocking of that.
No, you're not mocking. I understand. It works. That's all I could say. I get together with people every Saturday in my.
I mean, yeah, religion is effective at creating a community because it brings a ton of people together who agree on a common value. But that's not to say that religion is the only thing capable of doing so. If we could consider America, it's almost in the same manner, is that it actually has brought together tons of people who are not just Christian, but also of other religious values together as a community. As dysfunctional as it is, it's a community nonetheless. But obviously, as America, we're starting to not agree on certain common values, and that's why we're seeing the community of America start to degrade itself. But to think that religion is the tightest tire of communities, I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm not quite there. I think it's very good at it, sure. But is it the best? I'm not so sure of that either.
My case, obviously, as I mentioned, Judaism, it is one of the richnesses of my life. For every Friday night, which is the Shabbat dinner, I have with friends. If my kids are not around, which is most of the time, they live in other states. It's an incomparably rich life for me, and it's just another massive advantage of taking this stuff seriously. You mentioned there was no evidence.
It's like, of course, it's fine if you're able to do these communal things, even if it's with God. God is your excuse and your answer. That's fine. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. I just think that at the same time, there's nothing inherently wrong with doing the same thing without a God. That if you still bring people together without having to worship a being that is obviously not here to take in all of that worship, it's just as justifiable. I think people can have Friday family dinners without having to have an external reason as to why.
For God's existence, you mentioned that in passing. I think
it's more wonderful if people don't have God as an excuse and merely do it from themselves.
That is odd to me. If you said there's no proof, you'd have no argument. But no evidence, did you really mean evidence or did you mean proof?
I would say both are true, but I understand why you're making the difference here. So let me ask, what do you regard as evidence for God's existence?
Your existence and my existence. That it came from rocks is, to me, an infinitely bigger leap of faith into non-reason than to believe a creator made it. DNA is information. How could information not come from intelligence? I mean, the number of evidence arguments is just enormous.
And I genuinely agree with him, is that, like, how can we have these things without a level of consciousness? And I brought that up with the Hermeticism, is that nothing that is evolved can't be involved. And so it's just like, but I don't prescribe to the idea of it being a bearded white man in the sky, especially if we're all created in his image. Obviously, none of us look exactly like God. All of us put together look more like God. So yeah, just almost there, almost onto the point. But I do give him the point there that he used their existence as the proof of God rather than just saying the Bible, because the Bible is a horrible excuse.
The complexity of the eye, the complexity of the liver and pancreas, this all came about over time on its own. It strikes me, frankly, as absurd. I asked Charles Krauthammer, who was completely secular, is a great American thinker. I'm sure you agreed with him on many things. To my shock, he was on my show, and he's unfortunately since passed away. And I asked him what he thought of atheism, and I thought he'd say, look, personally, I'm not religious. I may not be an atheist, but I get it. And he laced into it. He said, of all the ideas, that is the most absurd. that everything came from nothing? And so you're asking me what evidence there is? The evidence is enormous.
Atheism doesn't necessarily say that everything was something was created from nothing. I think it just admits that there isn't like that specific being who made something from nothing, which is what Christianity claims. My atheism, I guess, if I was to be one, is it's really hard for me to say whether there was ever really any nothing at all. And a lot of that also stems from the fact that, like, before I was born, I don't remember where I was before then, so I can kind of assume that I actually came from nothingness into somethingness. But for something to actually bring something forth from nothingness, something already has to exist. So nothingness and somethingness do exist at the same time, but on a spectrum of polars, where something is over here, nothing is over there, and we meet and exist at the same time. So it's just really hard for me to really say that, like, there was nothing before there was everything. But it's also hard to say that with something here existing, that nothing isn't somewhere else or at another point of vibrations in this great vibration that we're all experiencing right now. So it's like we're really getting into philosophical things that you're never going to really prove. It's only like kind of subjects that are going to touch people depending on how they already feel.
I have no proof that God exists, but the evidence is enormous.
So it is amazing what has happened in terms of the rise of life just at any level, even just plants, right? The existence of plants out of
even bacteria.
So these are scientific questions, right? Where did this stuff come from and how did it happen? Maybe life has always been an integral part of the universe. Maybe it didn't begin at some point. I don't know. These are scientific questions. But there's a fallacy involved, a literalogical fallacy involved in saying, because you don't know where life came from, or because you can't explain it scientifically, ergo God, right? This is the fallacy of argument from ignorance. It's the idea that your ignorance of this is proof of this other thing, but that it's just not. Now, I grant you, it is an amazing thing that life, the evolution, I don't know whether you believe in evolution, but I think evolution is pretty solid science from what I understand. And
and I think life is even more incredible with the idea that we have all of these complex systems with like bacteria interacting with other larger life forms in a symbiotic way, like everything working in symbiosis to try and balance everything out, and the complexities that just stretch across this entire cosmos is even more impressive. That it doesn't have this one intelligent designer, that it has this multitude of trial and error in figuring out what are the best tools for these certain things to all interact with each other, is so much more magical than the idea of one guy sitting there and being like, I need this to do this and this to do that. I find it so much more interesting that the cosmos did it just by merely existing and evolving through what we perceive as time. I think that is much more magical than one being doing it all.
It's just remarkable to me, even just accepting evolution as science, how it all happened. But there does seem to be a pattern that explains much of this. And if we can't explain every last drop of it right now, I wouldn't throw to the wind and say, well, just because, the fact that you can't explain this now means that God did this. That's the sort of the God of the gaps thing that I just would take issue with.
But the issue is not gaps, in my opinion.
Because God
science will
bridges
never
the gap.
answer why anything exists. Science can only answer how. It can never answer why. That's not its province. It's not religion's province.
Yeah, but God is an easy cop-out as to why, to think that, like, there's an intelligence behind why, rather than just accepting that reality just does. Like, honestly, and that, like, coming to terms with that is much more... I don't necessarily even know how to describe realizing that reality just is. I really don't. I don't think I can explain it. And the Taoists say that if you can explain the Tao, then one does not understand the Tao. So that's why I don't really like the ignorance fallacy by inserting God as my reason for why, because I don't think why does the question of why have to be answered? Why can't it simply just be? And I feel like it also feeds into the same reason as like humans have the purpose to produce goods. Like we're inserting meaning to make it meaningful rather than the meaninglessness being just so meaningful we can't grasp it. Like it's so much. It's there's so much abundance to have without the existence of like the Christian God. My God extends to literally everything, and I can't even explain it. I really can't, because it's beyond myself. It's beyond the cosmos that we can barely even perceive with our satellites. It's beyond all of it. So yeah, I like that he brought up the ignorance fallacy. This guy obviously has studied philosophy and debates as much as Ayn Rand has. So I like Craig. I don't like that he's a Randian, but because those books are awful. Atlas Shrugged is 1,000 pages of toilet paper. It's bad. It's bad reading. Fountainhead's even worse. And the fact that like Ayn Rand literally wrote in a rape victim that got Stockholm Syndrome in it, I can't forgive that.
Answer how? I don't learn geology or chemistry from the Bible, but I learn why, which... And
the reason is because Howard Rourke really doesn't have any characteristics that make him a good person. I just want to add that on top of it. So like if he somehow was able to like trick her into the Stockholm Syndrome through generosity and benevolence, there's probably a better story to build there. But Howard Rourke was an incredibly self-centered, egotistical maniac who raped a woman, and yet it's all good. I don't like that book.
ultimately is more important to me in any event. So the question remains, why is there anything, and why is there such complexity? These aren't little gaps.
I'm going to end it there because I got to go get ready for the Harmontown reunion tour. But there doesn't have to be a why. There really doesn't. At least for me. I don't need a why to exist, honestly. Yeah, I just there's no why that's going to satisfy me other than the fact that it does, so we can. That's it. That's actually a sufficient enough answer. Is that it's here, so am I. Let's do this. But you know what? That was actually like, I liked it. I like the fact that Prager brought on somebody who obviously, you know, maybe politically agrees with him, but like philosophically and metaphysically doesn't. And that was actually, even though I don't agree with both of them for the most part, I feel like it's a really engaging conversation, and I have to give Prager props for that one. So hit the Twitter @ToxinPod. The podcast comes out on every platform thanks to Anchor. Shouts out to Anchor. And I also have the pods themselves if you want to check my sources and see my wonderfully unshaven face on YouTube. You can do that. But other than that, thanks for joining. That's it.